checking that we're live. Hello, and welcome to IGC's Extra Life streams for 2021. I am Peter. I am the DM for today's game, and it will require a little bit of explanation. So today is a 5th edition Dungeons & Dragons game that I cooked up for this specifically, based on the board game Munchkin. The idea being that at the start of every combat, our munchkins, our players, will kick in the door, find within the room a large monster or group of monsters to fight, and will then need to defeat those monsters, move up a level, gain a little bit of magical loot, and be fully rested to move to the next door, kick it in, and continue the process. We have a pretty long stream today for this game. We're running from 1 p.m. to 8 p.m. Eastern Time. We'll take a couple of breaks in there. And after that, we'll, at the end of each of these, we'll see what happens. With that, I will let our players introduce themselves. So I guess I will go down the list that I have here and have everybody introduce themselves, and give us a quick minute or two, like a minute about or less about what their character is for the day. So let's, this is alphabetical, so let's start with Azer, who I have to give a huge thank you to for making all of the builds for these characters that we are playing today. These were specially designed to be as high power and munchkin-y as possible. So thanks very much to Azer for doing that. Azer, take us away.
All right. First of all, yes, I am the person that your DMs fear. So I will be playing a Twilight Domain cleric, which is designed... basically, the Twilight Domain was already pretty potent in its own right, so it's basically designed to just improve on what clerics already do, while maximizing on their channel divinity, which allows them to basically give everybody massive bumps of temporary hit points with no action economy cost. Not much more to it than that. I'll be one of our 2 primary healers.
And next on our list, I believe we have Beef. If you'll give us a quick rundown of your character as well.
Hi, I'm Beef. This is one of my first serious actual D&D streams. I'm quite new to everything, learning as I go. I am playing a College of Whispers Bard, which I understand is a character that basically charges up over a few turns to wreck shit. Charge up and do it again.
Alrighty. And that character is kind of a melee spellcaster bard, to give kind of an idea of where that's coming from. Next up we have Clockwork. If you would like to give us a rundown there.
Yeah, so I'm playing a quote Circle of the Shepherd Druid, which is dipping a little bit into cleric, as I understand, to get some reaction healing on him, I think, or spell driver, I think. And yeah, I'm not sure what else to say. I'm going to be healing a lot.
Next up we have Dostieri, or Das, as I will be referring to him.
Yeah, gonna be playing a Rune Knight fighter, so lots of self-buff / utility protection for other people, up close, fighty kind of character, obviously, as a fighter. Really looking forward to giving this a go.
Alrighty. After that we have Megabyte.
Me Totem warrior, me good smash, me good hit, Me good withstanding hits. Me kill all.
All right. Next up, we have Drew.
Hi. I am playing the armor artificer, and my entire job here is just to make Peter have a difficult time hitting me and anyone else.
Alrighty. And last but not least, we have Seleth.
Hey there, I'm playing the War Magic Tradition Wizard. This is my first time playing a wizard, so I'm excited to see all the ways I screw up. And I'm hoping to kill a few things with some powerful spells. We'll see.
Alrighty. And just the last thing that I will fill in here, because there may come questions from anybody who may be watching about why certain things are being done certain ways. I've given the party a couple of limitations to make this just a tiny bit more challenging, given that I've let them have some of possibly the most overpowered builds I have ever seen. They're only allowed to bring one long-term buff into a fight, so they can pick as a group one buff that they would like to have going into the next fight. An example that is always popular is something like Hero's Feast, which gives you a lot of buffs, or some kind of longer buff that they could, or another long buff that they could pick. The other rules associated with those buffs is they either have to go in down a spell slot into that fight, or if it's a long enough buff, like Hero's Feast, which lasts 24 hours, they can use a spell slot left over from the previous fight. And then lastly, we are not using death saving throws. If you hit 0 hit points, you are out for the rest of the fight. You will come back at the end of the fight should your party prevail. And you will still level up and still receive loot. However, if you're down, you're out. Should it come to it, we will figure out what to do should the party wipe to one of these fights. Most likely, we will let them reset and try it again. That being said, I will now move everybody to what shall be our combat arena for today's game. And I will need to do a little bit of stream adjustment and also deal with Roll20 a little bit because it's Roll20. And it's not loading my list to drag you all to this map.
Yeah, I already had Roll20 like completely freeze up on me, so you might be experiencing that too.
Yeah, that appears to be what I'm experiencing. So minor technical difficulties. We will get started shortly. Once I have you all on this page, it should go a little more smoothly. I'm going to actually... I don't want to reload Roll20. I think that's going to make it worse. Okay, yeah, it's completely frozen. I'm reloading it.
Yeah, I had to reload. It took a couple minutes to load in too.
Alrighty. It was working when I started. Apologies for the technical difficulties.
The joys of Roll20.
Indeed. Alrighty.
To be fair, Roll20 also was never really meant to handle 49 character sheets.
Yeah, that's the other thing, is that there are... each of these characters, as they will be leveling up, was made with 6 different character sheets. So we currently have 7 characters with 6 character sheets each. This is a very large battle map, so make sure to zoom out a good bit. That's also part of the problem, I think, is that it's just a huge map. But I wanted you guys to have some room to run around. So I would like you all to place yourselves on the map on the right-hand side somewhere.
As soon as I'm able to zoom out, I can.
Yeah, I am
Right.
also having that problem.
am still on the initial map we were on before.
Your roll 20 might also be frozen.
Mine is also
It's
frozen.
free for me.
I mean,
I
I'm
restart.
still able to open character sheets. I think chat. No map update. Which I'm gonna refresh because I can't zoom in and out on the map. So
Gotcha. So we are having some technical difficulties, but we're working on it. It
Which
should
was
be
to
up
be
and running
expected.
soon. Yeah, should be up and running soon.
Perhaps we should delete character sheets as we go.
That is also a thing. Your tokens, we'll need to reassociate your tokens is all, but that's easy enough to do. So yeah, as we go, we can delete old character sheets and update from there.
hopefully speed things up as we progress.
Yeah. My computer is also multitasking because I'm also running the stream.
Yeah.
And I've closed out of anything unnecessary for now. So
All you need to do is delete System 32 and go ahead and close Windows.
exactly.
Just clear your registry.
All your
If you
problems
still
will be
have
solved.
Let me do it right now.
Spam Alt and F4 on your keyboard until everything's fine.
Yeah, that's literally, yeah. Go back to Windows 95, we'll be okay.
Exactly.
Take me back. We've gone too far.
Ooh.
Actually, we'll just go back to Vista.
Oh no.
No. Why would you curse us with that name?
The worst possible timeline.
Yeah, we're having server connection issues with Roll20.
Yeah, I can see the map now, but my character closed.
Might also double check, make sure that your browser isn't having a memory leak, because I noticed that Roll20 was causing that to happen for me while setting all this up over the last week.
Yeah.
Yeah, I had that issue too. I was trying to download a game and it was going to take like 6 hours, and then I closed Roll20 and it went to 30 minutes.
Yeah. It is somewhat of a resource hog.
Did you try downloading more RAM?
I mean, it also doesn't help that I'm running 2 instances of Roll20 as well.
Oh,
God. Yeah, no,
Oh,
close one of those.
Peter.
Well, so
Masochism.
one of them is the stream. One of them is what the stream is looking at, and I would prefer that they not have access to all of my DM stuff, because it would let you guys see what's coming next.
Oh yeah, what's your Twitch channel again, real quick?
So it's the Impact Gaming Community Twitch channel.
We have that pulled up at all times for research purposes.
Yeah.
Yeah. So
Science.
So let me clear my browsing data or my browser.
yeah, I'm gonna restart Chrome, I guess.
All right, the 5 people who are actually loaded in, let's just run this campaign.
So yeah, go ahead and place yourselves somewhere on that side when you're loaded back up. I will probably be restarting Roll20 in each of our breaks.
We should probably post a link to the Twitch somewhere in the Discord.
Probably.
Yeah.
Somebody
Sure,
else.
Put it in announcements.
Somebody else do that, because I am moderately worried that it will crash my game. It will cause massive lag again on my Roll20.
Drew, add everybody in announcements. Make them all watch. Tell them they'll be banned if they don't.
Support us.
Oh, you might want to change the title of the stream. And it's-
Oh, yes.
yeah, do that, and then the game is listed as Lost Ark still.
Okay.
Last night.
Let me remember how to push those updates. How do I do this? Not that. Settings? No. Oh, I have to do it in I don't actually have the login. I just have the stream key. Can I do that from OBS? I don't remember how to do that from OBS. Properties? No.
It's the consequences of only streaming once a year.
Yeah.
Right.
Settings? Stream? No. How do I change this?
Are you using?
Are you already live?
Yes.
You may have to restart the stream and do it as you load into the from your OBS. You should be
Gotcha.
presented with the option when you hit the go live button.
Gotcha.
Well, he might be using default OBS.
I am using
that's
default
true.
OBS.
Okay, yeah, we're using that. So
Yeah, OBS did not give me the option to do that.
yeah, I don't want you to have to restart the stream if you don't have to, because it's a whole introduction again.
Yeah, I would prefer not to. Who has the login info?
Atherin does.
Have it if
Do we know if Atherin is alive?
you're talking about Restream.
What are you talking about? The Twitch.
Oh, the Twitch.
I don't know.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
Peter, I'm pretty sure I've known you for like a decade now, and I think this is the first time I've ever seen your face.
Quite possibly. Yeah, I do not know how to push an update.
I think
to-
I've seen your face once before.
Unlikely.
Did you use a camera last year when you did this?
I did not run a game last year.
No, but weren't you
I did
in
not.
other people's?
I did not use a camera last year, no.
Then why do I think I've seen face?
I don't know. Rainbow might also be able to change the game.
She is our social media manager. That would make sense.
Oh, thank you for pinging them, Drew.
No problem.
Is everybody still loading in?
I am in.
Oh, excellent. Okay, so I have 4 or 5 people on the map. Anybody else
Yeah,
still having
clear.
issues?
You got
Have a white
one other
screen.
person across the water, just giving you a heads up.
Somebody spawned on the wrong side.
Yeah.
Or there's 2 tokens. It's the same person. Who's the dude with the ponytail?
Okay, so at least it's only me still having issues, but that is unfortunate.
No, it's me too.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, me too.
Gotcha. Yeah, this is unfortunate.
It's okay. Slow start, build suspense. It'll be worth it once we actually get to the first combat.
Suspense, yeah. That's what they call it.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And we kind
Not
of
to
knew
be
this would
confused
probably
with
come up at
frustration.
least once anyway.
Okay, Atherin's on
The
it,
issues
Drew.
we've been having all week.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Yeah, sorry, I can't help with that. I know nothing about streaming.
Okay, so that's up.
You and me both.
Yeah, looking at the stream and seeing you on camera, I swear I've seen your face.
Mandela effect, Zach.
Quite possibly.
Clearly, Drew's just been stalking you.
What?
That wasn't Drew, that was Das.
Oh, Das.
Yeah, I don't know.
Facebook stalking. Oh, I'm sorry, meta stalking.
How do you stalk the god of your world?
Okay, remove all turns.
The big enough net?
I mean, if they're everywhere at all times, that just means they're super easy to stalk.
Yeah, you're just
it means they're
always
stalking
stalking
you.
them. Oh my god, roll 20Y.
I'm now able to freely move on the map and use character sheets.
That's good.
Ideal.
I'm still loading.
You do have a lot more to load than we do. It may take extra time just for you.
Hey, Rainbow.
Hi.
Hello. Yeah.
Hello again.
So having some minor technical difficulties. I think Atherin just messaged me that he would fix the stuff, but if you got it as well.
I've not touched it yet, so...
Yeah, we're having. I don't have the ability to push updates to title and such. Title in
Okay.
game. So that's all. Is just we need to update that to D&D and just like something like D&D Munchkin.
Yeah, it says Final Fantasy.
Yeah, that was from me last night, so...
Yep.
Ah,
I had issues connecting my stream to the IGC one and only figured it out after I started streaming on my own channel, so I didn't update any titles last night.
I will give Atherin a hot minute and see if he
We had a
messes
very
with it.
successful full 12-hour back-to-back stream.
Yeah?
Did not.
That lasted 2 hours.
Yeah.
There was an unfortunate event that kind of cut me off to the end, and then Zach was.
I tried to keep going, but it was just not enjoyable, and there was really no viewers, so...
That's alright, y'all did a little bit, and that's more than enough.
I guess while we're figuring out technical difficulties, if everybody would like to roll some initiative.
Ooh, getting the initiative going early.
Yeah, might as well. Your first combat
So-
is going to start soon.
Pull up your character
so-
sheet,
So,
So-
solid 2?
then click on your token, and in your character sheet, click the word initiative. So it'll roll and add you to the turn order.
Yeah, make sure you
My-
have your token selected or it won't add you.
Still loading all of my character sheets, so it's going to be a minute.
Yeah, I'm not the lowest.
Alrighty.
To be fair, low isn't necessarily always bad.
Yeah.
Hang on, where's my
It's
eldest
generally
World's
good to
character?
have your healers go last.
Plus 10 to initiative
Whoa.
every combat.
Somebody's going first.
Maybe. We haven't seen what the enemies have.
Yeah, so Rigel, mine just started running smoothly. And it's been like 10 minutes since I last restarted, so hopefully in another minute it'll let you get rolling.
The level 15 character sheet's pulling up right now.
0.14.
So
yeah, the tiebreaker.
yeah, for tiebreaker, there's a thing you can
Oh.
set to have it add the 0.14 at the end, so it'll automatically put you in the right order.
You know, I'd always wondered why Venali, like, I always see Venali with a .14 or whatever.
Are you saying vanilla?
Azer's character in Chance to Wake.
Oh.
Yep, it's for tiebreaker stuff.
Funny thing is, right now I'm playing a character with 0 bonus to dex, so it is showing, it's just not there.
Alrighty, so we're just waiting on Clockwork to... Oh, are you in, Rigel? Or Clockwork?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay, awesome.
Quick question for clarification on resistances and immunities.
Yes.
If something gives you resistance to something and something else gives you resistance to the same thing,
It does
that
not
stacks
stack to immunity. It does
Okay,
not.
okay. Wanted to be clear.
Yeah, if you have something that is a resistance to a large variety of things, and then something that is a specific resistance, I believe it stacks to quarter damage, but it does not stack to immunity.
What about
no
two
resistances
specific-
stack?
Oh, okay.
Okay.
What Azer said. Yeah, resistance will not stack, but if it's like a saving throw against, let's say you have resistance to fire damage, and you make your save, it would be quarter damage instead of half.
Okay.
Alrighty, and with that, your party kicks in the door, and your first combat begins. So let me put you in order. So up first we have, I believe that is Selef with our War Wizard.
I apologize. I was expecting technical difficulties to take a little while. I stepped out to use the restroom. I'll be back in like 30 seconds.
Alrighty. Oh, I'm not here
Welcome to
anymore.
D&D, brother, where we
Alright.
wait on people.
So now we
know.
talk crap about Selef while he's out.
Yep.
I'm also having...
As always, everybody waits on the wizard to take their turn.
I have a wireless headset. I can still hear all you assholes.
Oh, well, that makes it a lot easier to talk crap about you then.
Fuck you.
Did you take your headset to the bathroom?
Is that a problem?
Yeah, why wouldn't you? That's like half the reason to have a wireless headset.
Do I have to answer that question?
Alright, so we're 100 feet away.
He's the opposite of a shy peer. He can't pee without someone there to talk to.
I need the comfort of another
I'm the
person.
Same way. I'm the same way.
Old hand.
A
I like the
social
whole
peer?
thing.
I have to mute because I'm weird about people hearing me in the restroom, but I still have to have someone else's presence.
I assume people don't want to hear someone taking a piss. That's probably.
Some people like that. You never know.
Anyway.
Don't take shame
Taking a
here.
good poop and congratulating you. Hell yeah, brother.
Goodbye. There goes
How do
Rainbow.
you?
Selef, are you back?
Yes, I am. I'm just trying to
Awesome.
decide what I want to do for my first round. There's a lot of spells I have to choose from.
Well, how about you aim first before you choose your spell?
Aim first.
Yeah, 100 feet. You aimed.
So just
saw
to show how stupid I am, I was trying to click on the stream itself and do stuff.
That does make it more difficult.
Yep.
I literally did that yesterday with Chris's stream. I was trying to click it as if I was in the game.
I don't think Booming Blade has a. Yeah, it's a 5-foot self. Yeah, so I'm going to. Let's see, it's 30 feet is the move range, right? Yeah, well, I got 25 because I'm using heavy armor. That's right. So I'll go 25 forward, and I'm going to cast shield on myself.
That's a
Oh, that's a reaction.
yeah.
Oh, it's a reaction? Oh, cool.
Yeah.
That's even better. I don't have to cast it on myself then, I can use it as a reaction. Alright, group me then, huh? What do I want to do? Wait, what's the range on this guy? 60 feet, cool. Let's try this. That's 80 feet away, so no, that's too far.
As a note, you can always take the dash action if you want to get closer, or you could cast some kind of buff spell, or you could hold an action, hold a spell for if it gets in range.
Yeah, I'm gonna hold. Right now, I don't know exactly what we're dealing with. I don't know what the heck this thing is.
It
So,
appears to be a large dragon of some kind.
Yeah, that's still a very vague answer in Dungeons and Dragons.
Yep.
So I'm gonna stay back and hold Toll the Dead for if it gets within 60 feet.
Alrighty. Then that brings us to its turn. It is going to fly about to here and is going to open its maw.
How high
no.
up?
Yeah, so you can now cast.
Yeah, so I'm gonna hit it with Toll the Dead then.
How high up is it?
It's staying about ground level.
It has to make the Wisdom saving throw.
Alrighty. Wisdom save.
DC 18.
So it fails. Go ahead and roll your damage.
So it takes 8 necrotic damage.
Oh, it's way more than that.
Roll
It's,
2 more
3d12s.
d12s.
Oh, right. I'm a 15th level, so it'd be 3d12. So
Yeah, roll 2 more.
8 plus 12, 20 necrotic damage.
Okay.
That's much better than 8.
That is much better than 8. You are right.
Alrighty, and it is going to rear back and breathe a cone of fire upon
You made it angry.
this area. I'm going to say it's going to hit everybody except for these two over here. I believe, I don't remember who's who, but these two are
Sam
not
probably
in.
clear.
Yeah, are not in the cone.
Good.
Everybody else make a dexterity saving throw.
Good. I think I'm bad at these.
I don't remember if I
Okay, good
have
scrub.
advantage on dex saves.
Hey.
Hey,
Uh,
that's a good one.
alrighty. I'm missing, I think, one more. From this back here, who is this? That's Barbarian, I think.
No, I'm up here.
Yeah.
Oh, gotcha.
Unfortunately,
That's
Oh, DOS. Okay. Everybody failed. You all take 76 points of fire damage.
Wait, I'm gonna indomitable.
Go for it. That still fails.
Ah,
And that is its turn. So next
how
up,
much did you say?
76 points of fire damage. Unless you have something that gives you resistance, half would be 38.
I'm going to cast Absorb Elements to give myself resistance. I'm assuming. What damage did you say it was?
Fire.
Fire. Then yes, I can do Absorb Elements on that.
Yeah, I'm
Alrighty.
also going to do Absorb
so glad I'm
Elements.
resistant to fire.
Okay, so anybody casting Absorb Elements will take 38 points of fire damage instead. And it is...
Let me get a calculator out.
Yeah, so I'm going to cast Absorb Elements then for sure.
Alright.
I didn't realize that was a reaction.
Casting your held spell costs your reaction.
Oh, well, fuck me then.
Sorry. So
Almost dead
who do we
already.
have up next at initiative 12?
Oh, that's me.
Okay. What would you like to do?
Heal.
We want to heal the wizard.
I think I only have one mass healing spell, and I'm gonna do mass cure wounds.
Alrighty.
Don't forget to do your Spirit Totem first.
Okay.
I believe that's a bonus action.
Spirit totem.
Yeah, it's a bonus action. Basically, you pick a point in the arena that's a 30-foot radius.
Do I have a token for that I can pop down?
I don't think we set one up for that.
I can just drop a circle. That's
I could
30
put
feet.
this- What about the special watchdog? Could I just put that down?
That works, yeah.
Okay.
And then we can just add aura to that for
Okay.
30 feet. And that's...
Put it down.
Yeah, everybody gets 5... That's bear spirit, I assume, right?
Unicorn?
No, unicorn.
Oh, unicorn.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
Um,
Yeah, go ahead and place that. And that...
is it not placed?
I don't see it.
There was a circle for a second, but
Oh,
it
that
went
was
away.
me. He's placing a token that he has access to. It might just be having issues.
Yeah, it doesn't look like it has a token anymore, so...
Oh, it might have gotten purged
Yeah,
with
that's right.
the token purge. We'll use Zerd, which you should
Okay,
have,
yes.
which I think you'll have access to or control of.
I think I have to put him down, though.
Okay, yeah, go ahead and place that, and that'll be the token for there.
And then just give yourself a 30-foot aura so you can see the area.
I got Zerd.
He's here.
Zerd the unicorn. We knew it all along.
Okay.
I can place that down anywhere within a certain distance, right?
I
I
believe.
think it's 60 feet.
Yeah, so anywhere inside of this, basically.
Yeah. That's gonna be where it's going.
You can probably also get him as well. Get Celeste's character. If you move a little bit over.
Dear God, please do it.
Then I
Oh, you can get, yeah, everybody but these two.
I have 35 HP right now after that attack.
Yeah, that.
got it. It's either the person in the top or the person at the bottom.
The person at the top didn't get hit, so
Yeah.
So not that.
These two didn't
All
get
right.
hit.
Yep.
So everybody else got hit.
Okay, so it's going there.
Alrighty.
now you can do mass cure wounds.
Yes.
Cast a spell that restores hit points. Any creature inside.
That's how I get the bonus, I believe.
Each creature of your choice regains hit points equal to your druid level as well.
So everybody in the aura will get an extra 14 hit points when he casts this.
15? Oh, 14
14
because
he has
cleric
cleric,
level. Yeah.
Okay, I'm just gonna bump this up to 6th level, because...
So that's 20.
28 plus 14 for my druid level, plus... Need to add...
And those you said are temporary hit points equal to that level? Or it
No,
just
they're
restores?
regular hit points, yeah.
Nice.
That brings me back up to full.
Plus 28.
Which plus 14 would be 30, 42? Right?
Oh.
Yeah.
And Rigel, you can pick somebody that you just healed to make a weapon attack as a reaction.
I guess, does anybody have a ranged weapon? Would be the question to
Yeah.
ask.
It
Unfortunately,
depends on if I can throw my javelin or not.
Yes, you can
Yeah,
throw a javelin.
that would work.
Then I will select you, Das.
Alright.
Javelins,
costs
I
javelins?
believe that would put you at, which one are you?
The one you were measuring.
Okay, I believe that puts you at disadvantage. I think the short range for that is 60. I am checking. Range 3120. So it's at disadvantage, but you can make an attack with the javelin.
And I don't have to change it at all, it's just a straight attack, but it's
Yep.
being thrown. Oof. Oof.
Yeah, unfortunately it does not hit, but you got an extra attack in.
Hell yeah.
Anything
I
else?
also lost the javelin.
Anything else, Clockwork?
No, that's it, sorry.
Alrighty, then it's your turn, Das.
Oh wait, I should probably move, shouldn't I? Damn
You
it.
can also move, yeah. You can move if you would like.
Yeah.
Alrighty.
Okay. I'm gonna go ahead and giant might to get big.
Alrighty.
I will move where I'm. Okay.
1 sec. I'm actually going to increase your token size. I think that's large. Yeah, that's large.
Feet. Square.
Okay.
And I will bonus action. Oh no, the giant might was my action.
Yeah, so that's your bonus action. You still have your action, though.
I don't really have much for an action that isn't melee, so I will hold an unarmed strike.
All right. Uh,
If it ends up within melee range, I will take a swing at it.
alrighty. That brings us to the next character. So that is.
That's me.
That? Okay, Azer, you're up.
Okay, how is our wizard looking?
Salef?
After that heal, I have 77 hit points. So, like, I could probably die in one hit from a dragon, but maybe not want it.
Okay, so I'm going to bonus action cast Healing Word at 2nd level for you. You get an extra 10.
Hey, that's pretty fucking helpful.
And as an action, I'm going to activate my Channel Divinity, Twilight Sanctuary, which creates a 30-foot radius sphere around myself. And whenever anybody that I choose ends their turn inside that sphere, they will get 1d6 plus 15 temporary hit points.
Nice. Any movement?
Yeah, I'm just setting up the aura real quick.
Okay.
And I will end my turn, and that includes myself, so I will go ahead and gain some temporary hit point.
Azer, yours is the yellow. I've changed the spirit totem to the green.
Oh, I don't even see the spirit totem one.
Oh. Okay. Let me try to fix that.
I don't know if there's a way to make those visible at all.
How about now?
Yep.
Cool.
Yes.
So yeah, if you go to the gear, there should be some dots next to the aura. If you click on that, you can say "see." If it doesn't
Ooh,
say
yeah,
that, then I
Can't
can
do that.
Okay,
Yeah, it's only you, I think.
I'll do that.
How big is the aura on?
That big.
That big.
Okay. So I would be within that.
It's one target,
Right.
but yes, you
And that
are.
turn by
Yeah,
Yeah, you have to end your turn in my aura in order to get the benefits.
yeah. All right. So that's your turn. That brings us to who is this? Initiative
Megabyte.
6. Oh, Megabyte, you're up.
A bit of a stupid question, but warding bond, can I use that on myself?
No.
No. That's
You could use it on me.
You know, why not? Why not? Let's use it on you. Why don't you be useful, eh? Let's give
It
you a
is
chance.
touch range, so you do have to, if you're going to twin it, you do have to be within range of 2 people to touch.
All right, then where are you?
I'm the big boy.
Okay. What is the speed over here to you? You're 20. Okay. Plop, warding bond, and let's go another 20. So let's go over there. There. And then I'm gonna use, let's see.
What does your warding bond provide?
You get
Oh, you
+1 AC and +1 to AC in your saving throws, and you have resistance to all damage.
Awesome.
Oh wait, magic is 1 action, so I have a second action, which is attack.
Well, you don't get a bonus action attack, unfortunately.
You're right, so that is basically my move, right? Yeah.
All right. Cool. Next up we have... Who is this?
Beef.
Beef, you are up.
Oh God. Okay. So I'm just gonna follow the instructions. And how far am I?
Oh, Mega, you should have raged, I just remembered.
Oh yeah, you can use your bonus action to rage if you would like. That is perfectly fine.
I thought that was part of an action. I forgot about that.
Yeah, so you can have used your bonus action to rage.
Okay, let's just do rage.
Goes back to this flop. Okay, so I'm going to select move, and I am going to move. How far is our movement in this?
If you look on your sheet at the top, your speed is your
30. Okay. Bear with me here.
he's new
Each
to
square
like
is
brand
a
new world.
increment of 5.
If you click and drag and right click, so like click and hold, right click, and then it'll give you your movement. So it'll give you the distance that you're... So if you're in the top left of your screen, there's the little select/move.
Yes.
So you do that, click on your token and hold, and then you right click.
Okay.
And it'll measure as you drag from the point
Okay. Okay.
that you're doing.
I mean, 32. So, move here, and then, how is, who's still hurting on health points? Because I now have a few really decent healing spots.
You're coming in pretty quiet.
Alright, who... Dastieri, were you hit by the cone of fire?
I was, but I was fully healed
You were
for stealing that one.
Okay, how's everybody else looking? Health-wise?
I'm full.
Okay.
Yeah, I think only our wizard is still damaged.
Oh, and the
Sorry,
druid.
I forgot I was muted.
Me
I've
too.
got 87 hit points. So I'm not like... I'm probably not going to die immediately.
Then I am
Unless I get hit with a crit or something.
cast the Spirit Shroud.
Just so you cast it. Hang-
Yeah,
So,
just- there's
click
nothing you
the-
really have to worry about
Yeah.
right now just in casting it. It's only after you make attacks. So you can just mark off the spell slot for that.
And drop the spell card for my sake as well. And for the
the
sake
little
of the
tab.
stream.
Now they can chat what you cast.
Alright, so that is after I've hit somebody, right? One creature that you hit within 10 feet. Okay.
Yep.
So I haven't hit anybody yet, so I can't use that. Who's closest to me? You are. Who's directly below me?
That'd be me.
Is there any way for me
You're good.
It's a complicated character for a new player.
Yeah,
I mean, these are all fairly complicated characters.
trying
It also doesn't help. His last experience was like a year ago, year-ish, year and a half. So like, basically relearn.
Yeah.
I'm sure once you get back in the groove of things, it'll all make sense.
My roll 20 is completely frozen. 100%.
Oh boy.
Oh no.
Oof.
Mine just lagged out, but it came back.
Okay, yeah,
I
there
think
we
it was
go.
just something on their end.
Just came
I think it's because I changed my name on my character sheet.
Oh
Could
no.
be.
Everybody had to reload their characters.
It
Thanks.
pushed the reload.
I didn't realize it would cause that big of an issue, or else I wouldn't have done it.
Thanks a lot,
Yeah.
Salaf.
It's all my fault.
I'm
Rip.
slow. My map won't work.
Everything's got to reload. Hold on. Wait for Salaf.
I'm here to cause problems.
You know it's bad when loading new text causes the game to lag.
Yeah.
Which icon here is the wizard? Is that the dude with the little beard and the hat?
Down here.
No, I'm the dude with the blue. I'm the
It's
blue
not
dude.
the one that you think is a wizard.
It's okay. The with the blue background.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. You said you're hurting a little bit.
Yeah, I'm still like, I'm at like, what, 60% health or something?
Okay, well, I'm going to use my character sheet loads here. Sometime within the next hour or so.
Damn it.
Yeah, it's literally just a blank white sheet, so bear with me.
Oh,
Look,
no.
that means you're not bound by the rules. Do what you want.
Alright, so I am going to cast Supernova and...
Cast Meteor.
No, basically I want to cast the higher tier healing spell.
Gonna hack the system and set the dragon to 99 HP, then cast Power Word Kill.
Looking for a wish here?
Yeah, I'm gonna open the console and turn on God mode.
Flash TGM.
And alright, well, let me.
The next time the dragon uses its breath weapon, I'm just gonna no-clip into the ground.
TC.
Yeah. I'm gonna have to
I'm
refresh.
Yeah, I'm reloading Roll 20 right now.
Yay, technical difficulties! We love
Yeah.
to see them.
Roll20 is a stable and good system.
I mean, it hasn't changed in 15, 20 years.
When not stress test by 40 sheets in one game.
I think we need more sheets, obviously.
There were more sheets.
Yeah, there were more sheets. There were a lot more sheets. There were another like 15, I think.
That's too many sheets.
Yeah,
We've reached peak sheets.
yeah. Very much so.
Those sheets weren't duplicated, were they?
No,
we didn't.
no.
We didn't duplicate all of them.
There were 12 other character sheets, but then some additional like familiars and mounts and that kind of stuff.
I'm gonna sip away real quick and grab a drink.
Yep.
Of course it happens on your turn, Chris.
Just thinking that, and I already took long enough.
It's fine. It's technical difficulties. It happens.
So the old Roll 20 page crashed. The new page is just giving me the wait button 10 times. I can't scroll the map. I can't click any buttons. We're just gonna wait.
Yeah.
I'm completely closed and reopened Roll20.
Isn't there a tabletop RPG simulator in Steam? What is that like?
Yep.
Is that something?
Oh,
that, like-
tabletop simulator? It's okay. For this kind of RPG, it can get to be a lot. Especially when somebody who I will not name, they're not here, but I will not name them, decides that it's amusing to stack dice.
Maddie.
Yeah.
Ouch.
It would just spend all the time outside of combat and like waiting in combat for somebody else's turn stacking dice, which would then cause my computer to lag out because it's like physics. So yeah,
Or when you get somebody who gets bored and flips the table.
yeah,
Oh yeah, no, the dice stacking happens all the time in Lancer.
yeah. And it would cause my computer to lag out, and it was not fun. Yeah, so I guess nobody.
Not to call out any
changed
community
character.
managers, but
Oh.
A giant tree of dice
So yeah.
suddenly appearing.
I'm gonna guess nobody changed character names because apparently
Okay.
that's
We
causing.
were all fine until then.
I
And
thought
so-
it would make things easier for the stream and for people to follow if I changed the character sheet name to Sulliv, so that everybody knew which one was me.
Nope, you ruined it. Good job.
I've ruined it.
Yeah, thanks.
Okay.
Dude.
Get him out of the stream.
Soiled it.
Kill his character now.
Soiled it.
Soiled it!
The dragon now eats you.
And becomes supercharged.
Knox falls, Self dies.
Dragon falls, Self dies. Just get fucking
dragon
atomic
god.
elbowed by a dragon.
I'm glad I booked a long time slot for this.
Yeah, at
You
this rate,
thought we were going to use this time to get through 6 fights, but no, we're going to use this time to get through 6 minutes of battle.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Turns.
Six rounds of battle is going to take several hours to complete.
Can we have 2 streams running at the same time while we can play actual Munchkins while we wait for the roll 20 to
I mean, you
unlag
joke,
itself?
but like, if this keeps happening, I might actually just pull up Tabletop Simulator and run a game of Munchkin instead.
I'm down for okay. I think I'm back in, but I'm not connected to the server. So
Yep.
Yeah, I'm at a white screen right now. and
On
that's it.
tonight's episode of Murphy's Law.
Yeah.
It annoyed me because I actually I read some stuff and I actually have a handle on what I'm supposed to do with this character now. I understand
all
what you were
that.
going for,
Forget it all.
Azer. Because I read the heroism and the shield spells.
At least you got a turn.
I got the first turn, in fact.
I think roll 20 is turning chaotic evil now.
Turning?
It's always been.
Hasn't it always been?
Well, at least we're destroying Roll20's infrastructure for a good cause.
Yeah.
I wonder
Buffalo
how many.
bananas.
I wonder how many other games this is affecting.
See, this is a
Single-handedly.
good time to plug that charity right now.
Yeah. While we wait, we are currently streaming to raise money for Extra Life, which helps. I should have had some kind of copy ready for this. It is a charity which. Let me go read this now.
It is a charity that I will
is
be learning
Extra
about
Life
with
again?
you.
I know this. I just don't remember anything. It funds critical treatment for and healthcare services for pediatric medical equipment and stuff related to that, and it helps basically kids who are in the hospital for long periods of time, both with medical bills as well as stuff like entertainment, because that is an incredibly difficult way to live, and you know, it helps to have some kind of entertainment. And this is specifically the Impact Gaming community has chosen the local Children's Miracle Network Hospital, which is a network of 170 hospitals. And yeah, we have been raising money for them. If you can't tell, I'm bad at this.
You're good.
We can't all be Sam Riegel.
Yeah, I am not good at plugging things. I'm going to reload Roll20 because it is also frozen for me.
So
Mine finally came back up.
I basically reloaded the page.
Yeah,
I
mine.
started new tabs about
I- So
6 times now.
after leaving Roll20 and coming back in, I let it sit, and it's fine.
Yeah, mine was not reloading. Which feel free to do your stuff when your turn comes up. Or when you reload.
I'm gonna
If-
close up Chrome.
if you reload.
Yeah.
You reload.
Like I'm loading in slowly, but like I'm getting the message up top, like you're not connected to our server.
I get that constantly, even if we are connected.
Yeah.
It's
Did
It
you
might
know
be
what
a
you
blue screen.
wanted to do? Because I have access to your character sheet.
Yeah, it's my higher tier single target healing spell. I wanted to cast that on the wizard since he's hurting. I don't know. Should be useful, I guess.
Well, you do have healing word.
Yes, I think it was the higher.
Well, there's the only higher level version of that is Mass Healing Word, which
Oh.
is for multiple
Yeah, no.
people. You can upcast Healing Word if you want to.
Yeah, that's just basically what I want to do. I want to heal up the wizard.
And what level did you want to cast it at?
You want to heal up the guy who caused this for you?
Yes. I think I have. Well, that's a level 3, right? So I can cast that at a level.
Healing Word is a level 1, so you can cast it
Level
at
1.
any level. And it just adds an additional die.
I have. I thought I had a level. I'm sorry.
So Mass Healing Word is the level 3 version of it that targets, I think it's like up to 6 people within 30 feet of your target.
Okay, I got you. See, I said single target. That's my bad. Let's do that one because I want to hit everybody that's still damaged, and hopefully we can.
I think
get
he's
the
the
right
only one that's
Yeah,
still there.
everybody else.
Probably.
Everybody else, you got resistance to that. So
'Cause I
he's really
used
the only
my-
one still damaged.
I
Got
used
it.
my instant spell.
Okay,
Make it
then
a mess.
let's do that at that's a level 1, so that can be cast at odd number levels then.
At any level.
Any number.
Any level.
Any level.
I'm
so,
assuming you use your 5th level for Spirit Shroud, right?
right. So
Yes, you have up to 4 levels of spells you can upcast to.
I have 5 uses of level 3 spells, so cast that at a level 3.
Okay.
Boom.
So an extra 9 hit points.
That's actually really helpful. I'm pretty much like at 70 to 80% here now.
Alrighty. And did you want to move any more, or did you already use your movement?
The move is good, so that was my. What comes first, action or bonus action?
Any order. But that
Any
would have
order.
been your bonus action, because that's a bonus action spell, and Spirit Shroud was your action. So, okay, so that's your turn. At the
Got
end
it.
of your turn, it's going to use a 2 legendary actions and make a wing attack. Everybody within 15 feet of the dragon must succeed a dexterity saving throw or take damage and be knocked prone.
Also, because you ended your turn in that aura, you get
Yeah,
Yeah,
temporary
I
hit
punched that in
points.
for him. 17
Temporary
temporary hit points.
so
I guess temporary hit points, awesome.
So it's if you end your turn within the yellow circle, you get temporary
Ah.
hit points.
I haven't
There
had
you
a turn in there yet.
under
Rip.
your regular hit.
Who's within 15 feet is... Oh,
7.
the stream is also lagging.
I think it's just
15
Big
from
Boy
the
and the
dragon,
other
then
guy.
that's me.
Okay, so you and Doss are both within 15 feet, so I need both of you to make dexterity saving throws.
Make a Dostieri saving throw, Dos.
Oh no.
That was a
That's what he
DOS
did.
saving throw.
I
not working.
will indomitable that one well,
Okay.
just for the chance to survive, and I'm not actually at disadvantage for the first rolls at 19.
Okay, excellent.
Did I pass or I can't tell.
What
Nothing's
did
working for me.
you... Oh, I actually haven't seen your roll even come through. What did you roll?
I got nothing. It's not moving. It's not working.
Okay.
I'm gonna say make sure you roll that at advantage because you have danger sense
Oh,
There you go. It's so
for
slow.
megabyte.
Come on, you stupid.
Let me try rolling it.
Oh, you...
good thing there's advantage.
Still...
It's taken us an hour to
I
do
don't
one
know
turn.
why it's only working for me and nobody else. This is really weird.
You still unfortunately fail.
Oof.
You're both going to take, I'm just rolling this from the stream, 13 points of bludgeoning damage and are knocked prone.
But I am resistant to all
Yeah.
damage.
Yeah, so half
you
for
are
you.
resistant to this.
Yeah, so you're both resistant, which is rounded down, so 6 points of bludgeoning damage. But you're still knocked prone.
Oof.
Give me a good half hour and I'll be there.
And is it gonna progress? The DM Roll20 is having difficulty, so it might not let me progress the turn right now. So up next is who's at the bottom there?
That'd be me, and
Okay.
I am currently blank screened.
Gotcha.
This is exceptional.
Azer, do you have access to my character sheet?
This is the boss.
yes.
This is the real boss of today's stream. Roll20.
Yeah.
Roll20 itself is the boss.
The final boss is fighting Roll20 itself.
Roll20 is the ultimate Karen.
I imagine a missing no style token fighting the system.
Remember, guys, it's not beating the boss that counts. The friends we make along the way.
And die with along the way.
And then resurrect.
Along
then-
the way.
Throw out the enemy with their dead corpse, and then... Yeah.
Look, man, I'm all for undead communism. Lawful good liches.
It was just laying in the ground, not doing anything. Why not put it to work?
Skeletons, boom. Skeleton workforce.
Dude, that's what I'm saying. Not all necromancers are bad. Not all necromancers. Hashtag.
So you're going to enslave
Manamarco was right.
You're
Necromancer lives
going to
matter.
enslave the
Dude,
dead?
Mana Marco was onto something, man. During Arcturus, you are not.
No problem, Zerd. Oh, wow.
God bless ya.
Zerd with control.
Whenever
No
people
problem,
talk
Cloud.
about necromancers, I always think, are they into necrophilia? I wonder.
Nick?
Mm.
Ophelia?
Oh my
Who's
God.
Nick?
Why'd you have to bring necrophilia into this, man? Come on now.
This is a
This is
charity
Guys,
stream.
charity stream.
Yeah.
This is
Come
a
on.
Christian Minecraft server?
Yeah, you can't say the word poop on stream.
You just did. Now you've ruined it.
Mom!
This is gonna get demonetized.
Well, it's
Again.
Twitch, so you can't say the S
Mom.
word.
Yeah,
I think everything
1v1
else
me
is
in
fair.
listen, 1v1 me in Roblox, bro.
Oof.
Well,
1v1
I got a
me on
7 in
Rust.
my dexterity save.
So yeah.
Oh, I already rolled that for you. Don't worry about it.
It was a nat 20, so you were at 22, and it was still a fail. So I don't think.
Oh,
Oh,
Golly.
man.
I think I'm back.
Just-
Ha! I'm back.
Oh,
What's the damage?
welcome back.
You only took 6 points of bludgeoning damage, but you are prone.
Oh, okay.
So you'll have to use half your movement to stand up.
Whatever.
Yeah, and I already punched the damage in for you because
Oh.
you also took 3 from Warding Bond.
I am so slow. Okay, that's fine.
Alrighty. Are you still loading, Drew?
Yeah.
Can you see the stream? I can move you around, and if you know what you want to do, I can move you around and do it.
Yeah, I was going to use one of my level 3 spell slots to use a Chardalon's speed to give me an extra 20 movement speed, and then I was going to fly towards him while avoiding others so I don't burn them.
So you would have 50 feet of movement?
50, or no, 20, 45.
45.
sorry.
Okay. So you could get to, I think here would be the closest, and you don't really pass anybody.
Okay, and then I think the what is it, Fingers of Frost or whatever, that cantrip has a 100-foot range.
That sounds correct. I'm actually going to put you here because you would want to still be within that circle. Fingers of Frost.
I think you meant Ray of Frost.
Ray of Frost.
Ray
thank
of
you.
Frost, yeah.
Yeah, and I'll cast that at the dragon.
Yeah.
Well, that's... Drew couldn't have ended in a better place. Let's do this.
Oh, I'm back. Sweet.
Awesome. Yeah, so go ahead and hit that button.
As long as I'm not interrupting, I have a question.
What's up?
Request for DM. It doesn't look like it broke anything doing it on my end to see. You make the bars above people's head visible so we can like do health bars.
Yes.
Honestly, I don't know if I want to mess with Roll20 right now.
It caused literally 0 issue when I did it, and I don't think
For you.
For you, I changed
Yeah.
my name and half the
He'd
stream
literally be
crashed.
updating the game.
I can see.
Well, I see
Yeah,
someone's
just-
health bar.
I'll go through and do it slowly and try to not
Okay.
crash everything. So yeah, go ahead. Ray of Frost, 27 hits. Go ahead and roll damage.
Alrighty.
Now we're moving. Now we're cooking with fire. Alrighty. 19 points of cold damage.
Yeah.
Alrighty.
And that'll be my turn.
Okay.
And if it matters, Ray of Frost also reduces his movement by 10 feet.
Good to know. And that brings us back to Celeste's turn.
I could say we've been holding out for a hero. Let's do this. I'm gonna move right here, and I'm gonna cast Heroism at a level 3 spell, touching both Druid and Doss.
Ooh, what does that do?
It gives you, well, with my spell bonus, it gives you 10 temporary HP at the start of each turn
Ooh, nice.
for up to 1 minute, and it also makes you immune to being frightened.
Something to note, temporary hit points do not stack. So when you get new temporary hit points, if it's lower than what you currently have, just use the old ones. And if it's higher, then update it. If that makes sense.
So it's just supposed
yeah.
to stay at 10.
And you ended your turn. Well, both of you probably are going to end your turns in my aura, so that'll give you both temporary hit points anyway.
Yeah, but just as a note, if you gain new temporary hit points, it does not add to your current temp hit points. It replaces them.
But we have the option of keeping the better.
Yes.
In place.
So if you get a higher roll, you can swap to that.
Yes.
Yeah. Let me actually take care of that real quick because I have to roll as well. So.
Not as powerful as I thought it was going to be, but I understand.
Well, it's a dragon, so Frighten is probably going to come up.
Yeah. So it also makes you immune to fear.
Which is really helpful.
Yeah.
5 for each, so...
And also 10 per turn is...
It's 20 total, I believe.
Yeah, both of you get 20 total temporary hit points from me.
Oh, wow.
Beautiful. Those are actually going to be really handy.
And that's going to be my turn for now.
Okay. That brings us to the dragon's turn.
We're going to get breath attacked again.
Maybe.
We're all conveniently lined up, minus one person.
Yeah.
You are not getting breath attacked again.
Okay.
Instead, the dragon is going to let out a mighty roar, and I need everybody to make wisdom saving throws for me. This is 120 feet, so that's all of you.
Not normal, right?
Yeah,
Nice.
just regular wisdom saving throw, unless something is giving you advantage.
Wait, I feel like I have something.
Again, those are too small to actually warrant using Flash of Genius.
Alrighty, that's 4 of you. Still missing. Is anybody having trouble loading right now?
This isn't an ability check, right?
No, this is a saving throw specifically.
Just want to double check. Good.
Ooh, that I will use Flash of Genius on, so it gets a +4.
Total plus 4?
Yeah.
Okay, so that brings it to a 17. And we're missing, it looks like Doss and Beef. Are you guys having loading issues?
You said wisdom, right?
Yeah, wisdom saving throw.
Not that it matters, but I get a +2 to that wisdom save, but I doubt a 5 is going to save me.
Okay. And are you still Beef? Are you still having issues?
He's working on it.
Gotcha.
Just click the word.
Oh. No, never mind.
Yeah, so on the character sheet, you should be able to click on the word wisdom save.
It's the advantage thing. I'll fix that.
Oh,
Yeah, normal.
for just for clarification, what is the size class of this monster?
Gargantuan.
Gargantuan. Okay.
Yes. So everybody except for Azer has failed. Those who are immune to fear are unaffected. Everybody else is frightened, aside from Azer. So we have 3 people who are not frightened right now. You are frightened for 1 minute. You can make a saving throw at the end of each of your turns to attempt to break out of this effect. Once you have succeeded on on a saving throw against this, you are immune to this effect for the next 24 hours. So for the rest of the fight. So the frightened effect is you have disadvantage on attack rolls against it, or on attack rolls while you can see it. You cannot willingly move closer to it. And I think there's one other thing. Give me a sec. Conditions, frightened. Frightened creature has disadvantage on ability checks and attack rolls while in line of sight of this creature. And the creature can't willingly move closer. So you can't move closer to the dragon, and you are have disadvantage on ability checks and attack rolls against anything while you can see it. That is its action, and that is it's going to move up to here to be in range of a bunch of you. Actually, no, it's going to stay back because a bunch of you are afraid of it. And that was Frightful Presence. It is now, whose turn is that? Over here, whoever this is.
I believe that's Shroud. Is it?
No, I think it's...
I'm last.
Clockwork?
Yeah, it's
Oh, okay.
Clock.
It's a druid.
What about? Oh, it's me. Okay. How's everybody doing on health?
We're all pretty good right now.
Yeah.
Yep.
I'm still not full, but I'm also not in any real danger right now. So, I don't know what you want to do with that information.
And I can't move willingly closer to it, right?
You cannot willingly move closer to the creature, and any attack rolls you make have disadvantage.
So if I were to heroism myself, would I...
The effects of the frightened status would end. Because you become immune to fear.
Then I'm going to heroism myself.
Alrighty. Yeah. So then you know all the effects of that. You can do them for yourself.
Just gonna add a thingy to mark it off. And I'm gonna move. Does this half or this like broken pillar give any sort of cover?
This one?
Yeah.
I would say that's probably about half cover.
I'll just move over that way, and that'll be my. Yeah. Yep. That's it.
All right. Then Doss, you're up. What would you like to do?
Be a hero.
Alright. I can't move towards it, can I?
You have heroism cast on you, so you are immune to the fear status.
Oh, okay. Let me take a look at these 2 runes. I'm gonna try to use one of them. Okay. So I'm gonna bonus action invoke my hill rune
Okay.
to gain, because right now I've got resistance to all damage, right?
I believe so, yes.
Yeah, I'll invoke my hill rune to gain resistance to well, no, because then it doesn't stack. It wouldn't give any other. Never mind. I'll invoke the what is it? My 10. Yeah, my frost rune. As a bonus action, I'll invoke that. So for 10 minutes, I have +2 to all ability checks and saving throws.
All
for
right.
Strength and con. And I'll move up to him. And I'm gonna use my 2-handed unarmed strike.
Yeah, go
So
for it.
that's 3 attack, because level 15.
Yep.
1.
First one does not hit.
2.
Second one does hit.
And let me read this feat real quick. Okay, I already used. So one more hit. Hopefully.
Also hits. Cool.
The extra damage is only once per turn, though.
Yeah, it's only on one of those.
Okay,
2
so
hits.
the second bottom line. Is it the top one that's the extra or the bottom one that's
Yeah,
the
the
extra?
top one is the extra.
Okay, it doesn't make that much of a difference because it's 6 either way, but for future reference.
Yeah.
Alrighty, so yeah, you get 2 solid hits on this thing. Anything else?
No, that used all my move because I had to stand up first.
Alright.
Yeah.
Then Azer, you are up.
Okay. I don't think I'm concentrating on anything at the moment. Yeah, I'm going to go ahead and cast Aura of Purity.
Mm-hmm.
So same aura as my my Channel Divinity. Everybody in here, obviously except for the dragon when that comes up, is immune to disease, resistant to poison damage, and advantage on saving throws against almost all of the conditions.
Okay.
And I will go ahead and move up a little bit and try and spread ourselves out a little. Obviously, I'm trying to keep people in my aura, but also not make us a giant cone target.
Alrighty. That brings us to Megabyte.
So I have to do a wisdom save, right?
1 second. I'm just checking. I know some barbarians get immunity to fear, but I don't think this is one of them. I think it's not at base. Okay. So you do that at the end of your turn. For right now, you
I'm on the
are on the ground, so it's half your movement to stand up, and you are currently considered afraid of the dragon, so you cannot willingly move closer, and attacks have disadvantage while you can see it.
Fun times all around.
Yeah.
Can it save?
That, let me check. I don't believe saves. Oh, it has to make a save.
Yeah.
You're doing your breath weapon. Understood.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Dragon versus dragon.
Dexterity saving throw. It saves. Is that half damage on a save?
I believe so, yes.
Okay. It takes 9 points of psychic damage. Very well.
I'm gonna get 2 attacks, or no, is that 1 magic attack?
You can replace all of your attacks with that if you want. It just uses them up because you only have 5 breath weapons at the moment.
Oh, Oh, you're right. I wasn't aware I had 5 breath weapons. Okay.
Yeah, so you can use that for each of your regular attacks for your action.
So you can do it again if you want. You'll just be down to 3 at that point, is all.
Disadvantage for this.
That you would have had to have chosen. Cast a spell is different than making an attack.
What do you mean?
So that takes your whole action as opposed to just one of your attacks.
Shit, okay.
Also,
I
you
wasn't
would
aware of
lose
that.
your rage if you cast a spell.
Yeah, so you
I am
cannot
still in my
cast.
rage.
Yeah, you can't cast spells while raging.
Shit.
So to cast the spell, you would have to leave rage.
Never mind then. I can't do anything really.
You can still do another breath weapon.
I don't want to use all 5, but whatever. Well, I might as well.
I mean, you'll get them all back at the end of the combat.
That's what I was thinking. The same thing.
Alrighty. It's saved again, so half 8 points of psychic damage.
All right. I'm probably just gonna run back, like right behind the pillar.
Alrighty. And go ahead and make a wisdom saving throw.
I don't have. Is that disadvantage? No.
Nope, just a regular wisdom saving throw. Unfortunately, still fails. And I believe that's your turn.
Wee.
At the end of your turn, it's going to use 1 legendary action to make a tail attack against Doss.
Ooh.
Which, does a 20 hit you?
20 does hit me.
Alrighty. Then that's... this is bludgeoning damage. So 14
7.
points of bludgeoning damage, halved to 7.
7, all right.
And, alrighty.
Oh, wait.
Maggie, you take 3.
Gift of the Metallic Dragon has to be, that's next to, right?
Yeah, within 5 feet.
Okay.
Wait, why does he take 3 damage?
Warding bond.
Oh, gotcha.
So he shares the damage, but he's also resistant to it, so he takes half of the half.
Gotcha.
Wait, so I get the 14, or does he get the 14?
No, you
The
take
7?
3.
He took 7, you take
think-
3.
Yeah.
I take 3. Okay.
Alright. Which brings us to Beef's turn. What would you like to do?
Alright, am I feared?
I believe... did you have heroism cast on you? I don't believe you did. I think it was Drew and Doss. So no, you don't have heroism. So you are considered afraid.
So can I move closer to a character that is closer to the dragon, or is that considered willingly moving?
You cannot get closer to the dragon. So you are currently 30 feet away. As long as you stay 30 feet away, you're fine.
Got it.
So, like, if you wanted to go over here at 30 feet away, that would be fine. As long as you don't route through a space that's closer.
Alright. me look through, see what my options are here real quick.
It also means if you move away, you can't go back in.
Okay. Let me see here. I would like to. Hope this isn't a terrible decision, but I would like to. I'm gonna stay where I'm at. I'm not gonna move because I don't want to. I want to cast. Wait, no, I don't. What resistances does have a dragon have? Sorry if that's a dumb.
You do not know.
Okay,
It breathes fire on you,
Okay.
so you imagine maybe not fire damage?
Okay. That. Yeah.
Relatheme's Psychic Lance is a good option for you, or if you don't want to spend a spell slot, Sacred Flame.
That's what I was. Okay, that's what I wanted to cast with Sacred Flame because I see it's got a range of 60 feet.
Yeah.
It's flame like radiant, so it's not actually fire. And I
No, it's
already
radiant damage,
assumed.
it's separate.
Okay, radiant, so it's like holy damage.
Yeah.
Basically. Okay. Then I want to do that. How do I cast the? Sorry, mechanics thing. How do I cast the spell?
There should be...
If you click on the spell name, it should drop it.
Okay. I clicked on it.
Which is a dexterity saving throw. And it fails, so it's taking the damage. So 12 points of radiant damage. Excellent.
Nicely done.
And the next time that I cast a spell, how do I upcast it? Or is that a special box?
For
that'll-
leveled spells, it should show up and ask you what level you want to cast it at.
Alright, that's pretty simple.
And you can just do the drop-down menu and select first level, second level, so on.
Okay, so I think
Yeah.
that's pretty simple. Doesn't do anything special. So that was my action, I guess.
Yeah, you still have your bonus action.
Let me see. Anything you guys would recommend as a bonus action? I mean, there's just a lot of options here. Like, feel free to tell me what would benefit the party as we go. Like, I don't know what...
Next thing for you, if you want to keep working on buffing yourself up, would be to activate the tattoo.
Activate the tattoo. Okay.
Which doesn't help you in melee right now, but you can melee from 15 feet away when that's active.
So when it's possible for you to get closer, you can get
Okay.
within 15 feet. You'll have that buff active to help.
Okay, so a tattoo is that where do I see? Let me see here.
Tattoos are in your item,
That's what I thought.
really.
Yeah, there should be
Eldritch
under
Claw
the damage
tattoo.
modifiers a tick for the Eldritch Maul.
Oh, okay. Eldritch Claw tattoo. Got it. Under global damage modifier. Okay. So do I just tick that?
Yes, and then
Okay.
all of your future attacks will take that into account because it gives you a little extra damage too.
All right. Excellent. And does ticking that, does that count as an action?
That's your bonus
Yeah,
action.
that's your bonus
that's
action.
The action
Okay,
was to
cool.
cast Sacred Flame, so you're good.
So now you have movement if you would like to use it.
I am going to stay where I am.
All right. Drew, you are up.
All right.
And just real quick, when he ends his turn within my radius, fear is gone.
Oh, very fun.
I
You
am.
don't
going-
get the temporary hit points, but your fear is gone.
Awesome.
Okay. Excellent. Next turn we can do some stuff.
I'm gonna use Elemental Bane. Does anybody have any preferences for what I try and? Otherwise, I'm just gonna do Thunder.
You got two people that do Booming Blade, so Thunder's a good option.
All right. I don't hear anything, so I'm gonna do Elemental Bane Thunder on the dragon.
Okay, so that's vulnerable to thunder damage? Correct?
It's not
Correct.
vulnerability. I think it loses resistance and it takes extra damage.
Yeah, it takes
Okay.
2d6 the first time it receives that damage.
Gotcha.
Each round, I think.
That sounds.
Oh,
good,
each
yeah.
turn. Each turn.
Oh,
Okay, so on any given person's turn, it can take the extra damage. Got it.
Yep.
We're gonna do that as that. Cool. Remind me of that when it comes up, and you'll be responsible for rolling that damage when it happens.
He needs to make a con save.
Oh,
Sorry.
he saves against it. Gotcha.
Yeah.
Con save.
I don't know how to get the make the cards appear with this setup.
There should be a little chat icon, like the little chat bubble icon. There you go.
There we go.
Does a 19 save? Yes.
Yes.
So no effect.
Okay. Then I will use my bonus action to Gift of the Chromatic Dragon and give my Gauntlet Thunder property. Or not Thunder, Lightning property.
Okay. Anything else?
Nope, that'll be it.
Selef, you're up.
All
Turn
right.
3, we made it, guys.
Oh, and remember, anybody finishing within the yellow bubble, give yourself 10 hit points. With the exception of
You didn't have fear, right, Drew?
No, I had heroism.
heroism. Yeah.
So an extra, and I realized I was calculating this wrong because I don't have solid cleric. It's a 1-level druid dip, so it's 14, so 18 temporary hit points.
All right. Using the feat dual focused, I'm going to also cast. I'm also going to cast shield on myself, and then I am going to
Shield
move-
is a reaction. You don't have
Yeah,
to do that.
it's-
till you
Oh.
hit.
It's not. It's also not concentration.
I thought it was. My
Yeah.
bad. I need to read that better. Sweet. So I'm just gonna move in and cast Booming Blade then.
All right. That's a save on the dragon's part? Or is it just attack?
An attack.
Awesome.
It's an attack.
It's an attack.
Go
So
ahead.
check off the booming blade damage and then make the attack with your weapon.
Doesn't Booming Blade only go off if it moves?
No, it has two separate things. Once when you hit, and if it moves, it takes extra damage.
I see. So I'm at 11, so it'd be 3d8. Cool. So enhanced weapon. No advantage.
18 does not hit.
Oof. Azer, do I get multiple attacks per turn, or is it just the one?
It's just the one, unfortunately.
That's what I figured.
Yeah, with
Alright.
booming blade, you wouldn't be able to make multiple attacks.
Bonus
No,
action.
I understand.
Or
No, I
is
just-
Booming Blade the bonus action?
Booming blade is an action.
Okay.
Yeah. I don't think I can attack again as a bonus action, though.
Oh, I was asking if you had something you wanted to do as a bonus action.
Nothing I can think of right now. So no, again, just moving on.
Alrighty. At the end of your turn, it's going to use its remaining 2 legendary actions to do a wing attack. Everybody within 15 feet make a dexterity saving throw. So that's Doss, Drew, and Selef.
And I get, since it's technically attacking something else. Does Sentinel proc from that, or is it?
It's
I think that's
attacking
specifically an attack roll.
you as well. Yeah, so it's not an attack roll. So
Oh,
no.
gotcha.
On its turn, if it makes weapon attacks or like claw attack, bite attack, that kind of thing, then yes, you would. Okay.
I'm gonna flash of genius myself just in
Okay.
case. So that's 24.
24 is the DC.
Whew.
So that saves because I do tie to the defender, and you are defending in this case. So everybody who is not Drew takes 15 points of bludgeoning damage and is knocked prone. So that's Selef and
Oh, I didn't make my save.
Doss. Make your save. Yeah, you fail. You take 15 points of bludgeoning damage and are knocked prone.
Just have
Resistance
to-
on that?
Yeah,
So
have
you're
to
7.
7.
And Mega, you take 3 again.
Yay.
Alrighty.
This resistance
I think I
is
also
so
need to make
handy.
a concentration check because I took damage.
Yes. So for heroism, make your con save. You have to beat a 10.
I think I beat that.
Yeah, you're good.
No, you
Alright.
add the 2 and the 3 together to make 5. You failed.
It is now the dragon's turn. Breath Weapon does not recharge, so it is making a multi-attack.
So this could theoretically proc your Sentinel.
Yes. And it's... What does it get? It gets a bite and 2 claws. The bite is going against Drew. The claws are going against Selef and Das, respectively. And that will proc your Sentinel.
Okay. Is there an attack order? Just because if I do hit, it gets disadvantage on attacks until...
Bite is first and then the 2 claws.
Okay.
So it will happen basically after the first claw. So the third attack has the potential to be affected. So go ahead and roll that while I do my stuff. Natural 1 misses regardless. So that's for the bite. So Drew, you're fine. Attack against Selef with the first claw. 23.
I'm going to cast Shield as a reaction then.
Okay.
Now
Deflects
you
with
get it.
shield.
My defense with the shield is 26, so it
Cool.
does not hit me.
And that is active until your turn starts. Turn start or end of next turn?
The beginning of his next turn.
Yeah, beginning of
Okay.
turn.
And so go ahead and roll your attack, Drew.
Yeah, I did. 21?
21 does not hit.
Okay.
1d20 plus 17. Third attack, 29 against Das.
That'll hit.
Oh,
What's
are
your,
you prone?
I am prone.
So
it's
is
advantage.
So is Selef as well. Not a crit. Selef, just in case, still doesn't beat your AC, so it doesn't hit. Das is getting hit 4, and this is slashing damage, which will
What's
be
your-
halved.
Armor does?
18.
Oh, yeah, never mind.
2d8 plus 10. Halved is 6 points of damage. Megabyte takes 3.
Well, I no longer have temporary hit points.
That's what they're for.
Well, yeah, that's
They'll start
literally
with-
the point.
They'll come back at the start of the next turn anyways.
Alrighty. Clockwork, you are up.
All right.
You are
Gonna move.
still frightened, I believe.
No heroism.
Oh, heroism. You're fine then.
I'm just gonna move up, and I believe this puts me within 60. Yeah. Okay. I'm going to. Well, that's kind of a bummer. Too bad you're not standing. Damn it.
I will be
Okay.
in about
Well.
6 seconds.
1 moment too late.
What would it be? What is the shame that he's not standing?
Because then I could tell him to make a weapon attack after I cast a spell on him.
You still can. It's just at disadvantage while prone.
Okay.
I wouldn't be able to stand up first.
Let's go
Yeah.
into
You
you.
can swipe at its
Us.
toes.
Yeah, so he can still make a weapon attack. You can still attack while prone. It's just at disadvantage.
And then I lose my I lose my heroism, and then that goes on to you, Doss.
Oh, nice.
Okay.
Just
So
interrupt for 1 second. Drew and Das, just to let you know, those 10 HP points come back at the start of your turns.
oh. So I get my pip. I thought
You
it was
get those
20.
10 temporary points at the start of your turn.
It's 10 from heroism at the start of your turn, and then at the end of your turn, if you're within Azer's range, you get 1d6 plus 14.
Oh.
Oh.
So that's why it was 4.
Yes, that's why it was more previously. That's why it was 20 before, is that it was...
Okay. So I'll get 10 at this.
Yeah, 10 at the start, and then it goes to whatever Azer rolls at the end of your turn.
If it's higher. Okay.
If you're within the radius, yeah.
So I no longer have heroism, right?
No, your heroism was from Selef.
Yeah,
Okay.
you still have it.
Okay.
Yeah.
My concentration held, so you're fine.
Alright. So I now have a +2 to AC.
Yep.
Oh yeah, Seleft, I never rolled for you. So 17 temporary hit points for you.
Anything else, Rigel? or Clockwork?
So Das, if you want to use your reaction to make
Mm.
an attack, you can.
I would definitely like to do so, even at disadvantage. Anything can help. So we're gonna go unarmed. Boom.
Unfortunately, it does not hit.
Well, it was worth a shot. And then I can use my bonus action to move my totem up. My unicorn Zerd.
Unicorn Zerd.
Alrighty.
The unicorn sword.
Anything else?
And that's it.
Alrighty.
We need unicorn power now!
End of your turn. It's going to use a legendary action to make a tail attack.
Ooh.
Against Doss is still prone, so it's going to strike at Doss.
Okay.
26.
33 definitely hits.
Ooh.
So that's another. Oh no, sorry, that's a claw attack damage. I need to roll tail attack, which is 2d8.
Oh, what a shame. The max damage on that, too.
17 halved to 8. Megabyte takes 4. And Doss, it is your turn.
Okay. I'll grab those temp hit points. I will stand up with 15 feet of my movement,
Okay.
and I am going to... I was gonna do something different, but I like the idea of possibly having this thing restrained, so I'm gonna bonus action... oh. No, it's when I hit it I can invoke this. It doesn't say it's a bonus action, so I can still do my other bonus action. Good.
Yep.
Where's the... So, I will bonus action, Barbed Hide. I now have small barbs protruding all over my body. At the start of each of my turns while they're out, I deal 1d6 piercing damage to any creature grappling me, or that I'm grappling. So I am going to hit this thing 3 times with my unarmed. Hopefully actually hit it.
Unfortunately,
I don't know why I'm rolling disadvantage.
unfortunately, a 19 still doesn't hit.
Okay. Swing number 2.
That does hit, yes.
Okay. I need to turn up the giants. There we go. Swing number 3. That's a...
That misses, yeah.
bonus action. Did I have to do it when I hit on that attack?
I mean, it can proc on your hit. What are you doing for your...
I'm gonna use the Tavern Brawler feat.
Okay.
When I hit a creature with an unarmed strike, bonus action to attempt to grapple.
You already used your bonus action to Barbide.
Oh, did I?
Gotcha.
I did.
Yeah.
That's right. Never mind that bonus action.
Alrighty.
I keep forgetting that the bonus... all my extra stuff is bonus action on a turn.
It's a very bonus action.
Anything else?
That's action, that's movement. I will fly 15 feet up,
Okay.
and right in front of this.
Yeah, you are still well within its range.
Yeah, but I'm not on the ground, so hopefully I can avoid a cone.
Gotcha. That brings us to Azer.
All right. Seeing the difficulty that seems to be facing us at the moment, I am going to go ahead and drop concentration on Aura of Purity and instead cast Bless.
Amen.
I gotta wait till...
So our 3 frontliners are going to get to add 1d4 to all of their attack rolls and saving throws.
I did the wrong thing. Is it possible to quick retcon one thing.
What?
I was reading the wrong. I was looking at the Tavern Brawler feat when I said my on attack, but I was actually thinking of the fire rune thing. When I hit a creature with an attack, I can invoke the rune.
Okay, that's fine. That's
Okay.
damage.
Yeah, 2d6 fire damage.
Okay.
Roll that.
Fire dragon.
Yeah, there's a flash of fire. It does not appear to affect it.
It needs to make a strength save.
What is the
DC 18.
secondary effect of the strength save?
Shackle it. Potentially keep it from doing things.
Oh, restrained.
Mm-hmm.
You said DC 18?
Yep.
Yeah, it fails.
Awesome. Now it's gonna take a little bit of fire damage each turn until it gets rid of the shackles and it's restrained.
Okay,
Thank you for the retcon. That's what I intended to do.
that's fine.
Did
Yeah.
not.
So it's
Got distracted with your own extras.
the fire seemed to not affect it at all, or
Does not appear to affect it at all, no.
Okay. I was hoping it only had resistance, but immunity is fine, I guess.
Restrained is way more important than dealing.
Yeah,
with
that was the goal.
Yeah.
So the three of you up in the front now have Bless on you. That is my action. Yeah, you know what? As my bonus action, I'm going to go ahead and cast Shillelagh on my quarterstaff.
All right.
Just as I mix it up in melee. And I will go ahead and move up and around towards that pillar.
All right.
And that's my turn.
Megaway, you're up.
Yay! Basically, I'm gonna get up. Hello?
Yeah, no, that's fine.
I guess that's what takes my full movement just to get up, right?
Half move.
Half.
Half of it. All right. So that means I only got half. Let's see how far I can go. Oh, there you go. So my movement is 40. I got 20. So. Oh wait, I'm still scared, so I can't get close to him.
Correct.
I can probably just throw my javelins. That's pretty much
All
all
right.
I can really.
That will be at disadvantage. Because of the fear. But you can still make those attacks, yeah.
Unless I do something else. So he's fire, so maybe Ray of Frost. That's a full action, so I'm gonna use that at disadvantage.
it's gonna drop your rage.
Ends your rage, but
Oh, shit.
you can still do it. You do still have multiple rages, so you can use one again to go back into a rage later on.
It just ties up bonus
Yeah.
action. So
It's a
Yeah.
bonus, yeah. Since I can't get close to it, I can't do much about it. Why the hell not? I'll just go down rage.
Okay.
Just as a reminder, if you stay in my aura at the end of your turn, you're going to lose your fear.
Yeah, I'm gonna
Oh.
wait then.
Okay.
So you may not want to move any further away. Or at least not much.
Yeah. I still miss.
Okay. Yeah, so the Ray of Frost kind of misses into the distance. Any bonus action?
Let's go back to rage.
Okay.
That's
That brings us to Beef's turn.
All right, so I'm gonna do a thing. I'm gonna
Lettuce.
I'll move right there,
Lettuce.
and I'm gonna do this thing. This looks cool, and
And lettuce.
forget and what level I can only cast it. So I don't think I used up my 5th level on the spirit shroud, so I want to do this.
Alrighty. That's intel. What is this spell? Oh, Psychic Lance.
Yeah.
Okay, let me find its intelligence save. Okay.
It does not incidentally get the extra 6 damage from Eldritch Claw, because that's attack rolls only.
It fails. It is going to use a legendary resistance to save.
Oh, legendary resistance.
We
That
want to
would've
burn
been a
through
real
those,
good
so
hit.
let's get it through now.
So that is 27 halved. It is half on save, right? Oh, show spell
Yes.
description. Cool. So halved to 13 points of psychic damage. Alrighty. Anything else?
So that was my.
That's your action, and you've moved, so you have a bonus action left.
I have a bonus. Anybody taken any actual damage, or are we still good there?
Taking some, but not enough to want healing, I feel.
20 down, but not really much right now.
Any bonus action recommendation? Bonus action to me are generally the hardest to figure out because there are so many different things that could happen. Especially with him being a new player, he might not really know all of the possible bonus action.
So you've cast a spell, so you can't do any bonus action spells, but there's always Bardic Inspiration, which I think is a D10, Azer?
Only a D8, because
Okay.
he's not a high-level bard at the moment.
Mm,
You do also have Chromatic Infusion you can do as a bonus action to further increase your weapon attacks.
Yeah, because next turn.
yeah, so those are the two big options. Is you could give somebody an inspiration die, which is an extra D8 to an attack roll or saving throw.
How do I go about doing that?
You just say, I'm giving a Bardic Inspiration to player.
Alright, then
And
I'm
then
gonna.
on your core tab, there is a Bardic Inspiration tracker. You just subtract
Oh.
1 from that.
Okay, that's. Okay, I see it right here. Alright, so I'm gonna go down 1, and I'm gonna give 1 to Doss.
Alright, Doss, you have a Bardic Inspiration die to use. That is a D8 for attack roll, ability check, or saving throw.
Okay, that'll be handy. I don't know how many people have hit this thing yet, but I know I hit it at least once a turn, so
That's it for me.
Alrighty. Yeah.
So I'm gonna, I think it's my turn now.
That is correct.
Alright, I'm going to try and Elemental Bane it again.
Mm-hmm.
So it
and
makes a
remember it is so any applicable effect.
con save. Oof.
Yeah.
Yeah, it saves.
Yeah. It is very good con saves.
Beef, you get an extra 15 temp HP.
Alright,
Sweet, I'm adding that now, thank you.
I think that's gonna be it for my turn then.
Yeah. You guys are lucky I'm not making you fight this in its lair.
And 18 temp HP to you.
Come on, I felt like we were doing good until you dropped that.
You guys actually are doing very well. But
18
no.
temp HP to who?
To Drew.
Yeah, so he's rolling that at the end of everybody's turns.
Oh, Chris, you ended your turn in the aura, so you get those.
Yeah, I
Okay.
added it.
All right.
Considering he opened with this massive cone attack, I think we've made a good recovery.
That brings us
Until
to
he gets it back
Celeste.
again.
Celeste, what would you like to do?
Uh, well, I kind of want to ask, but I feel like you're not going to answer the question until I actually cast the spell. So I'm just going to cast the spell. And the question is it immune to being charmed?
Well, I know what you're talking about. He's already restrained.
Oh, he's
So you-
already restrained.
Yeah, for now at
Okay.
least. So you wouldn't get any benefit from that right now.
Okay. It would have been funny.
True.
That's a
Charmed and
benefit.
restrained. What are our plans for this dragon exactly?
Well, you see, you are a bard.
No, okay. So I think I'm gonna go with my original plan, which was cast Toll of the Dead and make it perform a Wisdom save and hope that goes off again, because it worked really well the first time.
Okay. Wisdom saving throw is
AC 18.
failed.
Yeah.
It fails. Go ahead and roll damage.
Fucking once.
Still, it's good damage.
Still better. Still better than the Booming Blade earlier.
Don't forget though, you do have Bless now, so you do get an extra D4 to all your attack rolls.
Yeah.
That's a good point.
Anything else?
No. I'm
All
I
right.
tried to flank it, but it's kind of a river that way. It feels like a bad idea.
At
to
the
go
end
that
of your
direction.
turn, it is going to do another wing attack.
What was the roll for the temporary HP again? I'm sorry. Is it like 14?
You're talking about mine?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, let me drop that real quick.
So
So you get 17.
And
Thank you, man.
Anybody within 15 feet, I need a dex save. You're just within 15 feet, Azer. Beef is outside of 15 feet, and Megabite's
Ooh, nat
still
20.
outside. All right.
I'm getting lucky on these dex save rolls. My dex save is awful.
Well, if I remember correctly, that didn't save last time.
The DC
so-
is 24. Somebody hit 24 last time, so you found that out. The wing attack DC is 24. So you are all taking...
I get my Bardic Inspiration.
you can use that here if you would like, yes.
And you do the other 3 that I cast Bless on can also add a D4 on.
Yeah, you. So Celeste, you can add a D4 as well.
I better hope it's gonna be like at least a 2.
Okay,
Yeah,
I'll
so if you
add
roll-
the D.
Oh man!
Okay.
Ooh, max again, damn.
I'm going to,
saves. Drew, that brings you to a 20, which does not save.
I'm gonna
I'll-
use Flash
I'll
of
take it.
Inspiration on my, or Flash of Genius on myself again.
Okay, 24 saves.
I'm gonna hold on to my Bardic Inspiration for an attack. And take
Alrighty.
the damage.
So anybody who failed takes 13 points of bludgeoning damage and is knocked prone. Doss, that's halved, and which is 6 and 3 to Megabite.
Yay.
Every time I get hit, he gets hit too.
Well, so
that's awesome.
the spell he cast on you. You take half damage, but he takes the other half. Essentially.
Yeah.
You owe me.
But he has additional resistance, which gives him half of the half.
It's just tink damage. You'll be okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's a barbarian and he has a boatload of hit points.
I'm a masochist. I love being hit.
It does not get its breath weapon back. So
That's-
it is going to. Yeah, it's going to do another full attack. So it is going to make. Doss is prone. It's going to make its full attack against Doss. This does
Wait,
proc
I'm
Sentinel.
I'm flying above him.
Oh. What happens when you're flying and get hit by the wing attack?
Crash.
One sec. So or be knocked prone. The dragon can then fly half its fly speed. It's not going to do that. Yeah, you're still knocked prone, and you drop. How you said you flew 15 feet up?
Yeah, 15 feet.
You take an extra 2 bludgeoning damage, halved to 1. Halved again is no damage, so Megabyte, you don't take damage from that one.
Yay.
So 24 on my attack.
24 hits. Go ahead and roll damage.
Okay. And it
Um,
has disadvantage on all attacks until
Okay.
the end of my next turn, or the beginning of my next turn. One of them.
until your turn,
Yeah.
basically. So it is going to... First attack is normal against Doss. Advantage because he's prone. Does a 22 hit?
A 22 does.
Actually, a 21 because he's also restrained.
Oh, he is. That's right. A 21 does hit, just barely.
Okay.
Current
Unfortunately,
AC is 20.
I only have one reaction, so I can't also protect you and give it disadvantage.
Okay, so you said that
okay.
does hit, so that was the bite attack at 2d10 plus 10. So you take 26 points of, is that piercing? Piercing damage, halved to 13, and Megabyte takes 6. Second attack, advantage and disadvantage are canceling, so it's a straight roll. Is 33, that definitely hits. And this is a claw attack for 19 points of damage. Halved is 9. Megabyte takes 4. And then the second claw attack also
Second
hits.
claw attack.
Is 9. Megabyte takes 4.
So wait.
So, bite
That
hits for 26. Okay, let me. I'm gonna leave out the big numbers. It's gonna be 13 from the first attack, 9 from the second attack, 9 from the third attack, and Megabyte takes 6, 4, and 4.
Okay, all attacks were on me.
Yes, all were on Doss because you're prone and nobody else is.
Okay.
So he's kind of focusing on you. And he then gets to make another strength save against being restrained. What's his strength save? Is plus 10. Which still fails.
Get some mileage out of that.
He's going to use a second legendary resistance to break out.
Oof.
Because being restrained is advantage on attacks against him, and he does not want that. Clockwork, you're up.
Hey, Doss, be honest. How are you feeling?
Feeling about let's see, about 3/4 okay.
Yeah. Do you want some? You want some healing?
Wouldn't turn it down.
Okay. I'm then gonna do this on Doss. And then with my scythe, I can add a D4.
Okay.
And
Oh, that that you don't get until like level 17, I think.
oh, sorry, never mind. Thought I had that.
It's okay. I added the 8.
And doesn't the unicorn do something when you heal people?
Yeah. So then the unicorn gives you 14. Anybody who's in the green circle, if you want, you can heal 14.
Awesome. That's feeling pretty good again. That's the thanks.
Got you.
Alrighty.
And you could make a if you didn't use your reaction yet, you can make a weapon attack.
Yes.
I have not, which I will do.
Yeah, go for it.
I think you're
At
prone, right?
disadvantage because I'm
Yeah.
prone.
Yeah.
Ugh.
13 does not hit.
Swiping at air. don't like it constantly proning me. It needs to stop.
Anything else, Clockwork?
That's it.
Alrighty, that brings us to Dossa's turn.
All right, I'm no longer prone.
Alright,
I'm
so you stand
gonna-
up.
Go ahead and take 3 swings at it.
Mm-hmm.
First swing, not at disadvantage. so
First
it's
swing
20.
does not hit.
Don't forget to add bless.
Oh, add bless.
Oh, that's a 4, right?
Yeah.
D4.
For anybody who is blessed, there is a, if you go to the gear in your main character sheet, there is a checkbox for bless that just adds it automatically.
That's
23 hits.
That's
So
every attack, right?
Yeah, all attacks and saving throws. So 10 points of damage.
And now, if you want, because you did hit, you can do your bonus action grapple.
Yeah.
That is the goal. I will bonus action attempt to grapple.
Okay.
So back.
Where?
Give me a sec.
Is that just a strength contest?
I'm checking. It's gonna be strength versus strength or dex, whichever is higher. But I'm checking. Is it 2 size categories higher or 1 size category higher?
One size higher, so I don't
No
think
more.
you can
Oh
use
yeah,
your
you
large
can't.
piece gargantuan.
You can't grapple
Okay.
this. This thing is 2 size categories larger. So you didn't use your bonus action. You can do whatever you want with that.
Okay.
Later on, you'll become huge. Then you can do it.
All right, then I'll go ahead and hit it 2 more times just to see if I hit it, and probably on this one I should go ahead and do it. I'll do it on the first attack. Another fire rune to see if I can restrain it again.
Okay. So that's a saving throw. It saves.
It saves. Okay, and that's not a bonus action. Just when I
Right.
hit it with an attack.
Um.
I'll take my second swing at it.
Mm-hmm. Add the D4. Is that with the D4
No.
already? Okay. 22 is its AC, so that does not
Try to
hit.
the defender. I'll check bless after this. One more on it. Let's
Yep.
see.
And that does not even have a chance of hitting
Hang on.
with bless.
With bless is 16. With even if I rolled an 8 on the Bardic Inspiration, would be
8 would give you, it's
Wouldn't
AC.
Oh no, that's 16.
Would be
So plus 8 would be 24.
Oh, yeah,
if
it
I
would
roll
be,
a 7
yeah.
or an 8.
Yeah, so you could use it if you would like.
7.
Hey, and it
there
hits.
we go.
Awesome.
That is a hit.
Forgot about Bardic Inspiration.
And I should have done this first, so I'll do something different. No, I'll do it. I'll do it anyway for the AC bonus. I'm gonna activate my Eldritch Claw tattoo.
Okay. Is that it?
That's +1 bonus to attack and damage. Plus.
Well, the +1 to attack and damage should go automatically when you check the
Yeah.
box.
But does it do? Do I get?
Or no,
an
that's
AC bonus?
caked into the item itself. That's not when you activate it. So you should already have that built in. The activation gives you the extra d6.
Okay.
Anything else?
Then I'm not seeing the AC bonus I thought I saw.
That one doesn't give you an AC bonus.
Yeah, I must have read something different. That's my bad.
All
I'm
right.
still gonna do it for upped damage, so that'll be. I'll fly 15 up again. Hopefully it doesn't try to prone me again, but that'll be.
All right. Azer, you are up.
Okay. Is anybody looking hurt?
I mean, I'm a little hurt. But
Anybody that doesn't have over 200 hit points?
no. Okay.
And Mega, you did heal last when I healed you, right?
No.
If you really want, you could heal me for the last hit point that I
How
need
much
to
did you
be.
heal me for?
Should have healed for 14.
Okay.
Okay, well, if nobody is in immediate danger, I am just going to go ahead and... Actually... No, wait, that's concentration, never mind. I am going to go ahead and just move in and smack this guy. Or try to, anyway.
Go for it. Alright, Shillelagh. Such a fun spell.
Yep. Ooh.
Hits. Go ahead and roll damage.
Oh, there it is. I was trying to find something to take off. Did not roll that correctly. That's weird.
Oh, because it's
I
supposed to
think
be...
I think it double clicked when I was trying to click it before.
Oh,
So
gotcha.
The first one for the 6 damage, but it's not adding 2d8 radiant.
Just go ahead and roll 2d8.
Yeah, so an extra 15 radiant damage.
Okay, so 21. Anything else?
No, that's it for me for now.
Alrighty, Megabyte, you're up. You are no longer afraid, so you can now move in.
Oh, let me
Yay.
re-up my temp HP.
Bloop. Bloop. Oops, I went too close.
Oops. Now it does the radiant damage, of course.
Righto, righto. I'm gonna do a big fucking chop.
Go for it. Oh! And it's a crit? Nice.
But does it still hit?
Yes, yes it does. Crits are automatic hits
Good.
for attack rolls. So that's 20 points of damage. Nice.
And I think you're a high enough level to get the extra.
Yes, I do. I
crit.
have extra
Let me double
attack. I have it.
No, extra die roll on a crit. Let me double check. What level barbarian are
I'm
you?
pretty sure
15
that
right now.
it's not pure barbarian, but I'm pretty sure it's mostly barbarian, and they get that pretty early.
Yeah, you get that 9th level, and you're definitely over 9. So you do get to roll an extra d6.
Yeah, so roll one more d6 for damage. Awesome. One more point of damage.
Yay.
Every little bit.
But does that 19
Yeah.
die?
19 does not hit, unfortunately.
Okay, that's it.
Alrighty.
I'm still raging.
Yeah. At the end of your turn, it's going to take a tail attack at, let's say, Celeste this time.
Alright.
For legendary action. 25, I believe, hits.
Not if I use shield.
Very true. Alright, so yeah, it swings its tail at you, but deflects off of your shield. Alright, that brings us to Beef's turn.
There we go. Alright, so I am gonna move up and join the party. What's up, guys?
Hey, bud.
Looks like we got this boy pinned down, eh? Alright.
He wants us to think that.
So, somebody explain to me the Spirit Shroud. Is that something that goes away and needs to be recast, or is that?
It lasts
as
an-
long as you maintain concentration, you're good.
It's not even a concentration spell. Spirit Shroud lasts until you hit 0 hit points or 1 hour.
Got it. Okay. So.
No, that's something different.
Oh, what was I thinking of?
I don't know. The Spirit Shroud is concentration 1 minute.
Okay.
Concentration 1 minute. Okay. So can
And
somebody explain
Concentration, basically, if you drop your if you like cast a different spell that requires concentration, I think it's the other concentration spells. Correct me if I'm wrong.
And
drop
if you take damage, you have to make a
Yes.
Constitution saving throw.
Mhm.
And if you fail, then you lose the spell.
Okay.
Yes.
So, all right. So we got that. I'm gonna do this. I think I need to do Chromatic Infusion, if I recall correctly.
Yeah, you haven't activated that yet, so that would be your bonus action to activate that now.
Okay, so I'm gonna do that. And then now that I'm in range, make sure I can do one action. I'm just trying to make sure I got everything ticked here.
Yeah, you should have the Tattoo, Chromatic Infusion, and Spirit Shroud all
Yep.
ticked.
Yep. So I'm gonna go ahead and do.
Hit it.
Asking me if it's a crit. Well, I don't know that, so I'm just gonna say no. Do
You
I need
should
to
be
roll
asking that
something?
until you make the attack roll first. So you're going to want to click on Booming Blade to make your
did.
attack roll.
And it's telling me input value crit. Yes.
Oh, no. Tick. I forgot how I set it up. Tick Booming Blade as well, and then go up to your weapon attack and make that.
Oh, okay. I got you. That's my bad. Okay.
Yeah, because Booming Blade doesn't make an attack itself; it just adds damage to your attack.
Okay, adds damage. Okay.
What a plethora of attacks.
Yeah, he has a lot of damage buffs.
You're attacking with the maul, right? I don't know. That's. What is his physical weapon that he would be using?
It should be the Maul, yes.
The maul. So at the very top.
Right.
Up. Yeah.
Apply Hexblade's Curse to attack roll. Yes or no?
You haven't cast that yet, so no
Okay.
for now. That'll be another bonus action later.
Okay. Again. Okay, and then it's asking me to do. Okay. I think I did that right.
What is that last thing that's 0? That doesn't seem right.
That is from the Hexblade's Curse.
Oh, gotcha.
If it was active, it would add his proficiency bonus there.
That definitely hits. And deals 28 points of damage. Very nice.
Yay!
Now, do you have 2 attacks per attack action?
It's using
right
Booming
now.
Blade, so he wouldn't be able to.
Yeah,
do anything.
Booming Blade is casting a spell. It just happens to give you 1 attack as part of the spell.
28 damage. Good hit.
Yeah.
Thank you. I think I did.
Alrighty. Drew, you're up.
All right. So just to be sure, haste only gives 1 attack, one weapon attack, even if you do have multi-attack.
Correct.
Okay. Yeah, I am going to cast haste on Daz.
Okay.
Thing.
So he gets +2 to his AC. He has advantage on Dex saving throws and gets an additional action that can be used to attack, dash, disengage, hide, or object interaction.
Excellent.
All right.
And that is it.
My next turn's gonna be a full one.
Alrighty. Go ahead, Sleph.
Well, I'm gonna hope this trend of it failing wisdom saves continues, and I'm gonna cast Curse on it.
Yeah, go for it. What level?
Level 3.
Okay, so that's base. Plus wisdom save is it?
I don't think we need it to last much longer. I don't think this fight's gonna go on for 10 hours.
It definitely fails. What are you giving it for the curse?
I'm gonna do the if it fails a wisdom saving throw at the start of each of its turns, it can't do anything.
Okay. Does it get to save again after this point for bestow curse?
It says at the start of its turn, so.
Okay, yeah. Yeah, it'll.
Well, the curse itself, I don't think it repeats the save for.
Remove curse. Okay, yeah. Must succeed a wisdom saving throw. Yeah, okay, it does not get subsequent saves against this. It's going to use its last legendary resistance to not be cursed. But you have burned all of its legendary resistances.
3rd level spell slot for a legendary resistance is a good trade.
That's fair.
Honestly, it's because that is such a bad curse for a single enemy.
And that's my action, so I can't really do much else unless I want to move, which I don't.
All
Where
right.
I want to be.
End of your turn, it's using its last 2 legendary actions to make another wing attack. So that's a dex save from everybody but Clockwork.
Ooh.
Do we still get that +4 from the inspiration?
You have advantage on dex
For
saves, Doss.
Oh,
bless.
sweet.
You still get
Oh, I
bless, yes.
do.
It doesn't help. Oh no.
Ooh, that was my worst roll yet, and I had advantage.
Damn. I can't find the tick mark for blessed.
I keep forgetting to re-up people's temporary HP, so if you're low on temporary HP, just remind me.
I have 0 temp HP at the moment.
Okay, save for this is 24. It looks like everybody failed, so everybody is taking 17 points of bludgeoning damage. If you have resistance, it's halved. To half would be 8. Anybody who is concentrating on a spell within that radius as well has to make a con save, and that's a DC of 10.
Okay.
Wait, so I get 17 plus 8?
You failed your save. Wait, do you have resistance to bludgeoning? Rage, so you have resistance. So it's
No,
8
but
plus...
because it's half of a Doss's attack, and I
Yeah,
get
he
the
would
attack as
get the
well, I get
carryover
17
as
plus
well.
8?
I rolled an 11, so I
17 plus 8 and then halved.
I think it's literally impossible for me to fail that con check.
So Megabyte, you failed your dex save. Actually, your dex save would be at advantage because danger sense. So you can
Okay.
roll a second time just in case. I think it's impossible for you to make it.
Nah, I'm pretty sure. That's
Yeah.
whatever.
So Doss also failed. So Doss takes
8 damage.
8 damage, and you take 8 damage.
And then you
So
take
do
half
8
of
and
mine as
4,
well.
So you take 12 total.
Yeah, so you take 12 total because you're taking half of Doss's.
Geez, that math.
Yeah, it's
Right.
complicated. And then
I'm glad you didn't win it.
I need to know how many temporary hit points I have before I deduct damage.
For you, because I would have done it at the end of his turn.
yeah, so at the end of your turn you would have gotten 16.
So I'll just add 8 from the 0 I'm at and we're good.
Cool.
And I fall again. 15 feet.
Yeah, you do. So you take another 5 halved to 2, and Megabyte, you take 1 extra hit point of damage.
You take a lot of damage.
Yes.
I gave you haste so that this wouldn't happen.
Okay, it looks like everybody succeeded their their concentration checks. Is the warding
Oh, I forgot to
bond
do.
is warding bond concentration?
It is not.
Okay, cool.
I'm sorry, I
It
forgot
would,
to
it
do
would
my
be
cons.
impossible to keep concentration on it for
Yeah.
the amount of time.
Oh
we
god,
have.
yeah, that would be terrible. Yeah, so you said everybody saves for concentration, and it's the dragon's turn, and it's going to actually use part of that to move half of its movement. Let me check if that provokes. I think it will provoke. I guess. Can you make AOs if you're prone?
I don't think so.
You can. It's just
Doesn't
thought
say.
you could,
Okay,
it's
yeah.
just
So
that, yeah.
you can all make opportunity attacks. However, you were also all knocked prone, so they are at disadvantage.
All right.
I am saving my reaction. And
Yeah. So
using absorb
this
elements.
will use your reaction, and you
Shit.
are welcome to cancel that before, because anybody who has, in case it gets its breath weapon back.
23?
Yeah, I'm gonna cancel that then.
Okay, so
forgot
Seleph's
to get it.
canceling. Drew.
If he uses that breath weapon, I want to have my fucking reaction up.
23 will hit.
Okay, so I have Sentinel, right?
Yes.
So it.
Oh, so it doesn't move. Very nice.
And we all still get our opportunity attacks. I'm not taking mine as I am also saving my reaction for
I'm
when.
gonna honor that cancel, and I'm just not gonna do it.
Alrighty.
Chris, if you would like to take an opportunity attack, you can
And it-
make a weapon attack against it.
It has disadvantage on any attack it makes, other than me.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
So that should just be a regular attack roll like you did before.
With all my text still.
Yep.
I'm gonna go ahead and do that.
Except for booming blade.
Oh yeah, except Booming Blade.
Oh, let me cancel that out. Untick. Booming Blade's something I have to do.
Untick, upkeep, draw.
Sentinel is it can't move until its turn, correct?
Correct.
Okay, just checking.
It's a weird interaction with legendary action movement.
Yeah,
Uh-huh.
it is. 19 does not hit. You are not blessed, so
Oh, it's just for the rest of the turn.
for the rest of the turn. Okay, and it's
The turn that it happened at. so,
okay, and it's happening on Seleph's turn.
yeah. So
Okay,
it still
cool.
has movement,
It gets its movement back on its turn, basically.
which is next.
Yeah. It gets its breath weapon back.
Let me do this
And-
real quick. Selef, you get 16 temp HP. That may be important.
And it's now going to move up here.
All right.
Anybody who didn't use their reaction can, but if you're saving your stuff, then that's also a thing. And it's now using its fire breath.
Awesome.
So that is a dexterity save from everybody but Clockwork.
Does my hit?
Oh yes, the 27 hits.
I am definitely using absorb elements.
Same.
So Megabyte, go ahead and roll. Oh, 8 slashing damage. Awesome. And it deals 75 points of fire damage. Half of that will be 30.
74 down to 37.
37. Anybody using absorb elements will also take 37 unless they saved. The save for this is also 24.
So I took 37 from that, half the 37.
I only see 2 people's dex saves.
Oh,
So everybody needs to make a dexterity saving throw. I've seen Azer's and Seleph's. Doss's also fails. Megabyte, you can roll again because danger sense.
Oh yeah.
Doss, you had advantage on it if you haven't rolled.
And Doss, Drew, and Seleph can add a d4. Because you double 20'd, I'm going to let you
that's
save.
right.
Because double natural 20.
What the hell?
None of my rolls with inspiration, anything extra.
Drew,
No.
you save as well.
Okay. And then let's see.
And Selef, you can add a d4. Because, bless.
Okay, so Drew takes half damage.
Do
I took half because of resistance, and he'll take half of my half as well.
Oh, yeah.
Right.
So,
You've
Megabyte...
already remembered, Zach.
So, we have to map this again. Doss,
Alright,
you take
I
half
took
damage.
37.
Yeah. Megabyte, you also saved and took 37, but then you're taking, because of Warding Bond, half of
of my
Doss's
30.
damage halved, so
was
half of 37 is...
36, 18.
Over 4 is going to be 8? No, half is 36, 18.
Yep.
So, is it double brackets to do math? Because I don't feel like doing math.
55, really? Okay. Woo! All right, I'm already exactly right under half of my health.
I'm hurting as well.
was the DC for that 24? Okay, yeah, yeah. I flash of genius. Yeah.
Do remember that temporary hit points are a reduction from that. It's only what you actually took. Yeah.
Oh my
I did. I just deducted that how much my actual health took. I had 6. No. Okay.
All right.
I did not.
I mean, I got 55. I'm always concentrated.
I think that's a no.
I had 32 temporary hit points, so I got rid of those and put the rest on my normal
Still have
health, and I am
32.
concentrating on a spell. Oh, okay.
Yeah, that shouldn't be possible.
They don't.
Oh,
Right. So you had
my bad. Okay, then I probably took a lot more then.
you had half that. So then you
Okay. Okay.
For pretty much everybody, it should have just been basically beat 10.
There we go.
Hello? Oh, sorry, that was my bad. How's everybody feeling? Anybody hurt?
I took a bit of damage. I wouldn't say no to some healing.
Okie doke.
I wouldn't say no to some healing either, but I'm not in any immediate danger.
If I were to hop...
Barbarian is down to half, too.
Oh, Jesus. That's not good. If I were to hop on my broom, would that be an action? Okay. Then I'm going to do that. And I'm going to also put on my witch's hat that does nothing and just fly over here.
Put on my robe and wizard hat.
Okay. The totem's fine where it's at. And then I'm gonna do another mass cure wounds. Yes, everybody then gets another 14 on top of this.
Damn.
Back up to full again.
Yeah, I'm back up to full then, thanks to
And I'm
that
not healing
temporary
myself,
phase.
and there's only 6 there. Let me double check. There's 6 people, yeah. And I don't need to heal. Yes, that's why I moved up here. No. Is that 18 for me? Or is that for someone else? Oh, wait, no, that's me, duh. Yeah. And then,
Yes, you do get your own 14.
yeah, I'm gonna take my 14. That's what. Yes.
17.
17. That's for.
Me.
I thought it used its last legendary actions.
They reset on each turn.
Ah. I see.
I got 17, so yeah. Okay.
Alright. I'm going to use 15 feet of my movement to stand up. I'm going to use my extra action to dash from my buddy earlier, and that gives me just enough to get about here to be behind it. I will use my bonus action to heal myself some, 1d10 plus my fighter level. So 7 plus 15 is 22. So let me add that real quick. I'm going to use my action to attack the thing 3 times. And I still can't find the tick mark for Bless if that's still up, so I'll just have to roll it. Or just, yeah, I'll have to roll it each. 21. Oof, doesn't hit. That was a misclick. Okay, and I still have my Giant's Might damage, which is a 1d8. Is that plus my... No, that's just a straight 1d8.
Yeah.
So 7 more damage on that. Third attack. Clicked it. There we go. Okay.
Didn't you activate your tattoo?
I did.
So an extra d6 for both of those.
Six.
And that's
Let me go
force
ahead and
damage if it matters.
tick that. Now that that's ticked, I will action surge.
Whoa!
To
You
get...
did a. Did you do your fourth attack from haste?
He dashed with that.
Oh,
Yeah,
he
I
dashed
dashed.
with that. Okay. Okay, I missed that.
I'll use that for another attack action and take 3 more swings. We'll go ahead and... Does Giant's Might come back because it's a different action, or is it
It's
just
per
one
turn.
attack per turn?
No, that's the tattoo.
Yeah. So 2 more swings. And 1 more swing. Ooh. And let me make sure. Okay, I don't have another action surge yet. That's 2 levels from now. Okay. Alright, so that's all of my actions this turn. I am done.
Much to Atherin's relief, you can only action surge once per turn.
And to the disappointment of Sobe.
Definitely.
I want my temporary hit point, by the way.
Oh,
Oh,
yeah,
I'm not in the
Oh,
aura. Never
yeah.
mind.
Just
Yeah.
barely.
The confidence in wanting that was just so unfounded.
Okay. Still concentrating on Bless, so don't need to worry about that. But it does take my concentration. Was anybody else still seriously hurt?
What's the barbarian doing?
I
Megan,
got-
you doing okay?
I'm dying.
I'm good. Yeah, never mind.
I guess I'm a little over half health, so I'm kind of okay.
Yeah, I
I mean,
just want
I'm
to play it
under
safe.
half, but I
I'm going to
don't
go
think
ahead and also cast Mass Cure Wounds.
What is the range on Mass Cure
That
Wounds?
is within 30-foot radius. So yeah,
Okay.
and I will exclude. I will exclude myself because I'm already at full.
Yay.
And I'm going to go ahead and swing around to the side of this guy, assuming that my allies will move to stay in my
I'm at
aura.
full, I think. Is that last mass healing?
Yep, let me roll for my own temp HP. Ooh, max.
We can go right here. Just enough inside the circle. Give him a good old chop chop. I forget I don't have advantage. It's just a regular roll, eh? I got rage, but no.
Yeah, you can always reckless attack.
Yeah, I forgot about that. You know what? Fuck it. I'm just gonna do it normal. Miss. And I guess that's a miss, yes. That's all, folks.
Not eating chicken. All right, so I
Not with a name like that.
Exactly.
Mr. Beefhead.
It's a fun story about that. I was playing Call of Duty with somebody called I Eat Chicken, and I was like, well, I don't like chicken. And like, boom. Anyways, let's see here. How far? We are 25 feet, so we're good. How's everybody's health doing? Is everybody alive? Staying alive?
I mean, I'll never turn down healing, but don't waste it if I'm the only one who needs it.
Yeah, I'm not healing you. All right. So all my shit is still active. So let's go ahead and move up. Sure. Stick close. Stay right here within range of both of those. Accurate. Okay. That'll work. And then I am going to look here. So Booming Blade is a normal action, so that means that I have a bonus action. What is to do here? Let's do. Wait, so that's a reaction. When do you use a reaction? Got it. That makes sense. Okay.
Peter.
The shield spell is specifically like when you get hit with an attack roll.
That's what it. Okay, so I was looking at that. So I want to do the armor. As my action. Let me look and see how many. I can cast that. Cast that at level 3.
Peter. I've got a friend watching the stream, and she says she can hear everyone else except for you.
I muted my microphone.
There we go.
I don't know how, but I did.
God, you don't have to roll Armor of Agathis. That's when it hits you. You're just activating it now.
Thank you, Za.
Okay, so I've got that up, and then I'll have to keep in mind when I get hit, and then we're gonna do.
Yeah, just make sure you mark off your spell slot for that.
I did. When I pressed it, it said it gave me the option to told me which spell slot to use.
You do still have to manually tick off your.
Oh.
You don't have to as long as you're mentally keeping track, but it doesn't do that automatically.
Okay. All right. So I cast that at the first level. Let me go to my core. E-tick. So the claw tattoo, that's always active, right?
Yes. Once you activate that, it's good.
Okay. Chromatic Infusion, always active.
Same thing. Yep.
Okay. We've got Moving Blade tick. Okay. Then I'm going to hit him. I think I did that right.
Looks good.
Okay. How much?
God, it's so much damage for a basic hit. I love it.
And that's my movement, action, bonus action. I think that's it.
Awesome. That brings us to Drew.
Okay.
Oh, Beef, make sure you set your temporary hit points to 15, because that's very specific to Armor of Agathis.
Cool.
I am going to use Booming Blade.
Yeah.
Hold on. My sheet's lagging.
Oh no.
Alright, here we go. Punch.
Yeah, that hits.
Awesome.
$22 points of damage. Very nice.
Yeah. And that will be it.
You guys are getting there. It's got a lot of hit points, but you guys are getting there.
You only did 1/8. of a damage so far.
Yeah, so can you give us like a a percentile?
Is it looking bloody?
It's a little over bloody. It's probably like a third remaining.
Oh,
True, you get 16 temp HP.
Yeah.
we'll at least get this fight done by the time the stream ends.
Excluding the hour and a half of technical difficulties we started with.
Yeah, we're
Did you think
only.
it would take this long?
I was thinking maybe an hour and a half.
We're on schedule, kind of.
Yeah.
The
It's
next
not too
fight
bad.
is 3 dragons.
No, that's later. At the end of this, I will tell you everything that I had planned as far as fights go. But for now, any bonus
Yeah, I don't
action?
think we're
Drew?
getting. I don't think we're getting through everything you had planned.
That's it for me.
All right, Selef, you're up.
All right. I'm gonna stand up and move closer. So I think would it be 10 or 15 at 25? Is it half movement, right?
It's 15 remaining. For half
Okay.
movement, so it's at 25. Yeah,
He
it's,
only has
it's still 15, whatever.
Fuck it.
Yeah, they did not make those rules in accounting for creatures with under 30.
Yeah,
They did not. So I'll move there. Shit, I had a plan. Oh yeah, that was my plan. Fuck it, I want to use at least one of my high level spells. I'm gonna try to use this. So is it immune to charm?
Oh, Irresistible Dance? Is it immune
Yes.
to charm? That's a really fun spell.
Right?
Let me check if it's immune to charms. It might need to make a saving. Is that a save? Does it need
doesn't
to
get
make
a saving throw.
Oh my god, I forgot how mean that spell is.
That's the reason it's a level 6 spell.
Are we about to see a dancing dragon?
Yes, you are.
If
Yeah.
it fails, it's saved.
The dragon begins to dance.
It does get a save at the end of its turn, I believe.
Okay.
Oh, as an action.
What does this do? Is it
Has
that
to
it
use-
has
It
to
has
use its...
disadvantage on dex saves and attack rolls, and everybody else has advantage on attack rolls against it.
Okay, but it can still make attacks?
Yes.
Okay. At the end of your turn, as it has so many times done, it is making a wing attack. Everybody within 15 feet, so everybody but Clockwork, make a dex save for me.
Son of a bitch. Oh yeah, how many temporary hit points do I get? I'm
Oh,
sorry.
yeah. 17.
17.
Would Bless help at all with a 19? No, because it's a
20,
isn't it?
It's
24 to save.
Will Bless help at all with that one?
I'm not
I don't know,
roll
maybe.
because I can't get a 24.
Yeah, so
Megabyte, use blast. Come on.
Megabyte does not have Bless.
Oof.
So yeah, 16 points to damage. Anybody with resistance to bludgeoning takes half. And Megabyte, you take half here is 8. Megabyte, you take an additional 4 because DOS. Because wording bond.
because does.
Because wording bond.
8 plus 4 is 12. Okay.
Yes.
Even with advantage, Dawes cancel.
And you have all been knocked prone.
Motherfucker.
Again.
Again. Which brings us to the dragon's turn. Does it get its
Did
breath
anybody lose any hit points enough to make a concentration save?
level? Oh,
Wow, sorry, how much damage was it?
16.
16? Okay, that's exactly as much.
I definitely continue my concentration, so we still have bravery, boys.
It does not get its breath weapon back. Good for you guys. And it's going to... What is
Oh,
it going
yeah.
to do?
It's got disadvantage on any attack that's not against me.
Ah. And it's got disadvantage
already
just
says, yeah.
on attacks because it's dancing. Which is always fun. It's going to make attacks against... Yeah, I guess it'll go after Drew because of the annoyance of your existence.
Hurt me, daddy.
Imagine this really pissed off dragon, and still pissed off, but it's just dancing. while angry.
It
First,
can use its action to stop dancing, or to try.
oh, it can use its action to try to stop dancing. Does it
Yes.
also get a save at the end of its turn?
No,
No, I
that
think
is.
that's it.
that is the save.
Oh, it's just gonna attack. It's got a very good attack bonus. A 26, I think, still hits you.
Yeah,
Okay.
What is your AC?
24.
Then I feel bad for all the extra damage I'm giving. I'm gonna use my reaction to Runic Shield. Roll that to hit again, please.
Okay.
Just so it's
Still
Chat.
still hits. And this is the bite attack for 19 points of damage. Are you concentrating on anything?
I am.
Okay, go ahead and roll the save there.
That's a 10, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I have a plus 11 to my save, so
Oh, okay, that's fine.
there's no way I can miss
So
that.
then this is first claw at disadvantage. 22 misses. You said you have a 24.
Yeah, I have a 24.
Okay. And then second claw definitely hits.
Okay.
So that's 2d6 plus 10. 15 points of damage. You're fine on concentration still.
Yeah. I'm going to use telekinetic reprisal.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see, the creature that dealt damage. It needs to make a strength saving throw.
Mm-hmm.
What stat did you increase with this feat, Azer?
You're artificer, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, it would have been int.
Okay, so it's 8 plus.
So it's basically your spell save DC,
Yeah.
which I think a 23 is going to beat regardless.
Yes, it is. Let's see.
For now.
Yeah, for now. I think that would make it an 18 if you've maxed out. Maybe a 19 if you've maxed your stats.
Right now, I believe it's an 18.
Okay. 18 or
Max,
19,
I
but
think it's not.
it saves. Half
Okay,
damage?
it takes 4. Yeah, it takes 4 psychic and is not pushed.
Okay, cool. That ends its turn. Clockwork, you are up.
Okay, so I'm thinking people are hurt.
Yeah.
Who's hurt?
I just took like 34 damage.
Okay.
yeah.
So mostly Drew, Megabyte, and DOS.
Well, that might be another. Okay. First, I'm going to use my bonus action to move my totem. Right there. And then I'm going to do another Cure Mass targeting Drew.
I'm sorry, what happened to me? I was sneezing like crazy.
Nothing. I was mentioning that your hit points were theoretically low.
Okay.
Low for a barbarian.
Well,
That's 18 plus 14 for everybody.
Guys, I have
Oh, I didn't take the.
You went robot-y there for a second, Azer?
Oh, I was just joking. I was saying I have under 175 hit points. I'm wounded.
I didn't take the addition last.
I am back up to pretty much full.
Oh, yeah.
So thank you.
Yes.
Now you have to take 20.
So healing from this time and the 14 I forgot from last time puts me at looking healthy.
The last heal was from Azer, not Clockwork.
Didn't they both do one?
Yeah, but the 14 is only for Clockwork's heals.
Right, I didn't take it from hit before. I only took the 18.
Oh, gotcha. Then, yeah, that's fine. Anything else, Clockwork?
No.
Alrighty. The DOS, you're up.
Yes, sir. Okay. So. We're making a lot of concentration saves.
Yep.
So. Which is it? I think it's Hill. Yeah, just in case I lose my resistance to all, I'm gonna bonus action invoke my
You're
Hill
not
Rune.
going to lose that. You can.
Oh,
It's not a concentration spell that's doing that.
Well, then instead of Hill Rune, we'll pop
Oh, rip.
um,
Didn't mean to do that. My bad. Here we go.
which rune is it? It's Storm Rune. I'll bonus action to pop my. So I can now help out with things. And then I'm just gonna swing at it 3 times.
Go for it.
And he's dancing, so you get advantage on all of them.
22. with
22
advantage.
is
Bless.
its AC, but you have Bless. That's going to hit regardless. So 21 points of damage.
I ticked the Giant's Might for the damage, so it should have automatically added that.
Yeah, it's showing.
Yeah.
Okay.
If you mouse over the 10, it shows both the
Plus
Giant's Might
Giant's
and the
Might,
Eldritch
yeah.
Maul.
Okay.
So go ahead and do your next thing. Next attack. 23 hits for 9 points of damage.
Then another 23 to hit for 9 more.
Yep.
At least you're consistent.
And action surged for 3 more swings.
Go for it.
Did
Does
you action surge earlier? Or am I crazy?
I've got 2, don't I?
Not until
Not yet.
17.
Oh, not yet. No. You're right. Never mind. Disregard that last roll.
Okay. Any movement?
I did move it up, but I
Oh,
don't
gotcha.
have any extra. Then temporary hit points, please.
Gotcha.
And then you're up, Azer.
15. And I feel like Bless is doing work, so I really don't want to drop concentration on that.
It's nice. Upcasting Plus just gives you more targets, right?
Yes.
Yeah. Yeah, if it gave you more dice, that would be insane.
Yeah.
It's one more target per additional level of spell, I believe.
Yeah, I could upcast it. I
Actually,
suppose,
it
in
might
case we
be-
get everybody at this point.
It might be every other level that Bless upcasts. I forget.
I have a question, Clockwork.
Yes.
Can your thing here take damage?
Oh, the totem? No.
No. I mean, if it could, I think I could just re-summon it.
It's is not considered like a creature, though, is it?
No, it's incorporeal and doesn't take up space, so it presumably can't take damage either.
Okay.
Also, just so you know, anybody who wants to do anything involving a dexterity check from the dragon, as long as the irresistible dance, it has a disadvantage on dex saves.
Good to know.
Yeah, actually, keeping that in mind, what I'm going to do is, yeah, I'm going to.
Grab a sleeve of crackers on your way down if you could.
Every 2 spells above second. I'm just trying to remember how this upcasts. So, yeah, I'm going to go ahead and use an 8th level spell slot
Oh,
to
God.
upcast spiritual weapon.
Oh, Jesus. Oh, yeah, because it's every other level, right?
Yeah,
Every other level it
I was
gets an
just trying to
extra
figure out
die.
if I'd be wasting the spell slot or not, but 8th does work.
Yeah, yeah. And you get an attack as part of that.
Yes.
I'm not going to bother putting it on the thing.
Oh, that did not roll correctly.
There's an extra bracket at the beginning, maybe?
Every time you do that attack, you have to call its name.
Let me try getting rid of the stuff with the brackets at the beginning, see if that works. Yeah, that was the problem.
Yeah. Because that's not concentration, right?
No, it's not. But it misses.
Yeah, that misses. You still have your action.
Yeah, and with my action, bearing in mind the disadvantage on dex saves, I will go ahead and Spiritual Flame.
Alrighty.
Or Sacred Flame, rather.
Which fails, yeah.
It's 18 radiant damage.
Nice.
And I will move just a little bit up to hopefully avoid any cone action.
Alright.
Re-up my temp HP.
At the end of your turn, it's going to make a tail attack at you at disadvantage. Which I believe hits.
Yes.
For 22 points of damage.
And it gets rid of temp HP.
Oh, and you don't need to do a concentration check. Or you might.
I do, but it's just going to be a 10.
Yeah.
So 16. So 6 hit points of damage.
Alright.
Oof. Just barely.
Yeah. And that brings us to Megabyte.
I am going to go 8 here. And I'm gonna pet that cute little kitty.
Do you have advantage on your attacks?
Why'd you do Chill Touch?
I thought it'd do more damage. You know,
Well, that's
fire against-
you're gonna drop concentration on, or not drop concentration. You're gonna drop.
Oh, my rage.
Yeah.
I always forget rage.
Also, you
Forget
get
that.
you get your attacks at advantage, so it's definitely better to do that right now.
Yeah, forget that stupid shit.
Yeah, so attack rolls are advantage right now from the dance.
Oh, okay, that one hits.
His attacks seem low. Is that math correct? +3, +5? Oh, is your strength?
Yeah, he
is
doesn't
only
have
at
high
+3.
strength at the moment.
Okay, gotcha. Yeah, second one hits, dealing 11 points of damage.
His main job is tanking hit points with Warding Bond, so all of the ASIs went into Constitution.
Gotcha. Which also means decent AC.
Yes.
Okay. Anything else, Megabyte? Bonus action?
Can't do much. That's about it.
Alrighty. Then, Beef, you're up.
There
I'll
we
let you
go.
re-up your temp HP, Mega.
Doss, how you
Hey, good.
doing?
Pretty
You get
good.
20 temp HP, Mega.
How's your life force?
Thank you.
It's looking pretty rough. It's definitely taken quite a bit of damage. You
How's
can see it.
How's everybody else's life force?
I'm full.
I'm fine.
So it's literally just DOS and by extension Mega Man. Right?
Oh yeah. Yeah.
Alright, so let's go ahead and positioning here, sprawl close. Dragon right in front of me. So I guess this is gonna be my bonus action.
Oh, don't forget you can still use your bonus action to Hexblade's Curse. You haven't done that yet.
I haven't,
Boost damage.
but I know.
And then you also crit on a 19 or a 20, which is nice.
And he did say that the. Right, so.
Let's see, I have 2, 4 poison spots, so we're gonna upcast this. Okay. We're gonna cast that on DOS.
Ignoring the damage part.
Yeah. So you get 9 hit points back. Or 11 hit points back.
Is that because of my ticks? Sorry about that.
No, you're good. It happens. It's not automatically applying damage, so he can just ignore the 12. So heal for 11, Das.
I just did.
Awesome.
Right. And then.
And it is with advantage right now.
Okay, so I can take that. Advantage for. No.
Are you booming blading it?
I am booming blading it as my action.
That is its AC, so unfortunately that does not hit. And I don't think you were one of the people who got blessed.
Nah, unfortunately not.
Rip. All right. Well, that's it.
Which brings us to Drew.
All right. Make this short and sweet. I'm going to use Booming Blade.
All right, go for it.
And by Booming Blade, it's Booming Punch.
What is it? One punch.
Oh, and Beef, I'm not going to
Nope.
give you temp HP because that would cancel your
Advantage,
armor
true.
value.
Oh, yeah. There we go.
You have bless, so go ahead and roll a d4. Or actually, it'll hit with a d4. So go ahead and roll damage.
Okay, just make sure. Okay, I do have it too.
21 points of damage. Very nice.
Yeah.
And that brings us to Sleph.
You know, having picked a very bad level 5 spell, I'm going to burn my level 5 spell slot and use a magic missile at level 5.
Go for it. That just happens. And that's 3 at level 1.
Yes, so it would be 7
4,
altogether.
5, 6, yeah, 7d4 plus 7.
Yep.
That is
Damn!
25 points of damage. That is a very good roll.
And I'm also going to stand up.
Alrighty.
I like to imagine you did it in that order too.
Yeah. I kneeled, cast the magic missiles, and then stood
Just
up.
do it.
I'm
Kick up.
down for it.
Already. And because of course it is, wing attack. So dex saves from everybody but Clockwork.
And Selef, you get 19, and Drew, you got 17.
I got 19. Awesome.
Would anybody benefit from advantage on this save, actually?
I don't even know why I make dex saves at this point.
I literally can't save, so I'm not gonna bother.
So that is 13 points of bludgeoning damage. And if it's halved, it's 6.
So 9 total,
So,
my buddy.
according to, and I think I may have forgotten this once, but that's okay. According to the armor,
Yes.
Yeah, you'll lose the temp HP, but unfortunately, because it's not an attack roll, it doesn't take the damage from it.
Yeah, so it's only on attack rolls. And it might even be only on melee attacks, but I don't remember.
hit you with a melee. Oh, okay. Okay.
Yeah.
I got you.
So it's only on melee attacks, unfortunately.
Right.
But you still do get the temporary hit points from it, and so that'll eat most of the damage. If not all of the
Right.
damage.
Yeah, because
I
he
think it
cast it
gives
at
me
third,
15.
so he has 15.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, so you still have 2 temp hit points. So if it melee attacks you, you will get to do damage to it.
Got it. Cool.
Anything else, Sleph? Or I guess it did that at the end of your turn.
Yeah. I think it already went, didn't it?
Well, so that it would do that at the end of your turn. So if you wanted to do something right before, it would be.
Oh, I guess I'll stand up again.
Okay, that's fine. Which
Your
brings
last half of movement.
brings us to its turn. Let's see if it gets its breath weapon. It does not. So it is going to make a full round of attacks. attacks against Drew, I guess, because
The last
Fuck Drew.
they hit it.
yeah. Well, also Drew has a thing on his character that is it's at disadvantage. That was a D6 for some reason. Armor Artificer that he's using has a thing that gives it disadvantage against everything but you, but it has disadvantage on everything, so that one, I think that one hits.
Yeah.
So that's a claw attack.
There's no point in blinding it if it's already has like disadvantage from two separate sources, is there? Yeah.
Not really. And then the second claw attack, I think, misses.
Yes.
Yeah, so that is its turn. I think. Give me a sec. Yeah, that's its turn. Clockwork, you're up.
All right, everybody. Wellness check. How you doing?
Doing pretty good.
Doing
Pretty sweet.
Well,
Doing
you know,
doing great.
kind of had this argument with my ex yesterday, and I don't know.
All right. Well, I can't help you there. So that's outside the purview of medic. I can give you a lollipop. That's about it. So I'm just gonna move over here, and I'm gonna take a page out of Celeste's book, and Pull of the Dead.
All right, that's a wisdom saving throw on its part.
Yes.
Plus 10. I believe that saves. Yeah. So that's going to save. So no damage.
Yep.
All
Well,
right.
no, it should be on the D8s now.
If I remember correctly, it's no damage on a save, but it takes D8s if it's
Oh yeah.
hasn't taken damage. If it has taken damage, it's 12s.
Yep. I got it.
Alrighty. Anything else?
Nope.
All right. Doss, you're up.
Das Vidanya.
I think for Cloud and Storm. Oh, I didn't take Cloud. The only rune I haven't invoked so far is Cloud. Oh, and that's as a reaction. You don't have to bonus action. Okay. I'm gonna,
Yeah, that one's not useful in a one boss fight.
yeah. 3 swings. Let's go at it.
You get 4, remember, because you have haste.
Oh yeah. I haven't been doing that, I forgot.
Yeah, go ahead and make your 4 attacks.
1, 2.
Oh, DM, I forgot to say. I was gonna move back once I was done attacking.
That's fine. Go ahead and move to where you would like to be.
4. So the first one misses, the last 3 will hit because of the blessed die.
Yes.
Unless I don't have bless.
First one is incapable of hitting even with bless. Last one will definitely hit because of bless. So that is 12, 18, 27, 38 points of damage. And that, what's the D8 for?
Giant's Might. I didn't have it ticked.
Gotcha. What did I say? 38.
38.
46. It is on its very last legs.
Jesus, all right.
As we come to Azer's turn, it is going to use its legendary actions, 2 of its legendary actions, to make a wing attack in its last efforts. So that's dex saves all around, with the exception of Clockwork. Anybody who is still prone, I believe, are dex saves disadvantage when you're prone?
I
I mean, most people are going to fail anyway, so.
I
Uh,
assumed
I'm
at this
literally
point,
dancing,
since
so-
we're close, standing up was just a given.
Yeah.
Beginning of turn.
Yeah, yeah. It's going to be 18 points of damage. Half is 9. Megabyte, that's going to be 13.
And that's attacking everybody?
That's everybody within 15 feet. So that's the wing attack again, where it's a saving throw, not an attack roll.
Okay, can I use Hellish Rebuke as a reaction?
You most certainly can. What's the save on that?
If you click on the name.
Oh yeah, click on the name and it'll give me all the details. And I think it's half damage, right?
Yeah,
Yes.
let me see what level I want to cast that at. I have some,
Oh, because it's a spell as well. Forgot about that.
a couple levels. So I'll do that.
Okay, and that is, what is it? Con save? Dex save plus.
Good damage roll for that.
And regardless of what you cast it at, it dies. So it
Good shit,
beats its
bro.
wings down, and in reaction, you throw this spell at it.
I hate to be that guy.
Oh, it's fire damage, isn't it?
Fire damage.
No,
Okay,
it's
well,
not dead.
No!
Since that didn't work, I will
Thank you.
use
Aw.
the telekinetic reprisal since I took damage as well.
Okay, go ahead. What's the save on that? Strength
That
save,
is-
right?
Yes,
Fucking
strength.
rip.
Good move, though.
It would have been fantastic. if
That
it
would have
had
been
damage.
great. It's fire damage.
You did a
Oh,
rebuke
man.
spell to kill a dragon? Man, I had my second of glory there.
So it's going to take half of 13, so 6.
It's still standing.
Oh no!
Oh, 1 second. You guys are gonna find this fucking hilarious.
It's one, isn't it?
It I don't think I have anything.
It is at 1 hit point.
Oh,
Oh my god.
Well, I was going to do this anyway, but now it's even funnier because it's at 1 hit point. I am going to use my 7th level spell slot to cast Divine Word, which kills it instantly.
Alrighty. Is that? I assume that's like power word kill.
It has to make a charisma saving throw.
Oh, okay. It's actually very good at those.
Oh, well, then it might not work.
I think
Oh,
that
shit.
saves.
Well, then, bonus action, I'm going to swing my spiritual weapon.
Yeah, go for it. Roll your attack.
Don't miss. There you go.
That hits, yeah. Finally, after all of your efforts of spells that did nothing, it is, we'll say, decapitated by the spiritual weapon. That brings
What a
us
roller coaster.
to the end of our first fight. You all gain a level, as well as to your character sheets has been added one common, uncommon? I don't know. One magic
Uncommon
item.
was the start. Now it's a rare. Gets added.
Okay, so one rare magic item. And we are going to take our first quick break. Let's say 10 minutes. I want to get some water. And we will get moving after that. So we'll be right back.
It's already done. I know. We can just click on the character sheet.
Audio is still live, just so everybody knows.
That's fine. So anyway, that Peter guy, like I was saying, no.
I meant for the stream, but thank you.
Oh, it wasn't good things, Peter.
So I'm probably gonna disappear for a bit to go get my meal around 5 o'clock. So I'll take about like 5-10 minutes.
Hey, can you bring me something too?
It depends.
I mean, name your price.
No, it's whether I care or not.
Oh. Oh,
I'm sorry.
hey, I'm not. Listen, I'm not the one, damaging everybody every time I took damage. I healed people. I almost thought I killed it, except for a minor technicality.
You didn't smite once. That was amazing.
I did. Oh, look, man, I was told to use Booming Blade. Okay.
You can smite on a booming blade.
Oh.
It's just when you hit, you can smite.
Oh.
Most people save them for crits, which you just didn't happen to get. But if you just want to do the extra damage, you can smite.
Oh.
The shield is just +2 AC, right?
A normal shield, yes.
Okay.
If anybody has any questions about their magic items, now's the time to ask.
Can I swap out the flying broom for the badge of the watch?
Yeah, you can swap those around. That's fine.
Okay.
Moving on to the next sheet.
Watch. We're all
Just remember that the badge of the watch does not work with a shield.
Yeah. I was just gonna unequip the shield that I had so I can change my damage to D8s, right?
That's if you have your Thunder Gauntlet should be doing D8s already.
Oh. Is there something? I can't remember anymore.
Yeah, the reason for the badge of the watch was because you're going to get the Staff of Power the level after that, so you'd want to have one hand free for your Thunder Gauntlet and just hold on to the staff.
Oh, yeah.
Although, given the rate of progress, don't know if we're going to get through 2 more fights. Which is a shame, because a couple of you get the Illusionist Bracers as your very rare, which lets you double cast cantrips.
Yeah.
I actually might, after the next fight, skip us ahead to level 20 just for the hell of it.
Who's supposed to be streaming next?
That's there's an hour buffer between this and Chance to Wake.
Yeah, there's a normal D&D stream or TTRPG stream that happens Sunday nights anyway. It is? Okay.
Yeah.
That happens Sunday nights anyway, that starts at 9. So we technically can run over by a little bit as long as we're done by 9 so that can happen.
Oh yeah, this is going till 8, isn't it?
Yes, officially till 8. So we still have 3.5 hours. I'm thinking we might be able to get 2 fights in. I think after this, I think I'm going to switch us to just jump us to level 20.
We could jump to 17.
That's true. That is also a fun one.
Yeah, because then the proficiency bonus goes up, all sorts of things.
Yeah, screw it. Jump to 17. We'll do that, and then we'll jump to 20 for the 3rd fight if we get to it.
Okay, so 17.
I'm growing so quickly.
Are we going to be doing level 16 or what? 17, 18?
No, we're just going to skip to 17.
Because of time constraints, we're skipping over to 17. You'll get everything that's on the level 17 character sheet, which includes all of the level 16 stuff.
I get it.
Yeah. Do you get your? Drew?
Oh, nothing. Never mind.
Cool.
So what level characters are we doing next?
17s.
Okay.
So do I need
you
to
have
make
any
edits
questions
to the
about your
sheet?
magic items? You're not editing your sheet, you're just switching over to the next
Right.
one. So
But I
that
don't
one
need
should
to,
already be set up.
I don't need to add any items or anything.
No, the items are already in.
So I have a rune maul, plate armor, eldritch claw tattoo, you know what that is. Holy symbol, a crystal, a flute, a focuses and items. One saddle of the Cavalier.
Yes, because now you can conjure a familiar, or not a familiar, a steed, and you can ride on that.
Is that
Wait.
inside, outside? Does it matter?
Does not matter.
Oh, okay. Okay, cool.
So you can fly around on that. It should already be set up for you on your.
Oh, I have a mount and a familiar.
Yes, you can do both of those. And we did. Peter, did we say that he could do those during the long rest because they're not?
Yeah, that can
like,
be done
instant
during the
spell
long rest
casting?
because that lasts indefinite.
Okay, how does the familiar come into play? Is that a cast?
The familiar, basically, you can it can cast a touch spell for you if you wanted to do that, and it can provide the help action, which gives the next person to attack the creature that it does that to advantage
Oh,
on
okay.
one attack.
I just
It's
meant
basically a little minor buff that
I
has
meant-
very low hit points.
I gotcha. But I just wanted to see how to get them, but I see it here. It's find familiar.
Alrighty.
Familiar.
Yeah,
sphere.
so we're allowing you to cast those during the downtime because it has like a 10-minute or 1 hour casting time for that. So you would not be able to cast it in the battle.
Yeah.
Okay, I got you. I want to do that. Okay, basically
And-
once we.
And then the other thing to consider is if you guys would like to use any remaining spell slots that you might have, that can give you like a pre-fight buff that will last through the fight.
I did keep my 6th
Okay.
level. I could do Hero's Feast if we want to do that.
But that's up to you guys. I am gonna say let's. That's been about 10 minutes for our break, I think. Maybe a little less, but let's start getting set up. So go ahead and position yourselves as you see fit.
Oh, do we need to swap the tokens around, or
I only assigned the tokens to the level 15s.
I don't think it affects anything really.
Initiative, yes, it does affect for initiative. No, you
Uh,
have to click for it to do the initiative.
I think
Oh,
it'll.
yeah, I think that would have an issue.
Yeah, I'll go through.
Yeah, we can
and-
do that manually. It only matters once.
Yeah.
Yeah, we can just roll
if
I
we
can-
keep these tokens to like roll initiative and then just roll from the.
We can just
Yes,
roll
'cause-
initiative and type the numbers into the turn order now without even resetting.
Yeah, that's the other thing is you can just add them now. So you can just roll initiative without selecting a token, and then
Oh, it just automatically did it anyway.
oh yeah, so it just uses that token for calling out whose turn it is, kind of thing.
That didn't work for me.
Did you have the token selected?
Yes.
Huh. Wild.
Oh wow. Yeah, I removed myself from turn order, selected my token, and rolled from the new sheet, and it put me back in turn order.
I mean, you can also just add.
Yeah, it
Oh,
automatically
Megabyte.
put me mine, updated mine.
It looks like it updated yours.
Well, I
Megabyte.
deleted
Yeah,
my
I did it
token
myself.
from
I
the map.
updated
Oh,
it
okay.
manually.
Gotcha.
automatically.
Gotcha. So we've got 4 initiatives. Is anybody?
Sorry, I still got to roll.
Do we know if anybody is still AFK?
Sorry, I got to roll.
You're good.
The things we changed in the gear, Chris, for the character sheet, are gonna need to be changed again for this one.
It got worse.
Alright.
It got worse.
You
Do I
did
need a token
indeed
for my
get
familiar?
worse.
You need to what?
Do I need a token for my familiar?
Yeah, you can drag that in.
Oh, I didn't assign tokens to those. I don't think. Did I? I did assign a familiar
has one,
token.
but
Yeah.
The
does
mount
not.
doesn't. I'm just gonna assume if you're using the mount, you're on the mount,
Yeah.
kind of thing. I guess it can attack. I'll just assume it's next to you. It'll be fine.
Let's assume I'm on my mount. And what is my mount?
It's set up for, I believe, the Griffin.
Okay, yeah, we're gonna go. His first name Peter.
What?
Not particularly funny. Yeah, it is set up for the Griffin.
And I believe those go just at the end of your turn. So,
Oh, the Griffin.
Normally they do roll their own initiative, but if we're gonna do it like we've been doing in Antara, then
Yeah, we're just for simplicity. They go on your turn at the end of your turn.
Okay, so my turn, then my familiar, and then my mount, and then.
Technically, you command your familiar. I don't think it necessarily takes an action to do that, but yeah, unless you're casting a spell through it, in which case it does take an action. But
Gotcha.
you're just using it. You can be further away, so you can do a touch spell through your familiar from across the arena. I think there is a
If you're a
range limit.
frontline fighter, the main benefit for you is if you do want to prepare Cure Wounds from your Paladin spell list, you can use your familiar to touch Cure Wounds on an ally that you're not next to.
Yeah, that's the big benefit.
Okay. All right. Well, okay.
Uh,
I think I got enough of that.
I need to find the stat block.
But your mount can attack, which is important.
Yes.
Yeah.
I imagine the items we've been given were for a reason.
For the most part, yes. Some of them were just like, this I think could be helpful, and it fits the rarity requirement for this level, but most of them were selected specifically to augment the build.
Okay.
That explains why I didn't get the boots of blinding speed.
Yeah, if
Well,
anybody
those are
has
kinda
any
redundant
questions
boots,
about
right?
how their magic items work, now's the time to ask.
Like, can I have a knife that kills everything in one shot?
Called Maroon's Razor.
Alrighty. Everybody go ahead and position where you would like to be. Generally on the same side of the arena that you were before.
So we start on the left side, yeah?
Right.
Over this
Right.
way.
All right side.
Near the
I
ping.
don't want to be in the water.
I'm on top of the pillar on my mount.
It's not actual water. It's just slightly different colored ground.
Blue
Look
sand.
a lot like water.
See,
It's
the
blue
irony
sand.
is that I wasn't sure how you were going to set this up, Peter, so I gave a couple of people ways to move around in the water.
Ah, gotcha.
It's like, I don't know, maybe he's going to have us fight a kraken underwater for one of these fights.
Hello, Cloak of the Manta Ray.
Alrighty, and its initiative is 18.
Oh, we're supposed to be rolling initiative. Rip. I was setting my spells.
Yeah, sorry.
Oh yeah, I need to do my spells too. Oops.
Yeah, take a couple minutes to do your spells.
I just finished.
I am rolling
We
on
have-
my 16 thing now, even though it says I'm on my 15.
That's fine.
Just so you're aware.
No, that's
It should be
no,
like 17 though.
Oh yeah, sorry. Yeah, 17. You were away when we decided that. Because of time constraints, we're gonna just jump to 17, and then if we get to the third fight, we're gonna do 20.
Now I have to do my freaking prepared spells all over again.
Sorry.
Well, you
How-
can just copy them.
How
for the most
dare
part.
you?
Oh,
No,
it didn't add me back to.
Just have two pop-outs.
I'm not really that angry.
You're not part of this fight.
Doss, what was your initiative? What did you roll?
18.
It's 18 in the turn order.
Mine?
Yeah,
Oh, there it is. I
Yeah.
rolled over my token. Where is
right
it?
between Megabyte and Beef.
Here we go.
What's your bonus to initiative? Oh, yours is a 17?
Megabyte. You and I both rolled 18s and both have 14 decks, so. who
Somebody-
do you want?
Yeah, you can either
Two to
pick or somebody roll it, or you both roll a d20.
You want to roll for it, or? I don't really mind if you go first.
A match of fisticuffs can solve it too.
We could do a 1v1 for it.
Megabyte, you might be muted.
Might just not be.
Oh
I
yeah, he might just be
AFK.
AFK.
He did say he had to go get food at some point. So it would take,
Oh,
like-
gotcha.
I thought that was at 5 though, so it might
It is at
maybe
5.
it came early.
Yeah, maybe. I'm just gonna judgment call because we can then get started, and it'll just get to his turn when it gets to his turn. We're gonna put Doss first.
Okay.
Alrighty. Celef, I can give you another minute. You're first, so I'll give you a minute to sort out prepare.
Real quick, also, did we want to do Hero's Feast as our pre-battle buff?
Yeah, I think so.
I think that's what we talked about.
Advantage on wisdom saves, immune from being frightened, I believe, and 2d10 to your max hit points.
Where was that last?
You didn't get a buff before last battle.
I know.
This one you do get a buff. So yeah, immune to being frightened, advantage on all wisdom saving throws,
Nice.
and your maximum hit points are increased by 2d10. And that's so everybody gets 7 additional hit points, and that's your maximum hit points increase, not temporary hit points. They are different things. And
Sorry, I missed quite a lot.
I take my hit points and I add 7 to it.
you're good. We're still figuring out pre-fight buff. So before this fight, you cast Hero's Feast. So everybody is immune to fear and poison. Have advantage on all wisdom saving throws, and your maximum hit points are increased by 7.
Okay, thank you.
You are also cured of any disease or poison, but that's less relevant because you also are healed to full. Anyway, so. And those 7 hit points are different than temporary hit points. These can be healed.
Wow, I read through it and I realized I was doing my freaking prepared spells wrong. I was majorly nerfing myself.
Oh, good to know. All right.
So I'm all set up now.
Good to
So I'm
go?
First to go.
And your enemy arrives.
The fuck is that?
You don't know. It is a red wolf-like creature whose tail appears to be some kind of snake. And let me center. Sorry, this is for the stream. For the sake of the stream.
I don't play enough D&D to know all these monsters. At least not high-level D&D.
Good.
That snake
Oh.
looks like a monkey.
The stream is not centered.
It does look like a monkey.
It does look like a monkey.
But is your gym partner a monkey? That is my question.
The stream appears to be... Oh, there it is. It's just lagging.
I vote to change the tail to a monkey.
Yeah, I
Distracting
see.
monkey with bananas.
Oh, that means we're gonna be slipping a lot, going prone. Oh man. It's
It'll
gonna
be just like
Mario
last
Kart.
fight.
Yeah, sorry everybody. Just give me 1 minute to get the stream centered up.
Well,
Okay,
hopefully
man.
he's not gonna open with a cone of fire that deals 40 hit.
All
There
right,
you go.
70.
Celeste, go for it. You are up first.
God, I have no fucking clue. I'm going to cast heroism on myself.
Mm-hmm.
Just so I have that. And I don't. We didn't start with the temporary hit points from the feast, did we?
No, you get essentially
those
a
are permanent hit
permanent
points. So I
7
get-
hit points.
I get 10 hit points from that. Cut those rough terrain. So I'm going to move to there. And call that a turn for now.
Okay.
Wow, it's the almost the exact same as last time where I go and then the enemy goes. Y'all need to roll better, come on.
Alrighty. It now is going to... Fuck. Oh, I'm on the wrong layer. I was about to
feel
say
like
I'm
that's
frozen.
not an appropriate thing
is
for
that
you.
No,
what you're gonna do?
I thought I was
Yeah.
frozen, but I was just on the wrong layer. It's fine.
Quick question: does my mount give me any different changes to my speed or movement?
Yes.
Yes.
If you click on your mount's character sheet, it'll show its speed. That's your speed while you're mounted.
Okay, sorry.
All right. It is going to move to here,
And then if I'm on a griffin, does that mean that I'm in the air or on the ground, or do I choose?
You can pick to be in the air should you desire to be in the air.
Okay.
Yeah. It is going to move to there, and
PM earthquake.
sorry, I'm looking stuff up.
You're good.
You're good.
It doesn't help with the constant side. I apologize. I do that
no,
way too
it's
much.
it's fine. This thing has a lot of stuff it can do. I'm trying to figure things out.
Oh, great. Yeah, that's good to know.
It is going to cast a spell. And the spell it's going to cast is on
Meteor.
in initiative order, top to bottom. So it's going to cast on Doss.
Yay.
Make a wisdom saving throw for me.
At advantage.
Yes, at advantage.
Ooh.
Was up.
If I was gonna counterspell that, do I have to? Can I wait to see how DOS rolls?
You're
before-
supposed to declare it when I say that it's casting a spell.
Gotcha.
In this case, it is fine if you would like to counterspell because you did not know that in advance. Future reference, you have to do it before anybody does it. Just like when I say it's casting a spell, say, I would like to counterspell.
Okay.
Yeah.
Then sorry about that, but I would like to counterspell.
Okay.
Counterspell.
Give me a second. What level is this spell? What level are you casting it at?
Probably let's do 4th.
Okay. This spell is countered.
Okay.
Alrighty. So that's its action. I don't believe it has a bonus action that it can do right now. So
Good.
that is its turn. Go ahead and Doss, you're up.
Okay. Gonna start off Giant's Might again.
Okay.
Big boy Doss is here.
Yeah, let me do that for you. There you go.
Supersize me, Cap.
I'm going to.
Actually, that might be. Is that huge or is that large? Oh, it's actually slightly bigger. There we go.
Okay. Okay.
Gotta show who's boss here.
And one last thing.
What's up?
What's the size of this creature?
Huge.
Huge.
Yes.
which
So
means
you
I
can
can grapple it.
Yes. You can most certainly grapple this if you would like.
Were you gonna wrestle it?
If I would like.
I feel like Peter would like you to try that.
You are always welcome to grapple things. Or at least to try to.
Alright, I'm gonna
yeah.
close the gap from here where 30 feet is. That was right here, right?
Yep.
Yeah. So that's bonus action, that's movement. Still have an action. I'm going to throw my javelin.
Okay.
Rolled at advantage. Take the 22.
22 hits. 7 points of damage.
Oh, I also didn't take Giant's Might. Let me hit the D8.
Is Giant's Might on all attacks or only melee attacks?
Ooh, it might only be melee attack.
Okay, let me know. And I assume that's the end of your turn.
Yes.
It's only melee attacks, or are you still looking?
Oh,
With a weapon or unarmed strike.
Okay, yeah, that's fine.
Okay.
So minus one more. Alrighty. Yeah, cool.
That'll be turn.
Excellent. That brings us to Megabyte. You're up.
You get 2 attacks.
Oh, I do get to
Oh, you do
attack.
get to it, so you can throw
But I
another
can't-
javelin.
Oh, you get 3 attacks, but you
How
can
many-
only object interaction 1 to pull another javelin.
Oh, yeah. So you can pull another javelin and throw that.
I will do so. Oof.
Yeah,
You will
that
not do so.
definitely doesn't hit. Megabyte, you're up.
Yeah. All right.
You're good. Sorry for interrupting your food.
Oh, it's fine. So I'm gonna go right here, and I'm gonna go in action at that little corner, and then I'm gonna go right here. So when I go right beside Doss, I'm gonna smack his ass, and I'm gonna say, "I feel your pain," while giving him a warding bond.
All right. Is that an action for warding bond?
Yes.
Awesome.
And for my bonus, I'll do the rage.
Okay.
That's it.
Beef, you're up.
Oh shit, it's me. All right. So I am, I believe,
Alright.
flying already, which gives me a movement of 80.
Okay.
So we can move this. Okay, as I'm trying to move, there we go. So that puts me. Right. Hello, sir. All right. I am going to. That was my movement. Sorry, action. Okay, I am going to do. Wait, what? That's not what I clicked on. Oh. Wait, yes it is. I'm going to cast Blindness Deafness against the creature.
Okay.
At level, let me see here. I'm going to cast it at level 4.
And that's a con save, you said?
Wait, no, okay. So casting it at a higher level just lets me target more creatures. So I'm going to cast it at a level 2, and that is a Constitution saving throw.
Alrighty. It saves.
Oh boy, does it.
Hole.
Whoa.
So it. Oh shit!
Yeah.
Needless to say, that was a failure.
It has very good saving throws.
Yeah, there goes that original plan of mine.
Right, but that gives us some insight, guys. That gives us some
Yep, we're
insight.
learning.
All right, let me drop down my spell.
Don't
gauge
target
there.
its constitution.
Not target it. It's
Goodbye, Elemental Bane. Hello, something else.
okay. So how long is 1 minute considered? Would that be
10 rounds.
10 rounds?
Yes.
Okay. So, and then a bonus action can be used. An action can be used in a bonus action, right?
No. So it would
No.
the action type would be listed as bonus action.
Okay. So bonus action and action are two totally different things.
Yeah, so for a spell it would be casting time bonus action.
Got it. All right.
And you can only cast one leveled spell per turn.
One leveled spell per turn.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So I cast a leveled spell, so that means I'm literally limited to melee or cantrip.
Yes. Correct.
Okay. Got it. Take a look at this. It's an action. Sorry, guys.
You're good. It's
Action.
a lot to
Don't
pick
believe
up
there's
again.
any bonus action cantrips. There's 2, but neither one of them help, and I don't think you have them.
Yeah, they're
Okay, so
like non-combat cantrips.
basically, I can hit it with. Okay. So I'm gonna.
You can bonus action Hexblade's Curse, you can do your Chromatic Infusion or your Tattoo.
Yeah. So those are probably your best bets to just start buffing up.
Okay, so let me do the. I want to try the curse because I haven't gotten to use it yet. I want to do
Okay.
that.
So you can cast Hexblade's Curse and activate that.
I'm gonna apply that automatically. Okay.
Yeah, it doesn't get a save or anything like that.
Yep.
Apply Hexblade curse to damage roll. Yes. Submit.
So
You wouldn't be able to attack this.
yeah. So
Oh.
yeah.
Whoops. Okay.
That.
But it is in effect now.
But yeah, that the Hexblade's Curse is your bonus action.
I got it. Okay, so I thought those. Okay, so I cast. Okay, and how long is that active?
I think it's a minute, so 10 rounds, but I could be
10 rounds.
lowballing that.
It's
Okay.
either a minute or an hour. I don't remember for them.
Yeah. I think Hex is an hour.
Okay, got it. So
but
disregard.
I don't remember what this is.
Disregard the attack, and so yeah, I cast blinding. It failed,
It's one
and then I activated my Hexblade's curse. Here we go.
1 minute.
Yeah, it's 1 minute. Alrighty. At the end of your turn, it is going to use a legendary action to move to here, staying within your melee range. So it's still within your range, but it's moved. It has used one of its legendary actions to move.
I spooked it.
Sure.
Let's go with that.
We'll go with that. Clockwork, you are up.
Okie dokie. So I'm going to use my broom again, and I'm going to fly over here. And as I fly over Drew, I'm going to cast Warding Bond.
Okay.
Sweet.
And then as a bonus, I'm going to move my totem 60 feet. It's all right there-ish.
Alrighty.
Hello, Totem.
Oh, Totem, my old friend.
And that's my turn.
Miss you again.
Alright. At the end of your turn, it's going to use another legendary action to cast a spell.
Oh god.
And
Oh,
it's going to target. Who's it going to
Oh,
target?
I can't. Wait, you said you're casting a spell.
Yes.
I want to use my counter spell.
Okay. What level are you casting counterspell?
Let's see here. I gotta be smart about this. So let's do it at a level 4.
Okay. Let me look up what level this spell is. I think you have to roll for this one, which is
He did, and it's a 26.
Oh, damn! Yeah, it is. That
He rolled
definitely.
very well.
That definitely succeeds.
19, nice.
So it is counterspell.
Nicely done, brother.
Casting no spells.
Very good, very good.
Until it casts up really big spells.
Who is up next? Oh, it's Azer's
That's
turn.
the spirit.
There is a reason that I made sure just about every spellcaster that I built has
Has
counterspell.
counterspell. Yeah. In case I had something
We're all
that could
blue
cast
players,
spells.
okay?
Yeah.
I mean, this is smart though. We're keeping it shut down early while we're getting our buffs in.
Right.
So
Dragon got the drop on us.
Yeah, it really did.
It's not happening this time.
All right. So Azer, you're up.
Unless,
Or
of
is it?
course, he cast a 17th level spell.
which is possible.
I think Mistra would definitely have problems.
Peter,
with it.
are you muted on purpose?
Am I muted? I did not know I was muted. I was unaware I was muted. I don't
okay.
know how I got muted. I guess I bumped a mute button. Azer, you're up. That definitely counters the spell.
What the Zach? What are you doing? Stop.
Alright, I am going to go ahead and activate my Channel Divinity again, so
Mhm.
that aura pops up. There we go.
Excellent.
And I will go ahead and move around a little bit here to try and get as many people as I can in it.
That.
And bonus action, Shillelagh.
Okay.
And that's my turn, and I'll go ahead and roll for my temp HP, which I didn't set up on this sheet.
Just for clarification, am I outside of both of those auras?
Yellow, yes. Green, you're not out. Yeah, you're not even inside.
Yeah, it's typically we do more than half in. So you're just outside of both, I think.
Rip.
I mean, but you can also strafe around to be in.
Yeah, no. I just wanted
Both.
to.
Yeah, it's at the end of your turn anyway, so as long as you move into it and then end your turn, you're good.
Yeah.
Okay.
And Azer, you're done?
Yes.
Beef, you're up.
Oh, hey. We're gonna move
Yeah.
right there. That's it.
All right.
And
Wait.
then
Wait.
what?
Didn't he already have a turn?
Yeah,
Yeah.
9.
That's his previous.
Oh wait.
Oh, did it add you
Oh,
again?
you're right.
Oh, he's got 2 on
Undo
there.
that. Undo that.
Gotcha.
I never
I'll
removed
pull you
my
from the
weapon.
list. You're good. I pulled you from the second turn from the list.
Eating.
How do you
Thank you.
do the ruler?
On the top left, there's some
Thanks.
symbols. It's the one that looks like an upside down Q.
Huh?
Tool on the left, the ruler tool.
In the top left, there's a little bar of tools. The one that looks like an upside down Q is the ruler.
You can also set it so that nobody else can see what you're measuring.
And you can set it to snap to the center of the tile, snap to corners, snap to nothing, etc.
All right, so I'm gonna get on my broom of flying
Mm-hmm.
and move to there,
All right.
and then I will go ahead and hit it with a. Actually, I'll use my bonus action first to augment my weapon with. We'll do lightning damage again, and then I'll do a booming blade attack.
Okay.
As soon as my character sheet finishes loading, I can do it.
A 19 does not hit. That is its AC.
Okay. And that will be the end of my turn.
Alrighty. At the end of your turn, it is going to use its last legendary action to make a weapon attack. And it is going to do that on, I think there are 3 of you in range. It has reach of 15, so yes, there are 3 of you in range. Beef is 1, Drew is 2, Megabite is 3. So Beef, it is attacking you.
Oh, my reaction's back up, isn't it? Yeah.
Yes, because your turn happened. So you do get a Sentinel attack off of this.
Yes.
Confirming. Wait, 1 attack with either... Okay, weapon or snake bite. Okay. So this is a weapon attack. 17, does that hit? Or it's a 1, so it misses.
Yeah.
Plus 16, good lord.
Yeah. Alright.
Does a 29 hit?
29 hits.
Alright.
So it now has disadvantage on people who aren't you.
Correct.
And that's -8. Alright. Is that you said that's your turn?
Yeah. that's my turn.
Celeste, you're up again.
You get 19 temp HP.
Sweet.
All right. Range 30 feet. Oh, I know, Kitty. I'm sorry, my cat wants attention right now. I'm gonna cast blindness/deafness on. If it fails its Constitution save, I'm going to blind it.
Okay.
You remember that we just saw that it had a plus 16, I think, to Constitution saves.
Hey, there's
No,
always
my
a 1.
cat- My cat has been distracting me, so no, I did not see that actually.
There's
Oh.
always a chance.
Only
there's
a
still a
plus.
chance.
Only a plus 14.
Almost. Actually, that was pretty close.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Quick, someone throw Bane on it.
Right?
Oh, that's next turn.
Anything else?
He's my
I'm
neighbor.
going to walk up to it.
All right.
And I'm actually going to go AFK here for a second to use the restroom.
Isn't Bane a charisma saving throw?
Yes.
Actually, it's a Batman villain.
It's
All
very
right.
curious.
That makes it its turn. It is going to make a full attack. So 3 attacks, 1 with the weapon, 1 with the wolf head, 1 with the snake head.
Which of you 3 is more tanky? Actually, which of all of us?
It's actually attacking Drew, because Drew hit it with a thing that gives it disadvantage on everything on attacking anybody else.
Right, but still, who is more tanky?
What are you looking for in tanky? I think I have the highest AC, but
Megabyte has the highest hit points.
AC and hit point.
I have the highest AC, and Megabyte has like almost double my HP. I'm guessing.
I'm gonna do hit.
Oh.
That's
Yeah.
bad.
That is very bad.
Oh no!
I'm glad we're
So-
splitting that.
It's
I'm gonna
worse.
use my reaction to change the target of the attack to Mr. Beefy HP Boy.
Not as in beefy
So-
character.
It's worse than just a crit.
Yeah.
Where is it? 15-foot reach. If the target has at least 1 head and it rolls a 20 on its attack roll, it is decapitated.
Oh,
This was
Maybe I
oh,
change the
wow.
target of that.
Good night, folks.
So we just insta-lost someone.
I did-
Round 2, we already lost someone.
I did not think that would happen that early.
Yeah. Alrighty.
No, I wish I had put in Death Ward on you.
I don't think Death Ward prevents decapitation.
Yeah, probably.
And it dies if it can't survive without its head.
That's true.
Well,
A
hold on,
target
hold on.
is immune to
Dwarves
this.
need their head.
Wait, a target is immune to this if it takes no damage from the attack. So you do have temp HP, so as long as it rolls really low, you can survive.
As long as it
Technically.
rolls below 19, and I don't think I have anything else that could.
Or is huge or larger. Such a creature... Oh, if it doesn't die, it takes extra damage instead. So it's very... Oh, you only have 16. Yeah. You're...
That hellish rebuke, though.
You are... Wait, are you still redirecting it, or is it Drew that's taking this?
I do want to try to redirect it if I can for survivability for people, but if I can't redirect it to keep people alive, then like if it's not gonna matter who I redirect it to, then
Somebody is going to die, I think.
Yeah.
yeah.
Oh, actually, if it gets redirected, it's at disadvantage.
Oh,
Is it?
yes. Do that.
So
Please
do
do
that.
I will do that.
So because it's not, if you redirect it away from Drew, it's no longer hitting.
Watch it roll a second crit.
That would be pretty insane.
My initial intent was to move it from its intended target to someone beefy who can take a hit. So
Yeah.
if that prevents decapitation, I will definitely do that.
Yeah. So it prevents the crit by redirecting it away from Drew. So does a 21? You said you were redirecting it to beef. Does a 21 hit beef?
No, I'm redirecting it to the most HP, the beefiest person.
Okay.
Not to beef.
Somewhat confusing. So
I
to
mean, Eve is the beefiest person.
so to Megabyte, who is actually within its reach, at 15 feet.
The reach doesn't matter with the rune. It literally like moves it magically.
Oh, okay. So you can just pick somebody then.
Yeah,
Yeah,
anyone
within, I
within
think,
30
30
feet
feet.
of me.
Okay. So Megabyte, you take 26 points of damage. Did you rage?
Yes.
Okay. Does rage affect magic damage as well?
Should not.
He went bear totem, so it's basically all.
Oh,
damage.
so it's all damage except for psychic and I think necrotic?
Just psychic, and his race gives him psychic resistance.
Awesome. So you take 13 points of slashing damage. Second attack, which is now against Drew.
That was a close call.
Peter, do me a favor and don't roll another crit.
So that's only on the weapon.
Oh, man.
And it only gets 1 weapon attack per round. The 33 hits, so you take 2d6 plus 9, so you take 17 points of piercing damage. And lastly, the snake attack also hits.
Okay, this is all going towards me?
No, only that first hit was towards you.
Okay.
Only the
Oh,
13 points of damage is towards you. So then 1d6 plus 9. So 15 points of damage, and I need you to make a Constitution saving throw.
Remember, split the damage.
Oh. Megabyte, you put Warding Bond on Drew?
Yeah.
No.
Or, Clockwork put Warding Bond on Drew. So, so all of these are halved, Drew. So first one is 17 halves to 8. And Clockwork, you take the other 8. And then 15 halved to 7. And Clockwork, you take 7.
Nope.
And Drew, I need a con save.
Okay.
Glad we got that straightened out.
Okay. That saves. Doss's turn.
Okay. Let me just remeasure. Sure. 5. 30. Okay. I think it was here.
Okay. If you're dragging your token, you can right click and it will measure.
It doesn't work for me. My right click is set to map, so when I do that, it moves my token and drags the map off screen.
Gotcha. You can also hit Q, I believe, is bound to that as well.
Q? Oh, beautiful. Beautiful. We'll definitely make use of that. Thank you.
Cool. Alrighty.
So, that's movement. We're
Mhm.
gonna bonus action my claw tattoo,
Okay.
and I'm gonna take. At this level, I still only have 3 attacks, right?
Yeah, you only get 4 at level 20.
Yeah, it's your capstone. Is 4th attack.
Alright, so yeah, I'll take 3 swings at this thing.
Okay.
First, 32 to hit.
Definitely hits.
Second, 30 to hit.
You were rolling like a champ there.
Third, 21 to hit.
Yeah, all of those hit.
And one of those gets a Giant's Might D8 for 8 more damage.
Okay.
And I think that's all I can do. Yeah, that's all my stuff this turn. Unless I bonus action, I am on a roll with these
The
attacks.
bonus action
Or
with
not
your,
bonus action, the action surge. I think I will use an action surge and 3 more swings, just because I'm on roll.
Okay.
1, oof.
Of course.
Immediate punishment.
Yeah.
2, 19,
Does not hit.
and okay.
Does not hit.
Waste of an action surge.
You
Yeah,
literally
that's
had
horrible.
to say, oh, my
Drew.
Yeah.
Instantly jinxed myself.
Drew, is
Why would you even say
your
that, man?
Drew, is your thing on the end of its next turn or the end of your next turn / beginning?
Beginning of my next turn.
Okay, good to know. Yeah. It's going to, at the end of Doss's turn, it's going to cast a spell.
It is not going to.
Are you counterspelling?
Yeah. I'm gonna go.
Okay, what level?
Let me see what slots I still have. We'll say 4th again because I don't have any need for 'em.
Okay, go ahead and roll.
Okay.
If you click on counterspell, it should automatically roll for you.
Oh, sweet. As I find it.
Oof.
Okay, the spell is still going to happen.
Oh no.
I'm gonna go ahead and counterspell at a level.
Okay, you're also going to try to counterspell. Go ahead and roll. Okay, that counts. cancels it.
Beef saving the day. Thanks for the efforts.
Clerics, or not clerics, bards are the best counterspellers aside from abjuration wizards because they get to add half their proficiency bonus to it.
Oh, they do?
Yeah, it's part of Jack of all trades.
Oh, because it's a non-proficient ability check. Yeah, I did not realize that. That's super fun.
Hey, Peter,
What's up?
did the turn order get messed up a little bit?
Did it? 18.22, 18.14, 18.14. Oh,
Did Celeste?
Selef goes before it. Did I miss Selef's turn?
I mean, I was AFK anyways. I just got back.
Oh.
I feel like we did because I was thinking about whether or not I gave him
Yeah,
hit
yeah,
points, and I don't think I did.
Because he was talking about his cat bothering him right at the beginning of his turn, or right at the end of his turn. So yeah, you need to get your temp hit points, but he did go. He tried to blind it again.
Yes, right.
So Doss is done. Megabyte, you're up.
Okie dokie.
Oh, I stepped out of the auras. I don't get temp hit point.
Nope.
Whoops.
Alrighty.
What do I want to do? Spell or attack? Whatever. Let's just go
Well,
attack.
you're raging, so you can't spell without dropping rage anyway.
Yeah, I remember now. Why am I so forgetful? Advantage or normal?
There is nothing currently giving you advantage. If you would like advantage, you can reckless attack. That hits.
Oh,
Ooh, nice.
Ooh, a crit. Very nice. And you get an extra damage die, so roll an extra d6. Uh, 19. Awesome. Oh, music stopped. That's why it was weird. Keeps pausing itself for no reason. It's very annoying. Is that it, Megabyte?
yes.
Okay, cool. Beef, you're up.
All right, I'm going to move within. Oh God, I am on top of Drew. There we go. Not be all up in Drew's face. All right. So last time I forgot that my mount has attacks. It's fine. I'm not worried about doing that. But I'm gonna do that this time.
Mm-hmm.
So, and I want to do that before I forget. So my mount. Let's see here. Character sheet. The Griffin makes multi-attack. Does that mean its attack action is the 2 attacks that I see here, one with its beak and one with its claws?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. So how do I roll? Oh, I can click it.
Yep.
Okay. Pretty simple. Or am I at advantage for being in the air? Am I advantage?
Nothing is currently giving you advantage.
Nothing currently. All right. So do that.
Does not hit. That does hit. I don't believe that is magical, so it is taking half damage.
Slashing damage. Yeah.
Yeah, so it's non-magical slashing damage, so it's taking half.
Okay, and then I am going to do Spirit Shroud at a level 5.
Not that it really matters too much, but you should have done that first because when you're on your mount, you give it to your mount as well.
Oh shit! Okay, that's my bad. Okay.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it's
Wait.
part of the Find Greater Steeds spell description is when you're actually on your mount, any spells you cast that target you also target the mount.
Do non-magical attacks do less damage to this thing?
Yes, it has resistance to non-magical, at the very least, slashing damage.
Did you give it resistance to my strikes?
Do you have a magic weapon?
My fists are considered magical weapon.
Then yeah, you're fine.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure everybody has something to overcome, except for the mount, apparently.
Which is weird, because you think it would be magical, because it's literally a summoned
It's a
beast.
griffin.
Yeah.
Okay, and then I'm gonna do my wait a minute. That's a bonus action. Okay, then we're gonna do booming blade. That's my action. And I think, yeah, that's my action and my mode bonus action. So I think that's it.
I love hearing your out loud thinking because it shows the progress you're making and that you're thinking out your moves.
I'm just trying not to make mistakes, man.
You're doing great so far.
And even if you do make mistakes, we're not going to be judgy. We're going to help you correct them.
So I think that's it for me. It's my action, my bonus action. I turned on 2 of my buffs, so yeah.
Cool.
That's it.
You rolled the damage. You did not roll the attack.
Oh yeah, roll to hit first.
Oh, wait.
So you got to swing your maul.
So you should just be able to click on them all.
Oh, okay. Wait, so Booming Blade isn't its own separate, like, I thought that was something...
No, it just
that, like,
adds damage.
It adds damage to my... Okay, so that's
Onto
just...
a melee attack, yeah.
Onto, I mean, okay, so it's not an action in itself. It's just when I attack, I can add Booming Blade to that attack.
You cast
The
Booming
thing
Blade.
that you clicked on was the movement portion, so I set that up. If the enemy moves, you can just click that to do the movement damage for it.
Okay.
So you just want to keep the checkbox ticked for that, and then make your regular attack roll, and that'll do your Booming Blade damage.
Okay.
So Booming Blade is like Green Flame Blade. You cast the spell as part of your attack, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay.
And then, would I take Spirit Shroud too? Since I just cast that?
As long as
Okay.
you have that cast, you can keep it.
Those is Booming Blade a bonus cantrip?
It's a cantrip.
Okay, yeah, just checking for my own sanity.
Okay, then this, and then I do have the curse active, so we can do that. Submit,
Yeah, make sure all your stuff is ticked.
submit.
That
the
needs to
curse,
be.
The curse isn't a tick; it gives me a dialogue box when I attack. So, and not a crit. And okay, did we do that right? I think so.
Yeah, unfortunately you don't hit. But yeah.
We're getting set up for some big hits.
Sorry
They're
everybody,
coming.
there's
Damage is building up.
Yes. All right. That is it for my turn.
a firehouse near my apartment. So.
Is there temporary hit points and stuff since I'm in the circle?
Yeah. Let me roll that for.
Single tear rolls
21.
down my face. Only
21.
not getting.
All right. Cool.
Alrighty.
Peter said his house is on fire.
No, there's a firehouse nearby, so there was a fire engine going by.
I didn't hear it.
Oh, good.
I didn't hear it either.
Clockwork, you are up.
Okie dokie. Progress report, everyone.
Oh,
Full.
Okay.
Yeah, I am unharmed.
Well, that's
now.
pretty good then.
I think the only two who got hit were Megabyte and Drew.
Yeah, it seems to be a pretty weak boss. I think we won't have any problems, guys.
I'm not gonna say that yet. But, alright, I'm glad you
Now
think
he turns into his second form.
Watch him roll 5 crits in a row, decapitating everybody.
Never say tell the DM it's too easy. Never.
So I'm gonna fly in here, and then I'm going to make sure I'm in range.
Fire.
Yeah, just in range. No. I'm gonna cast haste on Drew.
Sweet.
And then, since I cast a spell on you,
Yep.
do you want to make an attack with your reaction?
Yeah. Actually, no.
You for-
My reaction's used up already.
Oh, okay. Well then. Yeah, I think that's it. Oh wait, no, I'm gonna move back 20 feet.
You're
Then
not
that's-
retreating, you're advancing in the other direction.
Yeah, I'm just flying around on my broom. Okay, it's a lot of fun. Actually, you know what? I'm gonna use my bonus and just move my token.
Alrighty. Anything else?
And that's for sure it.
Alrighty. At the end of your turn, it is going to use one of its legendary actions to cast a spell.
I will counterspell.
Alrighty. What level?
I'll do 4th.
4th? Okay, go ahead and roll. Yeah, that counters it.
Say figure.
Alrighty, so it is your turn.
Which
Poor Peter, he's been trying to
good
cast
turn
this spell
order
for 3
here
turns.
means I get my reaction back. That's important.
Or am I just trying to eat up your spells?
Ooh. Got those Magic the Gathering strats.
How many people are in range here?
Not enough.
Yeah, I'll use a second 4th level spell slot. I'm going to upcast Bless and get everybody except for the Druid.
Alright. So yeah.
He's
Oh, you
not-
don't want to.
You're not making attack rolls anyway, and you're also out of range.
Yeah, no, completely fair.
Anything else?
That's my action. Do I have anything with my bonus action? Actually, let me read what this would get me back. No higher than half your proficiency bonus, which is 3, so that does not help me at the moment because I haven't spent a 3rd level spell slot, so I'm good.
Alrighty.
Actually, I'll move up a little bit.
Okay. At the end of your turn, it is going to use a legendary action to make a weapon attack. Once again against Drew, because it is still at disadvantage against anybody else.
Don't crit me.
I believe that hits.
Yes, that.
But
that
that's with the 3 bonus AC that I give you, right?
I get 3 bonus AC from you.
2 from
Warding
haste
bond
and then
and
1
haste.
from warding bond.
Oh yeah, you're right. You're right. That meets it.
Oh, then it does
Oh, I
not hit.
forgot about
Good to know.
the AC boost. Warding bond.
Good to
Yeah.
know. Alrighty.
It's plus 2.
Drew, you're up.
Okay. The first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to cast Bixby's clenched hand.
Clenched fist. Okay, so you're attempting to grapple.
No, that's the punch.
Oh, clenched fist is the punch. Gotcha.
Yep.
Yeah,
So
go
I'm
ahead.
going to summon it forth to punch this thing in the face.
Go for it. Grasping hand is grapple.
And just to be clear, the different versions of the hand are all part of that same spell.
Yeah,
I
and
just
you
separated
can-
them so that they roll correctly.
And you can transition
Ah.
it between them. It's no longer multiple spells. It's the same spell, and you can switch from. I think it's your bonus action to switch it or something. 12 does not hit.
No, that's a unfortunate roll. Anyways, okay, so it's out on the field now. But then I will use my hasted action to make a weapon attack.
Mm-hmm.
Which-
Does not hit.
Yeah, these are some
Bless
rolls.
does not help with either of those.
Yeah.
No. That will be the end of my turn then.
Okay. At the end of your turn, it is going to use its last legendary action to make a weapon attack against Doss this time.
Hello.
Does a 20 hit you?
A 20 does hit.
Alrighty, you take 15 points of slashing damage.
Oh, it. Oh wait, no, it's not.
It no longer has disadvantage because you missed.
Yeah, I forgot about that.
Yeah, that's why it attacked us.
Minus 15.
But since it did attack him, I will make a reaction attack.
Yeah, go for it.
I gotta stop closing my spell sheet because it takes forever to.
Yeah, it does.
If you double click the top of it, it just minimizes it.
Mm-hmm.
Oh my god, these rolls.
Yeah, that does not hit. Selef, you are up.
Question for the party: have we seen it do a dexterity save yet?
No.
Don't think so.
I think only Constitution saves so far.
You got a cantrip that can do dex?
I have a level 1 spell, so I'm going to do that one first. I'm going to try to cast Fairy Fire on this thing.
Okay. Yeah, it's easy enough to place that in a place that it only hits it.
Oh, that
Yeah, I'll place it like over here or something.
very helpful.
It saves.
Oh, only a +6.
Yep.
It's just a lucky
Saves
roll.
for now.
So Dex
Saves
is
for
a
now.
good target.
I actually had been messing up. It actually has advantage on saves against spell effects and other magical effects.
I see. That's unfortunate.
Yeah. So it saves against Fairy Fire.
Alright. Well, I'm going to call that my turn for now, since I can't attack and cast a spell in the same turn.
Alrighty.
Before I forget, because
Mhm.
I feel like it's come up and I just didn't think of it. Megabyte, every attack against you has disadvantage because you have a Cloak of Displacement until you do get hit.
Do you mean self? Yeah, I meant to actually. Yeah, I'm going to use my item
I
as
think
a.
both of you do have that now.
I have
Yeah.
one too.
I
So
have
I'm going to use my item action to activate that Cloak of Displacement.
It's
I
always
do.
active as long as you have it.
Oh, cool.
Yeah. So you have it's disadvantage on attacks against you until you get hit, and then it's unactive until the start of your next turn.
So you have disadvantage against attacks against you until you don't.
That
Yeah,
is I
so-
bring up my ace of a sleeve.
That's for
Uh,
Megabyte.
Yeah,
And so-
both
He's
Megabyte and
Megabyte's
Sylph
already
have
been
that.
hit.
Yeah, that's why I'm
Oh.
bringing it up now because I completely forgot.
So
to mention.
the hit against Megabyte was at disadvantage anyway.
Yeah.
And then it's 1 round and it recharges, or is it just for the rest of the fight?
One round.
One round.
Okay. So it's going to move up here through Megabyte Square. That means Doss, is that Azer and Selef. Not Azer.
I wasn't quite close enough.
Doss, Beef, and Selef all get attacks of opportunity against it.
Awesome.
Will take, and let me read some to
I'm actually not going to take that, so I can keep my reaction.
Okay.
so per turn, does that activate on
Yeah.
opportunity
So
attack?
yes, it does.
Okay.
Yeah, if it's
and
per
it-
turn, it's whenever. If it's on each of your turns, then it doesn't work for opportunity attacks.
And it doesn't specify that it won't prog other opportunity attacks. So I will take an opportunity attack and hope I hit.
Okay. That definitely hits.
Alright. And I will use my new feat for this character that wasn't on the level 15 one
Mm-hmm.
to move it 5 feet to an unoccupied space out of Drew's and Megabyte's range, so they can also be progged for opportunity attacks.
Forced movement does
forced
not
movement doesn't.
provoke an attack of opportunity.
No? Okay.
It also, you would have hit it when it was here, so it would just push it in the direction it was already going.
Okay.
So,
So there are
Unless you want to push it.
there are rules on that.
but yeah, forced movement does not provoke an attack of opportunity.
Alright.
Though it is not that it's going to come up, I don't think, but it is important to note, just for future reference for people, that forced movement is very specifically when you move them a distance. If you have like a spell that makes them use their movement, even though it's compelled, it's not considered forced movement.
Okay. So then, ignoring the feat, then I still took my attack and
That's
hit
fine. Yeah. Alrighty. It is going to use its action to make weapon attacks or make attacks. Drew has not hit it, so its first attack is the weapon attack, and that is going to be against. How many are in range? 1, 2, 3, 4. 4 people are in range. That's Megabyte.
A 1d4. Oh.
Yeah,
so
there's
two.
4 people
Okay.
in range, so it's
Gotcha.
28. I believe hits Megabyte.
Yes, it does.
I think it's
Rip, he's down to a kilobyte now.
so 20 points of damage halved because you're raging.
Yes.
Then the next attack is going to be against Drew. This is the wolf head attack.
Okay.
Which I believe 28 hits even with the buffs.
Yeah.
It is. It's
I'd like
surprising, isn't it?
to I'd like to reaction that away from Drew.
Okay, who are you moving it to?
Megabyte, because he can take hits
Okay.
and resistance.
17 points of damage, halved
Yeah, fuck
to
Megabyte.
that would be 8 points of damage.
And half of that for me for 4.
Is that your
Well,
reaction?
he just did half it.
Doss, is that
That's-
your reaction to do?
Yeah.
Okay, you already used your reaction
I
to
already.
attack it.
That's right.
So Drew, you're taking 17 points of damage. Megabyte, you are not taking 8 points of damage.
No,
Apologies.
you're not taking 17. You're taking half of 17, and I'm taking the other
and
half.
yeah.
Yeah. Azer, I didn't get my temp hits.
Oh,
hit points.
yeah, let me roll that for you.
Gotcha. And then the last attack is going to be against Salef, and this is the tail attack. 29 to hit, which I believe hits.
Definitely fucking hits. I can't even shield that away.
11 points of damage, and I need a con save.
Alright, so...
But what about your displacement thingy?
Oh, displacement. Let me do a reroll real quick.
Oh, awesome.
I think, does 25, I think that's within shield range.
Yeah, if I shield,
Okay.
that'll miss.
So then shield it
So I'm
misses.
I'm gonna choose to shield, yes.
Alrighty. You cast shield and deflect the tail attack, the snake head attack. That is its turn. So Doss, you are up.
Alright, I get my reaction back.
You do.
Okay. So let's move here.
Mm-hmm.
Bonus action barbed hide. So now I now have barbs that'll come in handy later.
Okay.
And 3 swings.
Go for it.
1. Nice.
Crit. Very nice.
I need to sure attack against that creature made with advantage until the start of your next turn.
Yeah, Crusher is very good for that. So everybody
So-
has advantage on attacks against it now.
Including my next 2 attacks.
Yep.
Nice.
Nice.
End of Doss's next turn, right?
Another
Holy
crit.
crap. Yeah, that's really good.
And third one. Plus the giants.
Definitely hits.
It's a bucket of damage.
Yeah, and then minus 19.
I was gonna say if you got that third crit, it should have counted as a.
Honestly,
And
that would have been
since
Act of God at that point.
The
and it
advantage
just
only lasts
dies.
until my next, right?
Yeah.
I'll go ahead and action surge and try again so I don't waste advantage. 1
That
Two.
hits. That hits.
and 3.
That Also hits. 11, 19, 30,
Lots of math.
40 points of damage.
Do you have anything that modifies your crit range?
And it is dead.
Not as far as I know.
Oh! Damn!
Oh,
that-
It was at half health, and you just gutted it. Maybe a little less than half, but like it was over 100 hit points. I'm pretty sure, or just below, or something like that. It was like 90 some hit points or
Give
something.
it all my buffs turned on.
But even if I got my turn, I was gonna try to disintegrate it with that low ass fucking
Well,
dex score.
he didn't say the encounter's over.
No, the encounter is over.
The X is on the dead monster.
So,
Look
no.
at the big X.
This thing
What are you
does.
trying to cast over and over?
It actually has
That's what
several spells. It opened with polymorph to try to polymorph Dossa into something less dangerous.
Scary.
Okay.
A couple times it tried telekinesis, which is 5th level, and then the one that you had advantage on, or that took 2 of them to do, was imprisonment. Which it gets once per day.
God.
But it
all that crowd control.
theoretically has infinite spells because it has innate spell casting and it has several spells that it can cast at will.
Oh my god.
And then it was trying to position to just try to do a bunch of lightning bolts as well, but that never really worked out. And honestly, you guys barely touched its barely made it do saves, so it really didn't use any. It had 3 legendary resistances still, and you just wiped it. In addition to what is essentially a Vorpal sword, with a 15-foot
in a hurry.
reach, the snake bite, if you failed that con save, which was a 22 by the way, and the 3 people it hit all saved, it reduced your max hit points, and if it reduced your max hit points to 0, you essentially became like a thrall and would fight on its side. You get transformed into a different creature. Yeah, so this thing is mean. It doesn't have a ton of hit points, but it is mean.
Yeah, we just kind of cock-blocked it the entire way.
Also,
Moving on.
strength save plus 16, con save plus 14, wisdom save plus 14, charisma save plus 14.
Oh my god.
No, Dex was its only bad one.
Yeah,
Still
Dex
plus
was
6.
Dex was basically its only bad save. Dex and Int, which Int is a plus 5. Its stat block is all 22 or higher, or 21 or higher.
Holy shit.
Yeah, it does not have a stat below 20. This
The
thing,
part about all the damage that Dossa did
No, right?
is I was trying to circle around to him to give him Holy Weapon.
yeah. It
Which would have
actually,
given him an extra 2d8 for
Yeah.
each of those.
Oh my god,
alright.
the damage would have
So-
been insane.
everybody bump to level 20 and position yourselves.
I need resized to normal.
Yeah.
I gotta reset my spells.
Tiny Zach.
Alrighty.
And I will have, because I
Yes,
definitely had the
yes,
spell
you.
slots, I guess I'll do another Hero's Feast.
Alrighty. Go ahead and reroll the hit points, and nothing else changes, so.
So everybody will get an extra 11 hit points.
So we got 7 before, that's 4 different. So I'll add.
But you're using a different character sheet.
Oh, it is a
The
different.
7 shouldn't be part of that.
Right. Level 20 character. Let's go.
Woo! A 22 intelligence. I am smart.
No, you're not.
Oh.
I'm kidding. You're a very smart Drew. You're a smart boy. We love you.
Oh, I like
And again,
this.
if anybody has questions about their magic items, because we gained a couple now.
Yeah, let's
Yeah.
take another quick break so you guys can ask Azer about your weapons. I'm going to get some more water, and then we'll come back. And I know that was a shorter section, but the first one was 3 hours, 3.5 hours. So we'll do another 10 minutes. We'll be back at 6.
So we get our legendaries.
Yeah, so you get everything from that list, basically.
Oh,
Alrighty, I will be right back.
Yeah,
Well,
I was
obviously, I'm preparing Wish.
Yeah,
Just roll.
there's no reason to prepare any other 9th level spell if you have.
Uh, I do have Break Reality as an 8th level spell.
Yeah. Yeah, it doesn't even have to be on your spell list.
Oops, I didn't mean to do that, sorry.
Megabyte, if you're there.
Yes.
2 important things about your magic items. First, you have the Spell Guard Shield, so you'll have advantage on saving throws against spells and other magical effects. And you have the Sword of Answering, which whenever you get hit, you can use your reaction to make an attack against them.
Holy shit, that is pretty good.
And Beef, you get when you use Booming Blade, you can now do that as your action and your bonus action. And you have your Blood Fury Tattoo, which is just another thing you need to activate, but you get to do more damage.
All right, and then what's this Tome of Leadership and Influence?
That bumps up your Charisma.
Okay.
So that's just a passive bonus.
And then it looks like we've got Illusionist Bracers.
Yeah, that's the thing that lets you duplicate a cantrip. So when you action to cast Booming Blade, you can bonus action cast it again.
Oh, and is that in addition to my actions, or does that allow me to cast it as my bonus action?
You have to use your action to cast it. So you can't do
Okay.
something else and then bonus action Booming Blade. You have to Booming Blade twice.
Okay. Okay. But I still get my normal bonus action, right? Like that. Those are
No,
just
this is a bonus action that you can use
Got it.
instead of other ones.
Got it. But basically, it lets me get 2 attacks in once all my buffs
Yes.
are up. All right. We're gonna see what kind of damage Beef can put out this fight.
And the same is true for who else has the Illusionist Bracers? The Wizard gets them.
That's me.
So you can also Booming Blade action bonus action.
Being able to have 40 spells prepared is ridiculous. Holy shit. Level 20 Wizard truly is disgusting,
you also get shield without using a spell slot.
right? Wait, what? I can use shield without using a spell slot?
Well,
he doesn't. He's not a full wizard, so
Oh.
he hasn't gotten to that yet, unfortunately.
Ow.
I'm a battlesmith specialist, artificer, and then a wizard.
Yeah,
I
the 3
really
level dip
like
into
this.
Artificer to get the attack with intelligence instead of strength or dex,
Gotcha.
and the Constitution saving throw proficiency, which is important.
I
Okay,
now
that
have an-
Constitution saving throw is ridiculous. Wait, why is my Constitution only a 9 now that I'm level 20? What?
That's not right.
Yeah, it was like 11 before. No, wait. That's the intelligence was 11. Yeah, my intelligence is only a 5 now.
Let me take a
Intelligence
look at your
is
character
5?
sheet.
I'm smarter than
My
you?
Save. My intelligence save is a 5.
Okay.
My intelligence is a 20. But for some reason, my save, which was an 11 before, is now a 5. Are you seeing it too there?
Yeah,
saying-
I don't know why it's doing that.
Yeah, so I think the Constitution is right, but the intelligence definitely isn't.
That is really weird.
I guess I could just try to remember to add, like, what? 6 to intelligence? 7 to intelligence every roll?
Because your proficiency bonus alone is a 6.
Right?
Oh, I just
I
clicked it
really-
off and on again. That fixed.
I really like this level 20 character.
That's fucking weird. I hate Roll20 sometimes.
The items and the feats chosen are just.
Oh yeah, no,
immaculate.
I legit might play this character in a future game sometime.
Same. I was just thinking that this is. If you don't mind me saving this character, I will use it in a game.
Oh, feel free.
And obviously we won't have the specific magical weapons that make them ridiculous, but still
Right.
very good.
Oh, absolutely.
And do not forget for our resident grappler the gloves of soul catching damage.
Yep. Yep, I was just looking at that. I planned on grappling the following turn, but it died. So
And with the belt of fire giant strength, you're also going to be insanely good at grappling.
oh yeah, real good to hit, real good for damage, and I can grab and hold on to them. Plus advantage on strength from giant smite. Like,
Yep.
oh,
Wait, I can double cast the same cantrip?
Yep.
Booming Blade and Toll of the Dead all day. I mean, Toll of the Dead did some pretty decent chunks to that fucking dragon earlier.
Did you assign the 6th infusion, Azer?
That should all be set up.
I think you're intending me to use Blooming Blade a lot more than I have with this build, but it's been working
It's
really well.
working, yeah.
oh, this is a beautiful build.
With shield and heroism, I'm not even afraid of being a frontline fighter right now.
Yeah, so honestly, that last fight, I was mostly using the cast a spell once I realized you all had counterspell to just eat spell slots and reactions.
Yeah, I was waiting for them to start running out of cantrip or counter spells because I
And I would have started.
yeah, because I can only do it like 3 times, so I just
Yeah, I'm pretty sure 4 of you have counterspell. You can upcast counterspell.
Yeah.
that's fair.
And in fact, it's one of the better spells to upcast if you know that somebody is out of lower level spells. Upcast, like, if you undershoot, it's not that great because, like, if they use a 9th level spell and you cast it at 8th level, it's the same roll. You don't get any bonuses. But, yeah. It's still good.
I have a question.
What's up?
So you said the big B's hand/fist, that all counts as one spell.
Yeah, so it's you concentrate on it for I think it's 10 minutes or a minute or something, and you can change between them. So it's just the spell Bigby's Hand, and then that spell has a bunch of different things you can do with it. And
Okay,
it's
I just
just
wanted to double check.
whenever
I
you
just
use
broke
your
it up into separate spells so that the rolls would be automatic. You
Right,
wouldn't have to read the spell and find what the roll is.
older editions, it was like 5 different spells or something like that. It was Clenched Fist, Grasping Hand, Interposing Hand. I think there might have been another one, but I don't remember.
So the play here for this fight is I'll just run in alone, break the staff power over my knee, and
So
that's what I was hearing, right? Just nuke it.
Did I then true resurrection you?
If
I
I'm
can-
not in some other plane of existence.
that's okay. I can we can plane shift. I got that spell.
Yeah, I could plane shift too.
I think
Come get you.
I think you guys. This one's going to be interesting. I'll just say that.
Is it what I think it is?
Depends on
Is
what
it
you
the
think
Tarrasque?
it is.
If it's a Tarrasque, then my plan is not going to work. In
We
fact, it might be
are
worse.
we are getting to about the time where we're going to come back, and you will get to find out. Everybody, go ahead and position around the arena where you would like to be, still on the same side of the arena. You still have your Hero's Feast. So that's good. Oh, that last creature also had Dispel Magic. So I was also thinking I could, like, dispel one of your buffs or something. Or, like, dispel the Griffin summon. Or dispel the Hero's Feast.
That would have been mean.
It would have, yeah. This one's gonna be fun. All right. Everybody ready?
Ready.
Yeah.
I'll give me 1 sec.
All right.
Just want to make sure I get my.
Oh, I didn't
He's
add
right.
the 11 hit points.
Oh, it's
Max.
11 for this one?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, it's 11.
And here we go.
Trask,
Oh,
I
we
called
didn't
it!
actually-
Yeah.
Oh, hello.
Of course
We
it's
didn't
a
actually roll
Tarrasque.
initiative yet.
Yeah, but you can now.
Yeah, I was just making sure.
You're now all locked in place.
Alright, so,
Oh, I forgot to select my token.
It's fine.
Change.
You can just replace the number.
change of plans. Protect the people that have wish, and pray that they get good.
Like funny?
You're fighting a Tarrasque is what's funny.
That's funny?
Do you
To
know what
me-
a Tarrasque is?
No. No, I
Oh,
don't.
I do. I'm just wondering why it's so funny.
It's funny to me, because I get to control the Tarrasque.
Quick, just cast Plane Shift on the Tarrasque.
Nope. Got a better idea. All right, so we feed it Daz, and I hope everybody else brought with them reduce and large.
Well, you see, my giant's might is a little different now. I don't just become large; I become huge.
Exactly. So you become huge, and then you become a gigantic, and then you become colossal, and then it explodes after the fourth one.
Wait a minute. Is this the Ant-Man going up Thanos' rear end theory that we're playing out
Yes.
here?
It absolutely is.
Honestly, I still don't think it would work.
What?
Why?
Gotta get
Well,
that
actually-
Raging Age ready.
Just
I
beat
mean,
it up from the inside.
He
yep.
only doubles in size each time. This thing is like several hundred feet long. It's like 100 feet long.
I thought you
kind of
meant
thing.
Ant-Man and Thanos.
Oh, that honestly might work. I don't know. Because
There's a will, there's a way.
Gargantuan encompasses anything larger than 20 by 20. They don't really have categories above that. A Tarrasque would be considered a category above that. It is a Titan.
I can't. Like,
Anyway, has everybody entered their initiative?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Are we even going to be able to hit this thing?
Oh god, I go first.
Maybe.
I hope so.
Like an AC of 40 and is immune to any magic.
Wait, what?
You
What
know
about that? About magic?
One, that's 3.5. But you'll find out. Beef, you're up first.
All right. Hello, sir. How are you? Let's
Yeah,
see
put
here.
the brand new player up against Tarrasque on his first level 20 character.
Let's see. So, yeah, a brand new player, and you give him a level 15, 17, and 20 character. I'm gonna be. Okay. For some reason, my movement is moving the map as well, so bear with me. I'm gonna have to move backwards. Backwards. What the? All right, fuck it. There we go.
Not
All
moving
right,
anywhere.
that's my movement. How far away from him am I? I am 35. So as long as I touch the edge of his circle, he's within range. Right?
Yes.
Okay,
He's
so
very big.
he's 40 feet from me. Sure I don't have any issues. So let's take a look here. Alright, so that is within 100 feet. Good. Ha! Screw it. gonna go for it, guys. We're gonna go for it. I only get to use it once anyway.
Do it. Force cage.
Force cage. Interesting.
I don't know if it'll fit.
Well,
An
maybe I can grab a
immobile,
leg.
invisible cube. 20 feet on each side. It's, I think, too big. Which you would be aware of.
If he could place the cube, since it's a magical force, would it just carve out a section of the terrace in the
No.
cube?
I take its leg.
Take
All
me
right.
for the heart, man.
Does that even have a saving throw?
Can
It
I
does
cube
not.
its head?
Part of
Suffocate it.
the cube would have to go partly through the creature's body, so no.
You can then block any and all. Yeah.
Yeah. Somebody fill the cube with water really quick.
Just drown it.
So that will not work, as the cube would have to go through its body.
All right. Well, that was my action. So let me take a look here.
No, he said he would have been aware that this wouldn't work. So
Yeah,
he could do
you
something else.
you would be aware that wouldn't work,
Oh.
so you can
you're
cast a different spell if you would like. It is very clearly larger than 20 feet long.
Don't worry about like trapping it or like doing
Yeah,
it.
no.
I have a plan. Don't worry.
All right. Well, I can't do that, so we're just gonna go ahead and yeah, we're gonna do.
Yeah, it would be like widthwise it would probably fit. Lengthwise it definitely would not.
All right. We're
Well,
gonna
now that you say you have a plan, I'm worried.
do Spirit Shroud at a level 7.
Very short-term plan, but it'll give us the ability to make a longer-term plan, hopefully.
I'm gonna use my level 7 spell.
Alright.
Bonus action, and then is activating my gear, is that considered an action, like turning on my tattoos and stuff?
I believe the
I
tattoos
think
are
they're
a
all
bonus
bonus
action.
actions.
I didn't hear any of that.
Tattoo is a bonus action, I believe.
Yeah, I think
Okay.
both of them are bonus actions because you have 2 tattoos now.
Okay, and then what does the Chromatic Infusion come from? Because that's not my spell.
That's a feat.
Okay, feats are...
That's still a bonus action.
Yeah,
No
that one
bonus
specifically
action.
is a bonus action.
Alright, so I'm not within the just make sure there's nothing I can do.
Basically, everything that bumps your damage up is a bonus action.
Okay, I gotcha.
Music's. Oh no, it
It's
just restarted.
changing tracks, yeah. It's annoying.
Okay, let's do this is. Oh wait, no, I already cast a spell. So alright, fuck it. I'm just gonna end my turn.
Okay. Celeste, you're up.
All right, I know what the fuck I'm doing to start us off. I'm gonna buy us all some fucking time. I'm gonna guess that the Tarrasque doesn't have the best intelligence, given that it is a big beast.
Mhm.
And I'm gonna cast Maze.
Wait, big head, big brain.
You banish the creature
Big head, big brain.
that you can see
That's how it works
within
for the T-Rex.
range to a labyrinthine demiplane. The target remains there for the duration,
Here, let me move here so I'm within 60 feet of it. Actually,
or until it can escape the maze. The target can use its action to attempt to escape. When it does so, it must make a DC 20 intelligence check.
Takes one step
If it
and then passes through it.
succeeds, it escapes, and the spell ends. Interesting.
or the
okay.
use of a level 8 spell at the beginning of the fight to give us some time.
So it needs to do an int save, correct?
There's no
Yes.
save verse.
Oh, no
There is
save.
no save. It just gets banished, and then on its turn, it can try to escape.
Okay,
Yeah.
and it reappears where it is. Yeah, so it will do that. Okay.
Big brain move, guy. Big brain move. As my small brain doesn't allow me to speak properly.
It is going. Oh no, there's no save. Yeah, it doesn't get a save. That's. Yeah.
It's very good for buying time.
Yeah. Any bonus
We can
action
set up
or
our boats.
movement?
I moved to get closer so I could actually cast a spell. And no bonus actions right now.
Okay. Megabite.
Well, that turns the rest of the party and like, what the fuck are we gonna do?
So I guess we can enter a quick phase of like, you guys can do a little bit of planning if you would like. You have 10 minutes. It will get to make checks. DC 20. As you suspected, it's not super intelligent. It basically, I'm going to give it a chance. It has to roll a natural 20 to escape, is what I'm doing for it. So I'm going to do a couple of rolls. I'll periodically do rolls, but, you guys can do some planning. You can reposition, and you can, like, have a volley ready for it if you would like, kind of thing.
I have a newbie question.
What's up?
Regarding Roll20. So when I cast a Spirit Shroud, I cast it at a level 7. If I take it, will it take that extra damage into consideration automatically, or do I need to do that? Because at higher levels, it increases by 1d8.
I think
It'll
you
do it
have
automatically.
to... Will it? For the buff spell?
You're upcasting, right?
So I think
Yeah,
you
I
have
If you tell it to
to...
upcast, it will upcast.
Oh,
okay.
okay.
I told the game to cast it at a level 7.
Okay.
Okay. Cool. That's
It'll
all
roll as like a separate thing, so it won't like add it to your damage. But it'll roll.
So something to note as well. The duration of maze is 10 minutes. Some of your party has a bunch of buffs that they have either already cast or are capable of casting that last a minute. 10 rounds versus 100 rounds. How long would you like to take to set up is an important question. Because that's going to affect your party's buffs. If you want to just take a round or two to have everybody be able to like cast a spell on themselves to buff or cast a spell on somebody else, basically this is kind of the decision you have to make, because it is very unlikely that it will get out in the first round or two. It's possible. There's a 1 in 20 chance each round, but you at the very least, starting with Megabyte, can like go through and do turns. So that's kind of the major question that you guys have to figure out.
I do have something I can do given a minute. It's a big gamble on whether or not it'll work because it's a spell. But, and I don't know how well it's going to be in terms of resistant to it. But if it works, it'll be stunned for a minute when it comes back.
That beautiful. If that work, that's perfect. I've got one thing I can set up.
Although it does have legendary resistances, so actually never mind.
We gotta burn those.
I think this would be a great one. Given that reverse gravity actually doesn't have a prescribed amount of damage it does, based on the weight of a Tarrasque, it would probably do a lot of damage to it.
It just does damage based on the standard falling rules, I imagine.
Yeah.
That's a good way to get it to take 20d6 damage.
Assuming it doesn't save on its dex throw.
Right
I
out.
doubt-
Go ahead.
Oh no, go ahead.
Since it's my turn and all. He's in the maze, right?
He is currently, yeah.
So he's not there.
No. That's just saving his place where he's going to be when he reappears.
Can I prepare a javelin for an attack?
Yeah. I mean, you guys also have to decide kind of when you're bringing it back or if you're letting the 10 minutes elapse. Some people have already used buff spells that only last a minute. Do you want to wait a minute so somebody can cast a big spell? You guys have 10 minutes to use.
I'm a barbarian. I know nothing about magic.
So you're prepared. You can also move up as well.
I did move my 40.
Have you guys already put those buff spells on that only last a minute? Then
A couple people did.
Beef
that only lasts a
used. Beef used a spell that only lasts a minute.
does anybody have like 60 feet of rope?
I don't think any ever.
Yeah,
Here's a
I
quick
did
question.
not add any mundane items.
I have a rope of climbing.
Because
That is true. You
we
have
could do
rope-
that. And snare it as soon as it comes back.
I think around the 2-minute mark, like 2 minutes before it comes back, is when I'll activate my Giant's Might to grow bigger.
Oh,
So that
small,
way I've
medium,
got.
or large on snare, by the way.
Oof. Oh well.
Here's a question. Can I set up my spears, plant them on the ground, like in a circle to where he's going to appear, and make it kind of like a trap for him to step on or something like that?
Occupy a trap.
Spears pointing upwards, planting onto the ground.
I've got an idea. I'll cast Feign Death on all of us, and when it comes back, it'll think we're dead and leave.
Or eat us.
Archer-esque carrion eaters, I don't know.
I
Gonna
think a Turusk is an anything eater.
I feel like when you get that
Also
big,
true.
yeah.
Yeah, I'll invoke my Frost Rune with like 2 minutes left. I said, but I meant Frost because
And
it's
as
a
soon-
10-minute effect.
As soon as I see it reappear, I'm going to cast haste.
I am going to go ahead and give myself my chromatic dragon buff, and then also as soon as it shows up, I will cast Bixby's hand.
Okay. So those are going to be essentially held spells. That's fine. Megabyte, you're holding an attack. Do you want to get closer to be able to melee attack it, or do you want to stay at a range and throw a javelin?
I'm guessing that whole trap thing is not a possibility.
I mean, it depends on how long you want to wait.
Wait a sec. The Force Cave. If we put it where it's not, and then it comes back into being there.
It would be moved into the nearest unoccupied space, as with all teleportation spells.
Yeah.
What if there are no unoccupied spaces?
It's the size of a house. It will just move to the nearest unoccupied space. Doss, if
The
there
amount
are...
of shit you would need to do to fill every unoccupied space in the universe.
I would also like to note, it is the size of a house. Technically, on top of you is an unoccupied space, and you can take massive amounts of crushing damage.
Giant's Might the instant it comes back, maybe a little bit less damage?
This thing could sit on a giant and kill it.
How long are you guys waiting to bring this thing back?
Doss, I am going to cast Holy Weapon on you, because that lasts an hour. So,
Okay.
Alright.
Do we have any ideas that anybody wants to throw out there? I don't care how dumb they sound. This is Turusk. Let's be dumb as shit.
As soon as he does come back, like the instant he's back, I will activate my Giant's Might. So I'll have Frost Rune ready for...
Does anybody
X
have
amount of
like?
minutes.
How many people do we have with Wall of Force?
Do we have anybody with like moved dirt? Can we just like dig a giant hole for it to get stuck in?
Damn it. I did not prepare that.
Because if we have at least if we have 3 other people with Wall of Force, we can pinch it in one area.
I don't think I
I do
have
not
Wall of
have it.
Force.
I don't have it. I don't think either.
I
I
have
think
Hold
I have it.
Monster, but I don't think it would work. I could wish, but for Wall of Force, wish seems a bit of a waste.
You
Yeah,
could
no.
wish for all of us to be able to cast Wall of Force. Or
It-
wish for all of us to have a wish. Then we've got X amount of turns to figure this out.
I don't think that's how wish works.
All right,
Hey, you don't know unless
I
you
need
try.
some decisions, guys.
All right.
Because essentially some of this I'm allowing to just be like out of character discussion, but some amount of time is going to pass, and you know it's got 100 rounds. Statistically speaking, it's going to save at some point if you don't decide.
Are we good to just wing this then and die like heroes?
Yes.
Well, Chris
I'm
is
down
actually
for
AFK right this second. I don't know where he
Gotcha.
went,
I'm gonna
so-
prepare Javelin. That's all I'm gonna say.
Okay.
Dossa, I
I'm pretty
added
as well.
Holy Weapon for your damage modifiers, so you can keep that ticked
Okay, thank you.
until I lose concentration.
I'm also, before it comes back, I'm going to cast this into the area where it was, and then I'm going to cast Heroism on myself. Because I don't know why I wouldn't cast Heroism on myself.
When a creature moves into this area for the first time on its
Oh,
turn,
that's how you
or
can kill
starts
it.
their turn there, the creature must succeed a con saving throw or take radiant damage, and suffer a level of exhaustion.
We just have to get it to fail 6 times.
Greenish light emits from a 5-foot radius. The light from this. Okay, good to know.
All right. Anybody else want to do anything before I bring it back? Before I let it come back?
Yes, I am
Wait, how long
gonna do
does
one
Heroism
last thing. I'm gonna give what is it? Sob? No. This guy right here. I forgot it.
Doss.
Dust.
Yes, Doss. Sorry about that. That silly thing, warding bond.
Okay.
All right, warding bond it is.
That's it, buddy.
Yeah.
All right. Going
Uh,
once.
Beef is still not back.
On whose turn are you bringing it back, and how far into this?
Yeah, that's a good question. Do we
I'll
want to do
also
it on
have
my
my-
turn?
I would
Yeah.
also like to be up to it, start hitting it.
I would
Yeah.
assume if you're bringing it back, it has to be on your turn, right?
He can stop concentrating. It's a free action, so at any time.
What gives us the best? It goes before it.
Oh wait, never mind. I couldn't cast Heroism on myself yet then, because that would be more than 2 concentration spells. I apologize.
So it goes before Chris. So if you bring it back at the start of Chris's beef, sorry, then we all get to do something before it has it.
We can also ready actions to hit it the moment it comes back, so we can use all our reactions up, but it would let us get basically an extra full round in. Assuming we can even hit its AC.
Yeah, I just wish I knew what he wanted to prepare. I think he went to the restroom.
We want to give him like 2 minutes where we're just kind of just a break or something.
Do we have the time for that? We're
Yeah.
approaching 6:30.
I mean, we have until 8, and there's an hour break before the next game. So as long as we're
That's
not
right,
going
so we
a
could-
full hour in, we're fine.
Okay. We could.
Peter, I'm
yeah.
just going to shoot you a message real quick for something stupid I'm planning on doing,
Okay.
just so it doesn't catch you off guard.
Good to know. I also do actually need to know how long you are waiting. Obviously, it's whoever's turn you can decide, but I need to know how many rounds you are waiting. Because I need to make that many checks to see if it shows up early and basically catches you all a little bit off guard.
Would 4 rounds be enough to cover everything we just did?
I believe
Oh, yeah.
so, yeah.
I think we should go with the minimum amount of rounds that it takes to give it less of a chance to come back early.
So who had the most amount of buffs or bonus actions they needed to use?
I think it was me, and I only had 2.
Okay. What about Beef? Did he need? Because he had a couple.
We're still waiting on him to come back.
No idea.
Okay. Is there anything that I need to change for y'all?
Well, I guess
I
I
don't
can
think
still
so.
hold an action, because if we know when we're gonna let it come back, I can use 2 bonus actions and still benefit from the time, and then hold an action to attack here. Looks like. Are you back? We need to know what you want to do when it reappears. What you want to have prepared. Running away is not an option. Cowering is not an option. That is also not an option. To be able to do something proactive towards us defeating them.
Jumping is useless.
Probably piss myself.
That is a free action.
Yeah.
And also, you're technically immune to fear right now, so.
I mean, you
Oh,
could just do it if
well,
you
I mean,
want.
Yeah.
It wouldn't
I
because
could
you're
still-
afraid.
Yeah. Like, I'm still kind of.
I mean, if you want to do it
Um,
just like because you forgot to go to the bathroom before, that's fine.
I mean, yeah, if there's a nice little corner where I could go take a quick poop, hop a squat, But let's see here. Yeah, I don't think there's really anything. Let's take a look here. So, use a point within range. Okay, so there is something that I can do to partially stun it as soon as it comes back, instantaneous, and I can cast it anywhere.
Okay. So you're holding that spell for when it reappears?
Yeah, that's what I'm gonna do as soon as it comes back.
Okay.
And
So.
the 2
How do
to 3
I-
rounds it takes till then. There's something you want to do? Activate your buffs.
Yeah, I'm just gonna work on every time my turn comes around. I don't know if we're still doing turns, but I'm just gonna get all my buffs
No,
ready.
we're passing the
Uh,
time, declaring
so,
what we're gonna do.
The max,
Okay.
from what people have declared, it's going to be 2 rounds. It's plenty of time for people to move up, as well as do buffs.
So-
Nobody has said that they want to do more than 2 buffs right now, so that's perfectly fine.
Okay, I need to do my Chromatic Infusion, and I need to do my
Yeah,
both
make
of
that
my
3.
Ketsus.
So that's 3 rounds.
That's yeah, because those are all 3 bonus actions, and then let me make sure here.
You already did Spirit Shroud, right?
I've already got Spirit Shroud.
Yeah.
I haven't.
But
done
we're
my
going by
first.
round, not minute, right?
Yeah, rounds specifically.
Okay,
Okay.
then yeah, maybe 4 rounds was right, because if
Yeah.
we're not doing minutes, I've got the opportunity to do an extra buff on top of my.
Yeah,
Okay.
I'm gonna need 4 rounds.
Okay, so you guys wait 4 rounds. You do a couple of buffs for yourselves. If anybody has additional buff spells that they would like to add, you
I'm gonna
are
go
welcome
ahead
to.
and do my aura and just roll for everybody's temp HP.
I'm gonna do the barbed hide, so I'm barbed. Not that I'll be grappling.
Uh,
Probably a waste.
Azer, just go ahead and do 4 temp HP rolls, and everybody can get whatever the highest one is.
Gotcha.
Yeah, just
I was
for,
gonna roll. that
yeah,
many times.
don't roll, 28 times, but 4 rolls and everybody can have the highest, and we'll just say that it replaced it with over the course of that minute
Stack.
or of those 4
Okay.
rounds.
So
Um,
Frost Rune is already active. I can activate my other 2 runes and have them ready for the rest of combat if we're doing 4 turns.
Yeah, then on one of these rounds, I'm going to cast haste on Drew.
Okay, we'll say it's the round right before everything starts.
Yep. And then I move away.
25.
Alrighty.
25 once. Oh yeah.
So
well, yeah,
everybody has 25 temp HP.
I need to be giant smited to huge, please.
Oh, to huge. Okay,
Yes.
there you go.
I didn't know you were that old.
All right.
So, at the start of the round, we'll start at the top of the turn order. The Tarrasque reappears. And we're going to go through everybody's turn in order. Beef. You now have your buffs, so you can click those on.
Okay, it's me.
What would you like to do?
All right, so before I do my main attack, I'm going to move kind of modestly within range.
Remember, you do have to be within 10 feet for Spirit Shroud.
Yes. I believe that
Awesome.
Oh, not quite. So let's move up one. We'll be frontline combatant. All right, we are going to do. Let me click away.
Also, since we confirmed that it's not smart, at least we know it's not an awakened Turusk with wizard levels.
It casts Wish.
It's the barbarian's turn. The Turusk's turn. It goes into a rage.
Oh no.
Okay. There it is. Synaptic Static.
Ooh, that's a fun one. Post the secondary effect of that for me.
After a failed save, target has muddled thoughts for 1 minute. During that time, it rolls a d6 and subtracts the number rolled from all its attack rolls and ability checks, as well as its Constitution saving throws to maintain concentration. The target can make an int saving throw at the end of each of its turn, ending the effect on itself on a success.
Okay. It's saved.
Also, don't forget it has to make, because it appeared in there, it has to make a Constitution save against the Sickening Radiance.
Oh, yeah. Let me do that first. What's its con save is at advantage. Also saves against that. Is it half damage on a success or no damage?
Excuse me, is a spell. Suffers one.
Saved on both with a net.
On Synaptic, it takes half damage.
Yeah, which I'm doing math now. 14.
I don't
plus
see anything about it taking half damage with the Sickening Radiance.
27 points of damage.
But
If it doesn't say, then it's no damage.
Yeah. But each time it starts to turn there, it has to make.
Part of Synaptic Static was from his buffs, so that's not a factor in the damage.
Oh, okay. So then it gets 13 hit points back. Let me check that I did that right. Okay, yeah. Cool. Thank you for pointing
every
that
time-
out, sir.
He's big enough that like I don't want to like meta, but I do see here that I didn't take into consideration that each creature in a 20-foot radius, the spell effect
is over a 20-foot radius.
Okay,
You can cast it.
We're gonna assume I didn't hit any of my team.
Entirely. You can basically cast it entirely on the Turusk's head and not hit anybody. Like just encircle its head.
Let me see if I can find an image so you can understand exactly how big a Turusk is.
Celeste, you're up. I will find an image for it.
You play Final Fantasy 15 at all?
No, I've only played Final Fantasy 7, 10, 10-2, 13, 13-2, and...
Here we go. I'm going to put in Antara.
And 12.
It's a small picture, but here's a picture of a human's to scale size of a Turusk.
It makes the Laogui in 13 look tiny.
Oh man, his teeth are the size of my limbs.
Yes. Like, one of its claws is the size of you.
So...
That's the size comparison.
This is like the Ranker's older brother.
Oh, okay.
So at the end of your turn, Celeste, it is going to use a legendary action to make a claw attack against what it sees as the biggest threat. It being not that intelligent, it's literally the biggest threat. So it's making a claw attack at Doss. It has a lot of different attacks, so give me a sec. Does a 22 hit you, Doss?
Yep.
Okay.
Wait.
Oh, who, Megabyte, who did you cast your thingy on?
The big, beautiful one in front of me.
Okay, so the damage for this will be halved, and Megabyte will take the other half. And Megabyte, you're level 20, you have Unending Rage. We'll say that you went into a rage right before it showed up.
I did.
Okay, cool. I didn't hear you say that, but I wanted to make sure. And DOS, you said a 22 does hit or does not hit?
It does hit, but I need to know if I get an AC buff from anything besides the.
I mean, it's if any of your buffs that you used do, and then...
Warding Bond would give you a +1 to AC. I don't think there's anything else at the moment.
Yeah, Warding Bond is a +1.
Then yeah, it'll hit.
Okay, so then you take... Oops, forgot to do roll. You take 24 halved to 12. Megabyte, you would take 12 halved to 6.
Okay.
Because of rage. Alright, so that was at the end of Beef's turn. That brings us to Selef. What are you doing? And if you say imprisonment, I'm kicking you out. Or if you say maze, I'm kicking you out of this game.
Don't worry.
I was holding attack.
So this is the round of your held stuff happening.
I cast maze and I leave.
Yeah.
No, I'm kidding.
I cast maze again.
No, I'm going. Is there anybody that wanted to try any? Actually, no. I think this all happens in one turn, anyways. So I am actually going to try this.
Mm-hmm.
Reverse gravity.
Okay. It gets
and use its own fucking huge weight against it.
It gets a save or no?
It gets a dex save.
Okay, dex save. Oh, that's fun. It fails.
Yes.
Now we had to look up the rules for fall damage.
I know the rules for fall damage.
Yeah.
Yeah, I got it. So
Max is 20d6.
yeah, I know.
I was just letting him know.
Oh yeah. So it's tossed into the air. It falls 100 feet into the air. Wait, 50-foot radius, 100-foot high. Yeah, that encompasses it. It goes 100 feet into the air. That'll be on its turn. What happens afterwards?
It falls and then takes fall damage.
Cool.
It falls when you let go of
like a
concentration.
30
Yeah,
ton
so
thing, 100 feet in the air.
It kind of it will sit at the top.
Tarask falls, everyone dies.
Would you guys like me to try to let him fall and do damage right now, or do you guys want to do something while he's up in the air? Do you guys want to like hit him with stuff?
I get the feeling he probably doesn't cast spells, so
I mean,
we can
is
make some
he
ranged attacks
restricted
against him.
in his ability to attack or anything while he's up there?
He's just out of range of us. And
Yeah,
can't
he
get
is
closer.
100 feet away.
Why?
No, he
You're on a
can't.
griffin.
Oh, you mean
Well,
you can
this
fly
is
up there,
this
yeah,
is
that's-
our reaction round, so like
our reaction.
this
Yeah,
is
so
the stuff
right
we
now
were
this
holding
is
until
your
we got back.
reaction round. You'll get another round of actions. Basically, his turn at the end of this technically won't be skipped because he is also capable of holding actions. And he is also still capable of taking his legendary actions.
I am 100% just blowing my fucking load on this because it's a Tarask. I'm doing everything as powerful as I
Yeah.
can right now.
Yeah, of course.
Okay, so I have a question.
What's up?
So Wall of Force, the wall itself is only a fourth of an inch thick.
Mm-hmm.
If it were to be dropped on that, does that by any chance increase the amount of damage it would take? Because it's essentially dropping onto a guillotine for its size.
I'm gonna say no.
Okay, just thought I'd ask.
Yeah, I'm gonna say no.
I mean, if it
Can we
stays up
teleport
in the
inside it and activate a immovable rod?
That the immovable rod would just move with it. It does not have the hold capacity to hold a Tarask.
hold a Tarask.
It's a limit of like 3,000 pounds or something like that. It's
So,
Tarask
is more than
heavier
3,000 pounds.
Yes, easily.
question: are we keeping it in the air or no? Because
That's what I was asking you guys, if you
If
want
we-
to
I
do that.
think
we
yes,
are-
because it can't make melee attacks against us while it's up there.
It's
that
only
makes
for
sense.
1 minute, so it's only like a round or two, I think.
One
that
minute
means
is
the
10
issue
rounds.
that our reaction, like our held actions, aren't going to go off until
It's going
after,
to well,
which
it's
is fine.
it's going to shoot up to the top at the end of your held actions. This is all happening at once.
Okay.
So Selef has
Okay.
done his held action.
Yeah,
Megabyte.
I can't do anything else right now.
Well then, yeah, I think holding it up there would be a good idea. If anything, it buys an extra turn for us to get buffs off until it's on the ground again, and our ranged peeps hit it.
Megabyte, are you doing anything while it is chilling in the air?
Javelin.
Or before it goes up into the air? Sorry.
I'm a throwing another javelin.
Okay, go ahead and roll your javelin attack.
Advantage.
Bag of
right?
holding is nothing but just javelins in it.
Advantage, right? Because he's just floating.
He's not floating yet. He'll start floating at the end of this round. This is everybody's held actions going off. But, like, I had to give some kind of order to it.
Yeah.
So I'm just using your turn order.
Peter's gonna fucking hate me at the end of this.
That does not hit. It bounces off of its hide.
So I think I held this.
So Azer, what is your held action?
Okay, I am going to go ahead and try to cast Fairy Fire on it.
Okay. Saving throw against that. Yeah, it hits. So everybody from this point on has advantage against it. So Clockwork, what was your held?
It's going to be Toll the Dead.
Go for it. Oh, that's a wisdom save, which is +9 at advantage. It fails, so it's going to take. Which one's the D8s? Is
God, you
okay,
rolled
D12s.
really good damage.
37 points of necrotic damage.
Oh, hell yeah.
Okay. Who's up next is Doss.
I was holding Hex.
Okay, so you're casting Hex onto it. That just happens. So we'll also give it purple for Hex.
I assume you're going to give it disadvantage on strength.
So you get to, and that's strength checks.
Yeah, but that
Um,
matters when grappling.
Yes. So then we go to Drew. What were you holding, Drew?
Bigsby's hand.
Bigby's hand. Okay.
Yep.
Go
Since
ahead. And
it's
do that.
currently in the air, I can't do much.
Well, so
with
it's
it.
not in the air yet. So you
This is
do
all
get.
happening at
Yeah.
once.
This
Okay,
is the
so yeah.
like. It showed back up. Everybody's spells and attacks go off.
Okay, so yeah, it's gonna punch it in the face.
Go ahead and roll the attack.
I have a question.
I
If
do
it were to
have-
then fall onto the hand, would it do damage?
It will take damage from falling.
But not from the hand.
Correct.
How is that different from it attacking?
I mean, with one, the hand technically has an AC and hit points.
Yeah.
Oh.
That's how it's different, and the hand would be blown apart.
integrated.
This is a weird interaction that I need to figure out. Give me a sec.
While you're checking that, my question is about my item, the Gloves of Soul Catching.
Yes.
Should I keep that always ticked, seeing as it
Yes.
would only take effect on a successful hit anyway?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, it's an always-on damage buff, so there's no reason not to keep it ticked.
And
Unless you're doing something other than attacking that would deal damage. But I don't think you even have anything like
Okay,
that.
roll damage.
Okay. $16.
Okay. And who's next is the Tarrasque. So the Tarrasque goes flying up into the air. and is now 100 feet in the air. It is going to be very angry. And does it have anything it can do?
It has Godzilla breath.
It's going to roar very loudly and do absolutely nothing because you guys are immune to fear. And continually attempt to move. And
It's so graceful.
not be able to move.
Just imagine its like arms flailing everywhere.
So, what would you guys like to do now? Beef, your turn again. We are now fully in initiative.
Okay, so
This thing is 100 feet off the ground, just
Yes,
so you
it
know.
is 100 feet off the ground.
I'm gonna put Death Ward on Das
Okay.
as my normal action, and action. So he's off the ground. Is he out of reach of anybody, whether they're on the ground or flying?
He is 100 feet in the air. If you can
You
fly
could have
100
your
feet
mount
in the air,
dash.
So like, would that if I can fly 80 feet, like would I?
you can theoretically get. Actually, you could get to the bottom of where he is. However, you would be in an area of reversed gravity.
Okay,
That is
so
also
basically,
true.
then he would probably crush me as soon as he came down.
Yeah. Yeah, so you could get to him, but you would be under him, and that would be bad.
Yeah, I'm gonna stay where I am. And let me make sure there's. So I use my action. Can't be. I don't think I have any bonus actions for using. Already buffed up. Alright, there's nothing that I'm missing. Anybody wants
You
to
can give a bardic inspiration to somebody if you wanted to.
Yeah.
That's
I
a
forget,
bonus
I
action
forget
that's
to
free.
use those. It's been so much damn time in my fucking spells list. I forget about those. Okay. So. I
Do
don't-
we have Bless active? Yay, nay?
Yes.
Okay.
Bless went off right before everything, I believe.
Okay.
Did it?
I didn't cast it, no.
Somebody cast Bless. Was that last fight? That was last fight.
That was last fight.
No, there is not a Bless spell active.
Okay. Untick that.
I don't know how to put it in chat, but I will give a bardic inspiration to.
Yeah, there's nothing built into it.
Yeah,
Just
you
say
don't
it.
need it. You can just say
God.
who you're giving it to.
He's,
Oh,
you know-
on my turn, I'm about to hit the thing 8 times. So that bardic inspiration.
yeah, we're gonna give that the DOS. I'm just gonna just kind of not singling anybody out. It's just he seems to be our big heavy hitter
Well,
right now.
when it's
So,
hittable.
You're done?
Yeah, that's it.
All right,
So
Selef.
I'm gonna give that bardic inspiration to DOS and end my turn.
Selef, you're up.
All right. Do you guys want me to keep holding it up there, or should I let it go?
I can start blasting with some spells for the next.
Then I
10
started
rounds.
blasting.
Yeah, keep it
If
up
you-
there so that we can
if you-
chip it.
Yeah. If you keep it up there, there are a couple more buffs I can give myself.
Yeah.
I think, and our melee people can fly up outside. It just takes a little bit for them to get there, but
Yeah,
they can
it'll
fly
take
up outside the gravity range.
Yep.
Sorry. I'm posting this meme in Antara.
So anyway, I started blasting.
Blasting.
Zach.
Um,
Oh my god, Danny.
shit. So while he's doing that, I think I'm going. Wait a second. If I were to cast Magnify Gravity, would that fucking, even when I drop it, would that cause it to do more damage?
I mean,
Oh god.
maybe.
Is it within range?
It
100
would fall
feet
at a
away?
faster rate.
Like double its drop distance.
I think it's too
10-foot
far. It's
radius
only get range
sphere.
60.
You could get it going a little bit faster, but not by that much.
Okay. I just saw that and I'm like, wait a second, I have this prepared.
It would take damage from the spell and might take a little bit of extra damage, but not by that much.
Yeah. No, I get you.
It would basically just be the effectively falling an extra maybe 20 feet.
What do I want to do then? What's the range? Toll the Dead 60 feet, so he's out of that. Well, I cast magic missiles on him, I guess, at just level 1, so...
Alright.
So 3 slash roll 3d4 plus 3, because that's the only thing I can do to hit him right now.
Alrighty.
That's fucking nothing.
It has no effect.
Yeah, that's right. They have damage resistance, don't they?
You don't know.
I don't. I actually don't. Alright, that's my turn.
Alrighty. Megabyte, you're up. It is 100 feet in the air.
It is a wizard and it casts shield.
Cast shield. It counterspelled me.
I just want to try and do something real quick. Yeah, okay, that's what I'm gonna do.
You can technically still throw javelins at it. It'll just be a disadvantage.
Not even. You know what I'm gonna do while he's in the air? I'm gonna go where he was,
Yeah,
plant the javelins.
that's still reverse gravity area.
Oh.
You'll go flying up to him.
You can
Didn't
fight
know
him in
it
the
was
air.
In the air.
Do Advent Children shit like fucking Final Fantasy VII, man.
And here I was thinking, plant the javelins, let him fall on it, he'll do some damage,
I mean, you could also run into the reverse gravity and go fight him if you really want to.
Just make sure you're not under him.
Go on top of him. You know what? Let's just go fucking Leroy Jenkins. Leroy!
Alright, Megabyte, you walk into the area of anti-gravity and go shooting up to right by his face. And you're now kind of hovering 100 feet in the air. What would you like to do?
I'd like to get my sword and shove it in his face. Oh.
Yeah, go ahead and attack. You get your 2 attacks and you're raging.
Can you do a plunging attack?
I mean, for flavor, sure. Yes, that hits. Go ahead and roll damage. Also hits.
Forget, do I have 2 attacks or 3 now?
I believe, unless you're mostly fighter levels, 2 attacks. Unless you have something that gives you a bonus action attack.
Don't know if I can do anything else. I guess that's it.
Alrighty.
By the way, Clockwork?
Yeah.
Did you light the candle?
No, not yet.
You should do that.
At the end of your turn, Megabyte, it is going to use a legendary action to make an attack roll against you with its tail attack.
That shield though, right?
Does a 27 hit you?
Oh my spell card. No wait, that's for spells, I forget. Yes, it does hit.
He does have the Cloak of Displacement.
Oh, Cloak of
his
Disbursement.
Attack at least is disadvantage.
Let me roll that again. Does a 27 hit?
No, I decided no, but yes.
Since the last time, so you take 32 points of bludgeoning damage, halved, to 16. And I need you to make a strength saving throw.
Which I think you have advantage on while raging.
That sounds right, but I'm not positive. I think it's strength ability checks.
Ah, right.
I'm checking now, just in case.
Oh no, it's both.
Yeah, and saving throws, so go ahead and roll one more time.
I had 19.
19 fails. You are considered prone. You're still floating in the air, but you are considered prone.
You're like prone while you're floating in the air as you're just spinning
It's
around
kind
in
of like,
circles.
yeah, spinning a little bit. Just kind of disoriented. Attack rolls against you have advantage, and your attack rolls have disadvantage. And I
Which
think
would
you have
make them
disadvantage
normal,
on dex
'cause
saves.
Fairy fire.
Oh yeah, actually, roll your attack, both of your attacks again, just in case they're crit. Just roll 2 d20s for me. Because okay, neither were crits. It's fine. You have advantage from fairy fire, so that's what I was checking. Anything else?
No.
All right, Azer, you're up.
Okay, this is where the bullshit begins.
All right.
Everybody watches as a massive portal opens in the air and a fuck-off giant gold dragon appears.
Does it get a saving throw against this?
It does not.
Jesus Christ. Oh. Give me a sec to check this. I need to reread the spell.
I dropped it in the chat for you.
Yeah. It's
Well, I see
15
what
to
you
20
mean.
feet
I see what you
into...
mean.
You can orient the portal in any direction.
He's just like, this is where the fun begins.
When you cast a spell, you can speak the name of a creature. If that creature is on the same plane. Immediately to your vicinity. Okay, yeah. You said a giant gold dragon? Like, what category of gold dragon?
The new Great Worm from Fizban.
Give me a sec. I hate you so much. Luckily, I
did warn you.
Luckily, I have a gold dragon already on this map that I can. Where did you place it?
Just up by it.
Look,
Up
man,
by the
it's a
Tarrasque.
Tarrasque. We're gonna do everything we can to be bullshit.
See, 5e tools is being terrible right now. So I need the stat block for this. Let's see. Okay, gold great worm. See if that loads. In the meantime, when does this creature go? Like, when is its turn? I guess it rolls
doesn't
initiative.
say. Yeah,
I guess it
would
rolls
roll
initiative, and I'll add it to the initiative, and I will need to figure out its hit points and everything. If you can find a stat block for it and send that to me, that would be wonderful. I am having trouble getting 5e tools to load right now.
Oh, I just got the 5e tools one to load.
Oh, can you screenshot it and send it to me in Discord? That would be wonderful.
It's gonna take multiple screenshots. It's a long stat block.
I'm just gonna try and download it as a PDF.
Oh, that would be nice as well. Thank you. Can you at least tell me what its dexterity bonus is so I can add it to the turn order?
Dex is a 16.
So it gets a
Plus 3. Okay. Convenient. That it's not time for it to go yet. Let's see. It goes at a 7. Not 77. Goes before.
Also convenient, it goes before the Tarrasque.
Indeed. Alrighty. And you said, like, here-ish?
Yeah, that works.
Okay. In the air or on the ground?
In the air.
Okay.
I want the Tarrasque to be the immediate threat. And
The
not
immediate
us.
thing that it sees. Gotcha.
Yes.
Okay. Cool.
I didn't pull you from your lair. The Tarrasque did.
Clockwork, your turn.
Wait, this thing isn't friendly?
I have no control
he has
over it. It's
no
awful
control
good,
over it.
so I'm hoping it'll help us.
But also, you just took it from its house.
Well, as long as it can only see the Tarrasque and not us at the moment, that being its first experience, we should be fine for now.
Fingers crossed. I may have made this a lot harder, or I may have made this a lot easier. Time will tell.
Alrighty.
Hey.
Probably some combination of the two.
Knowing what that can do, I'm gonna hold off for a second and wait. I'm just gonna try and cast some more magic at it.
Its AC is that. now I need to learn the whole stat block of a whole new thing. Thanks, Azer.
I warned you.
No, you did. I just couldn't find the stat block, and 5e Tools wasn't loading. I tried. It just didn't work. All right. So,
since I'm on my broom, I figure I can just kind of float up. I have 60 feet of movement.
Gotcha. So, you're floating up on your broom, and you said you're holding an action?
I was gonna toll the dead.
Oh, toll the dead. Oh, that's gotcha. Wisdom saving throw. I think it's a +9. Yes, +9. It saves. It's rolling really well on its saving throws. So no damage.
I suppose it had to happen eventually.
Yeah. Alrighty. Who is up next? Drew. No, Doss. That's who it is.
Me.
This is why I solved that problem by not letting it save.
Alright, I am going to... I should have prepared my turn ahead of time. It's 100 feet up. At best I can move 80. Or no, 60, sorry. I think I'll go ahead and activate my tattoo as well. As a bonus action.
Okay.
And action will be to fly up towards it.
Alright.
Add a dash, so that's 6 up. I'm not going directly towards it, I'm just going straight up where I'm standing.
Alright.
And then that'll be turn.
Alrighty. That brings us to Drew's turn. Drew, you're up.
Okay. So for this, I am going to cast Thunderbolt at it. Or Lightning Bolt, sorry.
Okay. Go ahead and roll the damage on that.
Just gotta find it here on this list. Alright. So it's a DC 20 dex save.
The lightning bolt has no effect.
Gotcha. Alright. And then I guess I will levitate the hand 50 feet in the air.
Okay. So it's now halfway up.
Yeah.
Alrighty. It's the big ass dragon's turn. The dragon sees the Turesk, also sees all of you, is going to fly to just out of the Turesk's reach and slightly above it, and point down towards the ground and fire its 300-foot cone breath weapon.
Azer.
Everybody make me dexterity saving throws, including the Turesk.
Wait, if it's just above the Turesk, wouldn't the Turesk's body block us from being hit?
It's magic.
I'm in the air as well.
It's magic, and Azer used a 9th level spell to summon what is essentially a Turesk that can fly and breathe fire.
So
Drew
30.
succeeds.
Question, do I need to?
Where are you? It's firing it down, so I'm gonna say no. Everybody but you.
What about me? I'm in the air.
You are also right next to the Turesk that it's mainly aiming this at.
Okay, so yes.
So yes. Okay, that is a failed on Doss.
Can I flash of inspiration multiple people, or flash of genius multiple people at
Is
once?
it your reaction to do
Wait.
that? Or is it just a thing that you can do?
Let me check here.
I think it's a reaction.
Do I want to use my Bardic Inspiration?
Yeah, it's a reaction. Never mind. I will. Oh God, who do I?
The real thing we should do is just run away and watch the kaiju battle.
Yeah. I'm going. Yeah, I will try. I will use Flash of Genius on Doss, and he gets a +6.
Okay, +6 for DOS.
Yeah.
Okay, noted. Is that everybody?
Okay.
2, 3, 4, 5. I think we're missing one. Megabyte rolled. Drew rolled.
Azer.
Azer rolled.
Oh yeah, Twilight Domain.
Selef
Mr. Beef.
rolled. Oh, Beef, yeah. I need a dex save, Beef. Against
Mr. Beefhead.
Dragonfire. So, let me roll the damage before I tell you who saved to keep you in suspense.
Is Beef here?
There it is. Okay. Let's see. What is this breath weapon? 13d12. So, 13d12, 55 fire damage. And people who saved are Drew. Yeah. So Drew saved, everybody else failed.
I'm a little surprised about that one of mine.
Would it have made a difference had I used the Bardic Inspiration?
With the buff that was given to you, yes, it would have. But it's too late now because I already informed you. Yeah, the DC is very high. Or sorry, no, DOS. No, yeah, DOS failed. Okay, we're good.
I've got a 24 with the buff.
Yeah.
So what's the concentration save on this?
Real quick, Beef. You are just confirming. You are using Hellish Rebuke on a dragon that just
You're not in
breathed
range,
fire
also.
on you.
Well,
Good idea.
Good idea.
that's not a dragon. That's a giraffe.
That was
The
the dragon's
dragon
one that
breathed.
attacked.
the dragon. Go ahead.
It's the thought. Fuck.
What was the amount of temp HP that Azer gave us before this?
25. So it's to everybody who hasn't already taken damage. It is 30 points directly to your hit points. So anybody concentrating on a spell who did not save, I guess, however many temporary hit points you have left, take that away and then roll the thing. If you saved or take half damage for some other reason, like being a barbarian or having warding bond, half damage is 29. And Megabyte, you take half damage because barbarian, and then take a quarter of Doss's damage. Math. 29 plus half of 29 is 14, so that's 43 total Megabyte.
Okay, 43.
Yeah. I was happy just giving you a Tarrasque.
So now we scatter.
Run away!
And Jesus Christ.
So what would the dex or the concentration check be?
Minus your temp HP, you need to roll a 15.
Oof. All right. Oh, thank God.
So it is still hex.
Megabyte and Trusk are not falling out of the sky right now, so yeah.
Selef, did you do anything to take half damage or no?
No, I probably
Okay.
should have now that I'm thinking about it, but I'll eat my damage.
That is
like
a failed con save.
I took 4 damage. Do I need to roll it if my
No,
con is
you're fine. Oh wait, no. You had.
Wait, what?
You still had your
Oh.
full temp hit points.
Hold
Yeah.
on a sec.
Give me a sec.
No. Hold on a sec. It said I only have a +3. I should have a +9 to my Constitution save.
Yeah, it's still +9. I see a +9.
I have a +9.
Oh, that's beefs I'm looking at. I'm sorry. I'm a dumbass.
So Salef, how many temp hit points did you have left?
I didn't take any damage before,
Okay,
so I
so
still have full 30.
that saves. Full 25.
Yeah, full
So
25.
30 damage, 15 for your save. Successful. Beef, how many temp hit points did you have left?
25.
Okay, also saves, and Doss, you took half damage anyway, so that saves. So, yeah, I think you're all good, you all save. Sorry, bookkeeping stuff.
No, you're all good. I just got confused because we'd had some issues earlier with my intelligence saving throw, so I thought that was
Gotcha,
going on again.
gotcha. Alrighty, so, that was the dragon's turn.
Time for the Tarrasque's
turn.
Wait,
Exactly.
hold on. I may have checked out or something. What did I miss here? I thought the dragon was on our side.
Gate,
It's neutral.
Gate
neutral.
does not give you control over the creature.
Oh, God bless America.
What makes a dragon turn neutral?
The power of love.
Yeah.
The dragon is neither with us or against us.
The
It just got
dragon-
pulled out of its house into a random fight.
We'll put it this
Not
way.
very happy.
The dragon is just pissed off that it's here.
Yeah.
And you're all guilty by the association of being
Being
here. Also,
Can we sacrifice the guy who brought it here as
Also,
recompense?
gold dragons, not stupid, kind of aware of what a Tarrasque is, and generally knows that they can't cast spells.
So it tries to kill the people.
So
that
it's the
could potentially help
Tarrasque's turn.
Yeah, the dragon's like, what the fuck, dude? You brought me here to fight a Tarrasque?
The
Fuck
Tarrasque is very annoyed, as it just had fire breathed on it, and
And it's upside down.
is kind of just flailing, and is going to attack.
Falling, flailing, persevere.
The Tarrasque has one target in range, and is going to take its 5 attacks.
Megabyte
Megabyte.
is the one that made this decision. This is
So
all
we're
on you.
gonna start with the claws
What
Any
is with that
action
death
reach,
ward
though,
on
I'm
again?
going in the air.
on Das.
How
I know.
far below the Tarrasque is Megabyte?
Right next to it.
They can't reach him.
You'd need to be within 5 feet. Even then, I can only redirect it within 30 feet. Okay.
So that's the first attack.
That's a hit.
Well,
1d20 plus.
It's been
or
fun,
sorry.
Megabyte.
It needs to roll a
You know-
1 in order to miss.
4d8 plus 10. You take 11 points of slashing damage. Sorry, because rage, so it's halved. Then you take another one of those attacks. Also hits. So you take 15 plus 2, 17 points of slashing damage. Let me confirm which attack. Okay, 2 claws, 1 horn, 1 tail, 1 bite. Okay, so that's the claws. 1 horn is also a plus 19. That's 4d10 plus 10. So that's 15 points of piercing damage. 1d20 plus 19. The tail attack, which is then d6s.
Megabyte.
So that's 13 points of bludgeoning damage. And then also hits. 33 sorry, and then this is the bite attack, which is 16 points of piercing damage, and I need you to make... Oh, and you are grappled. Yeah.
Grapple me.
Until...
He's more like manhandling.
you are grappled and restrained,
What are you doing, Step Tarask?
and it cannot make another bite attack. Yeah. Beef's turn.
Don't I get an attack and opportunity?
It has not moved. Do you have something that would give you...
He has the Sword of Answering, so when he gets hit, he can reaction attack.
Oh, yeah, you definitely get an attack of opportunity.
Wait, so how much damage did you take in total from that?
Too much.
Okay.
A
We wanna talk about
lot.
it then.
A lot.
He's still a 16th level barbarian, so he's still a pool of hit points, but that's a lot of damage.
31.
Oh, yeah, that definitely hits. Go ahead and roll your damage.
Is it an attack for every attack that he done to me? Or
You only have one reaction, so...
that's unfortunate.
Alrighty. Anything else? Or I guess it's now Beef's turn.
Yeah,
Beef,
my turn.
you're up.
All right, I am. Let's see here. That's.
I would point out that because you hit it, it has disadvantage on attacks against everybody else, but you're the only person in its range.
For
I'm
now.
fine with that. How was the sacrifice?
All right, I am going to. So Megabyte is currently within range of this thing.
I don't mind.
So I am going to head. I would like to head next to Megabyte. Where is
I'm in the air.
I know, but like for posterity's sake, let's say that I am right next to Megabyte, in the air, within range, and I am going to use. Let's see here. What can I do with this one? All right, I'm gonna do Healing Word at a level 5
Okay.
on him. I'm assuming that takes into consideration the upcast.
Yeah, so if you see above the main spell is the 9 higher level cast, that's
Okay.
that taking into account. So 19 points of healing.
Okay.
19, eh? Okay.
So that's your bonus action.
Okay, that was my bonus action, and then I think I am buffed up. So while I'm up here, we're gonna go ahead and smack him.
Oh, you're next to him?
Well, is Megabyte within range?
I'm
so
in the air.
the Tarask is 100 feet in the air and
Where's-
being held in the Tarask's mouth.
Okay, so let's
Actually,
okay, then
Healing Word is 60-foot range.
healing word. Okay, so like when I'm he's
Oh, and you're flying, so yes, he is within range.
What is your
Okay.
flight?
okay. Then yeah,
He flew up 80 feet last turn and can move up again this turn and be within...
My whole point was to get up to where he is.
Yeah, so you are now within melee range of the Tarask.
Excellent. Then we're gonna smack him.
Okay, yeah, go ahead and roll your attack.
Do, and then so let's do that. So when it asks me crit, like obviously I haven't rolled anything. Like, why is it asking me to tell it whether it's a crit or not?
If you have it set to not automatically roll damage, you'll be able to know if you crit or not before you roll damage.
Yeah.
Oh. Okay. Well, I'm just gonna assume. Right. Okay. Did I do that right? I think I did that right. Yeah. Everything's ticked on. Okay. There's my attack. So untick.
And this is, what's it called? Booming Blade?
Yeah, this is Booming Blade.
Okay.
via my maul.
Okay. So that hits. So 38, 43
40.
points of damage. Cool.
Okay. And that is it for me. probably just took away like 1/27th of his HP.
Sorry, I have a prompt on the stream that I had to get rid of. Alrighty. At the end of your turn, it is going to use one of its two of its legendary actions to use its chomp action. So let's do that. So that is
no.
Peter, just I'm not sure if this is a thing or not, but just based on what I heard you say before, can it do that while it's restraining Megabyte?
The chomp action is slightly different. It's while it has somebody, once it bites somebody and grapples them, it can only use its bite against them. It's a weird thing.
So the chomp is a separate.
Yeah, the chomp
Mega
is. Yeah, it makes a bite attack against, or uses a slightly different action. It uses the swallow action. So chomp is the swallow. It makes a bite attack against a large. It makes a bite attack against a larger, smaller creature. You are currently a medium creature. That hits. You take the bite damage. So you take. This is going to be halved, so 15 plus 2, so 17 points of piercing damage, and you are blinded and restrained, and have...
How am I blinded?
You are swallowed. It swallowed you. You are blinded and restrained, and you have full cover against all external attacks. So,
Yay!
lucky for you, the dragon's breath weapon can't hit you anymore.
Oh yay! Good. Okay. Okay. And you can chop at his like esophagus and stuff.
Which will be at disadvantage, because you are.
It's literally all around him, though.
Yes. So you're blinded and restrained, and have total cover against everything from the outside.
But there's no reason why you shouldn't reckless attack at this point to make it a straight roll.
Yes. Yeah. And it's Celeste's turn.
Now I'm wondering if we drop him, if he might spit out Megabyte.
This is the only way to save him.
Yeah. You guys okay with me dropping the Tarrasque?
Yeah. I think
Is it gonna hit Beef?
Yeah.
Beef is above it, flying.
Oh, okay.
Alright. Well, Beef, you're also going to fall if I end this spell, so...
I'm on a flying mount. I think I'm good.
Beef is on a griffin.
Okay. Alright. Yep, so I'm going to drop the Tarrasque.
Alrighty. Woo! You drop the Tarrasque. And it
Earthquake cave collapses.
falls 100 feet. Doing a thing. It definitely is taking full damage. Which is 10d6.
God damn it.
So it's taking 33 points of bludgeoning damage.
All that for 33 damage.
I guess it's like half. It's right in the middle of 10d6.
I mean, we did keep him out of several people's ways for a while. So I mean, it was
we
definitely a
definitely
worthy thing overall.
And then Megabyte just ran up and got himself eaten. Speaking of which, did he get fucking spit out?
No.
Well, it was worth a try. Megabyte,
He's
you're fine.
fighting stomach acid now.
Anything else, Celeste? Or I guess that's not even an action to end the spell. So you still have your full turn.
I'd like to remind you, this spell is still going on, so he just fell back into that.
When a creature moves into this area for the first time on on a turn. So it's moved into there. So
Yeah, because it was out of there when it was floating.
So-
But I still had that going. I didn't stop it.
because you have the thing that lets you concentrate on two things.
Yes, and I've
Gotcha.
only been concentrating on those two things.
So saving throw.
Now, now
which is
can I
at
get an
Make
advantage.
a concentration saving throw each round when you're concentrating on two things.
So make me a con save, and look at what the DC is on that item, just to assume that we'll just do it for the one round, and if you save, you save. Azer, do you happen to know what the save is on the item?
It would be the spell
Here, let
levels
me-
of the 2 spells combined.
Okay, so what are the 2 spell levels? So you have a 4th, and what's the other one?
A 4th and a 7th, so it'd be 13.
Okay,
so
so
it would be that plus 10,
11.
so 23 you'd have to hit.
Okay, so
okay.
yeah.
Or no, 8, so not...
Okay,
not
so
for
it would have
me.
canceled out the Sickening Radiance then. Okay, never mind.
Okay, yeah. So you lost the one that you cast first, which was the Sickening Radiance. So that's not there anymore.
I apologize. That was my
It's
misunderstanding.
fine. It happens.
Bam.
So what's your action? / bonus action movement.
Oh, was canceling the spell my action then?
No.
No.
You still have. I was just saying, like, those are what you have left, but you can do
Okay.
them in any order.
Oh,
So
I
you
see.
don't have
So
to
yeah,
tell
I can
me
do
your
action or
action
bonus action.
first. Yeah.
Mm. If I was to shoot a ray spell, would it go through Dossa right now?
I'm
it
60
is-
feet in the air.
It is large enough that. Wait, were you floated? Oh, you can fly.
Yeah, I was on my way up to it.
Either way, the Tarrasque is large enough you can shoot around Dossa and have a perfectly fine target.
All right, I'm fully blowing my load on this. Let's go.
Alrighty.
Disintegrate.
Okay. Give me a sec.
This blowing his load for the children of the world.
I'm gonna save the children with my load.
No.
Everything has gone horribly wrong. End the stream.
Okay. So what's the saving throw for this? Dexterity? Or is
Yes.
it? Okay.
Dexterity.
Uh.
DC 18 should be.
Okay. At advantage. It fails. That's fine.
Yes.
It doesn't have any bonuses?
Nope, it has a +0 dexterity. Its only saves that it has bonuses to are its mental saves.
All right.
And then strength and con because it has insane strength and con.
All right. Well, here's the damage.
Okay.
Oh, whoops. I need to do / roll.
Yeah, that is the damage, technically.
Okay, yeah, it takes 77 points of force damage. And it needs to make a Constitution saving throw. And it fails the Constitution save. So it spits Megabite out, 10 feet in front of it.
Oh, I want to stay in there and start chopping it up on the inside.
So with the falling damage in that, I just did over 100 damage to it in one turn.
Yeah.
Nice.
Yeah. Nicely done.
All right. Yeah, I think that's my turn for now.
Awesome. So then we are at Megabite. You are 10 feet away from it now. Actually,
Go back in.
Let me back in, please.
I mean, it can bite you again. If you really want to. I mean, do you want to try to make a save to stay inside of it?
No.
Megabytes
Okay.
of the Vor.
Oh, I
knew the
totally
assassin's trying
forgot
to kill
to
me.
be rolling Twilight Sanctuary for people.
Honestly, Celeft's the first one that it would have come up for. Everybody else is flying.
Yeah, everybody else flew up.
So
yeah,
Celeft,
so-
23 temp hit points.
I was on the
Oh,
floor.
sweet. That's
Your turn hasn't come up yet. In this round, anyway.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, not since we took. the
Not
fire
since the
damage.
dragon.
God, it feels like ages
murderized
ago.
you. Yeah. A lot has been happening.
So raging.
Dive back in. It's the only way to protect yourself from the dragon.
From the. Seems like it, right? Whatever, I'll just go right here. And then just shove him again with the sword.
Alrighty, go ahead and make your attack roll.
Is it just a normal one, I guess?
Just a normal attack roll.
He has
Okay.
advantage from Fairy Fire still.
Oh yeah, advantage from Fairy Fire. Yeah, because it doesn't get more. What's it called? Off of that, more rolls. It just is in effect as long as you're concentrating. Yeah, nice crit. Is it 2 extra damage?
Yeah,
dice
he
at
has
this point?
2d8 now.
Okay.
So roll an extra 2d8.
Oh, I thought it was damage dice. It's just straight up d8s. Nice.
Well, no, it's the weapon of the die of the weapon. So with the sword now it's a d8 instead of a
okay.
d6.
Awesome. So minus 20. Awesome. And it's going to use. Actually, it would be prone right now as well. I guess that would also give you advantage. It's going to use one of its last legendary action for this round to make a tail attack. This will be at disadvantage. And I guess, yeah, biggest target is still Doss, so it's attacking Doss.
The DOS is up in the air.
60
Oh, Doss
feet
is up in the air. Let me do randomized then. So there's 2 targets in range. So on a 1, this will be Megabyte. On a 2, it will be Drew. Drew, your 22 doesn't hit you, so you're fine.
Yeah, no. Yep.
And it was at disadvantage, so whatever it was, it would be the 22 or lower. Alrighty. So Megabyte, you still have a second attack. Sorry, that was my bad.
I already did.
He already
Oh, you
rolled it.
did do the second attack. Sorry, I missed that. That hits and does damage. Cool.
That's pretty much it I can do.
All right, and it did a thing at the end of your turn. Azer, you're up.
Okay, I am going to do what I did before. Hopefully I'll roll a little bit better this time around. I'm going to 8th level cast Spiritual Weapon.
Alrighty.
Oh, it's still doing that thing. Oh, hang on. I don't know why the brackets screw up some spells but not others.
Yeah, I don't know.
Oh, crit. Lovely.
Nice.
Yeah, very nice. Roll damage.
What?
26 plus 16, 30, 42.
8th level Spiritual Weapon is no joke.
Yeah, it's a lot of extra damage dice.
And I'm concentrating on Fairy Fire. I'm going to keep working on that. I am just going to go ahead and yeah, I'm gonna move out of the potential cone of this dragon. I don't know how quickly it gets its breath back.
It's a 300-foot.
Yeah, but it's way up in the air, so
But I'm surprised that the Taras doesn't try and attack the dragon.
actually I'm gonna dash too.
The dragon is also way up in the air and stayed out of its range intentionally.
Because it is a smart being.
Yep.
That's
I
why
mean,
you keep
If it was really concerned about being home, it could totally just fly off.
I don't think you can fly to different planes.
It's called jumping.
Gate also works on the prime material plane.
Ah, yeah.
Or tried planeswalking?
It's not Nicobolas, so I don't think it can.
All right. Azer, you're done?
Yep.
Clockwork, you're up.
Unless it is Nicobolas, then we have something bigger to worry about.
So, I have this candle.
Mm-hmm.
Alternatively, when you light the candle for the first time, you can cast the gate spell with it.
Oh, God.
So
What are you gonna do?
I'm gonna do that. Like I said, Peter, sorry in advance.
What are you summoning?
A white great worm.
A white great worm?
Yeah.
Can we actually control this
Jesus
time?
Christ.
No.
You're summoning more bosses.
Yes. Yes.
Jesus Christ.
Run away!
It went over the bit.
We have
there's,
no hope of
there's
fighting
now
the...
a lawful good and a chaotic evil dragon.
Alright, so, I don't have.
We
a
had no
white-
hope of beating the Taras, so we summoned two
I
godly
don't.
dragons.
I don't
Have you heard
have-
the story of the woman who swallowed a fly?
Yeah, it didn't work out well for her.
It'll work out perfectly for us, I'm sure.
I don't have a
okay.
white dragon prepared for this fight. So I'm gonna use this bronze dragon that I had prepared for this fight, for this game. Great worm white.
I'm not gonna say I'm disappointed, but
Can you send me the thing for this as well?
Yeah.
Oh, you did. Thank you. Hopefully it loads.
If not, I can send you the PDF.
Yeah, please send me the PDF because 5e Tools has been a nightmare recently.
Yeah, I've been using the mirror to avoid that issue.
Gotcha. Let me see if that'll load. Nope. Doesn't load. Oh, that's because it's not the mirror that I clicked on.
Yeah, I sent you a link.
Okay. Let me see if this will load. Mirror. Okay, that opened. White Great Worm.
Okay.
Well, it's not. It won't necessarily load. I've just been having issues with it in general lately.
Could also be that your browser is using like 18
Yeah,
billion.
it is. It really is. Can you send me the PDF, Rachel?
Yep.
And tell me what its initiative is.
It's Dex 14, so a +2.
Okay. A 9. All right. Add a turn. And this is.
This is so stupid, but I love it.
Jeez. You guys are just making this more difficult for yourselves.
This is Munchkin, okay?
listen, all we need to do is kill the Tarask. Whether we survive afterwards is a moot point.
Well,
As long as
I
it dies,
don't
we win.
die before I get the chance, hopefully I can do decent damage
Okay.
to this task.
You know what the really funny part is? I was gonna have the gold dragon leave. But no, you summoned a white dragon.
Now they're gonna fight in the background.
Alrighty. Anything else on your turn? That's an action to light the candle, I assume?
Yeah.
Okay. Jesus.
I guess I'll just I'll move in. No, I'll stay where I'm at. You know, I like where I'm at. I'll stay here.
Alright.
That'll be it.
Okay, give me a sec.
I've done enough damage this turn.
I haven't even been using the Great Worm's legendary actions. I really should do that.
You should not.
Oh no, it doesn't really matter. It doesn't have anything that would work right now at this range. Okay, yeah. Cool. Wait, Great Worm. Stat block. Need to add some hit points and some AC. What's that gonna be? Yeah, that's a lot of hit points.
The rest of the time and the buffered hour.
Okay, that's its AC. Cool.
Curiosity, at what time do we finish this? Like at 8 o'clock, you said, right?
Officially 8 o'clock. We can technically go until just before 9, which is when the next slot starts. All right.
If we don't finish it, like this should be put on pause to be finished at a later date.
Doss, you're up.
I'd be okay with that.
My turn.
Yeah.
Alright, well, I'm 60 feet off the ground. I'm gonna fly down 30 feet. Then I'm gonna bonus action Misty Step the rest of the way to the ground. And I'm gonna swing at this thing 4 times.
Okay.
Probably actions or 8 times, but we'll see at the end of 4. Let's go.
Alrighty.
First one.
Hits.
Second one.
Also, no, that doesn't hit.
Third one.
Doesn't hit.
I have my Bardic Inspiration add to the third one, right?
You can, yeah.
Yeah.
That's a D8.
Still doesn't hit.
With a 25. Dang!
With a 24.
24.
Oh, 24. I was looking at the second. My bad. Fourth hit. Come on.
Doesn't hit.
Damn. Yeah, definitely gonna action surge once.
Yeah, go for it.
And four more. 21.
Misses,
16.
misses.
24. 20. Jesus,
Yeah,
one
all
hit.
of those miss.
Rip.
Yeah. Alrighty.
Also 6 damage. Giant smite. The one that actually hit.
This is kind of a weird thing to ask after so many attacks, but it's still prone. And it's fairy fired.
Oh,
we
yeah.
had advantage on all of those.
Oh my god.
Roll me. Jesus.
71.
1,
A
2,
D20 for
3,
each, because the
4,
first one could crit,
5,
so
6,
8 D20.
7. Yeah, roll me 8 D20s. Jesus Christ. Just type in roll 8 D20s.
There we go.
And I'll swap them out. Okay, so the second one is now a crit. What was the... What's that? Is...
So plus 15.
That one's the...
All of the
22
ones
11.
over a 10 hit. So you get... One of them is now a crit, so... roll extra dice for the crit. Because that's on the second one. Oh, now I gotta do more math. 33 plus...
So that'd be another D8, right?
If you just click the unarmed strike again, it'll roll the damage again, and that'd just be, you can just subtract your static modifier from that.
Okay.
33 plus... What's the static modifier? Okay, plus
9. So
25 plus 9. Oh, the modifier is 9, so 25
modifier
plus
is 9.
3. Okay, and then the fourth attack is a hit. So go to that one. That's 29 plus 16. I'm not doing this math. I'm actually having Roll20 do the math for once. And then this, not the last one, but the two before that are now hits. Plus 26 plus 15 plus 25 plus 17. 189 damage. Okay. Cool.
much better.
Cool.
Yes. And then the 6 from the D10 for...
Already done, yeah.
Okay, okay. Yeah. That's all I can do this turn.
All I can do, 189 damage.
Yeah. Okay, let's see.
Let me toggle advantage on
At
my
the
attacks.
end of your turn, let's see. The bronze dragon is going to use a legendary action. Or the white dragon is going to use a legendary action to cast Arcane Spear, or to do an Arcane Spear, which is not actually a spell. And it creates 4 things that it's going to direct at.
Do I get the temp hit points before this effect takes place at the end of my turn? Or...
Yes, that's
booked it
how.
out of range.
Oh, yeah, he's out of range now. So, no.
Oh.
I'm trying to spread out.
The green is the healing one. White dragon is going to do, and you get those at the end of your turn anyway. So this would be, oh, you just
Before
went.
that.
So yeah, white dragon is going to do arcane spear. Is going to do it at, yeah, the gold dragon. So that's it makes a dex save. Or no, that's not what it is. It's an attack roll. 4 attack rolls, in fact. Oh my god. So many things. Oh no, it's magic missile things. Okay, so it's just what's 8 times 4 is 24. Okay. 42 points of damage to the gold dragon. Cool. And it's now the white dragon's turn. The white dragon is going to... Clockwork, where did you summon the white dragon?
Just as close to the gold dragon as I could have.
Okay, so literally right next to the gold dragon?
Yeah.
Okay. It has, what's its breath weapons cone area? Is 300-foot cone as well.
Yeah, I assume they're probably basically the same. One's just ice.
Yeah, I mean, it's also going to try to get as many things in it as possible. So it's going to swing around to hit the gold dragon and the Tarrasque and most of you. Let's see. 300-foot cone. Yeah, that's going to get all of you, except for Azer.
With me being in the air, does that matter?
Oh, you're in the air. I mean, it's not like a flat cone. It's like a 3-dimensional cone. I'm going to say no in this case. It's far enough back that it's hitting you.
I'm still 100 feet up. I haven't been able to move down
You're
yet.
fine. You're close enough that it's fine for you. It's just based off of how far away you are. It gets wider and wider. So at your actually, it wants to hit the Tarrasque. It's going under you. Yeah, it's going down more so. So you're just outside of it. So yeah, dex saves, please.
Fuckers.
And this will be cold damage.
I think you can count the number of times I've been hit in this entire campaign on one hand. I don't know
With-
how.
With
the
the plus
exception-
2 to my modifier, would it matter if I, like, is it possible for me to pass?
I might actually have just died.
DOS, no, it is not possible for you to.
Then I won't waste it.
Celeste, you still have your reaction. You can do absorb elements.
Do you still take double points on a 1 in the system?
No. You can also do absorb elements.
I'm going to do absorb elements.
Okay, so 85 points of damage. Drew saved. Nobody else saved.
I think I got those temp.
Yeah. So 85.
Clockwork, unless you didn't prepare it, you should also have absorb elements available.
I did not prepare that one, no.
Half of 85 is going to be 44 points of cold damage. DOS, you take 44. Megabyte, you take...
Wait, I got a question.
What's
Can I
up?
use Drew as a meat shield?
No.
It's magic. So no. It's literally just the air gets insanely cold. It does not, there's no like line of sighting it kind of thing. Unfortunately.
Thank God for those temp HP points.
So DOS, you take 44. Megabyte, you take 66.
I'm still at 70%.
Ah, damn. 66.
That's actually the first hit that hurt.
And
The other one only did 2 damage.
The gold
There's
dragon.
going to be some concentration saves, though.
Yeah, there's going to be a lot of concentration saves. Gold dragon needs to make a dex save, which is a plus 11. It fails, so it's also taking damage. Does it have vulnerability?
I would be very surprised if it did.
It does not have vulnerability, so it's just taking 85 damage.
Isn't it half? The save is half on the damage you took?
Let me use.
If you
plus
save,
10?
it's half, yes, but it failed. So,
Well, no, not getting half. The save for concentration.
Oh, yeah, it's half of the damage. So if you took full damage, the con save is 44. Temp hit points you can adjust as well. If you took half damage, the save would be 22 con save adjustment.
Except for Drew's case, because he took
Drew-
66 damage.
No, Megabyte's not concentrating on anything.
Okay.
Drew took 44 points of damage.
I'm gonna use my reaction to use my chromatic gift to.
Oh.
It's cold damage, right?
Yes, cold damage.
Yeah.
Yes.
I'll use that to gain resistance to cold.
Okay, so that's another half of that, so 22 points of damage to you.
Okay.
Why are you rolling again, Doss? Or is this your first roll?
This is my first concentration save.
Oh, con
So
save.
it's
con save.
half the damage plus 10 for what the threshold is?
For concentration?
It's half the damage
Or
or 10, whichever is higher.
Yeah.
Okay,
So
it'd
if
be 10.
half the
So I-
damage is 10 or less, the save is 10.
Okay.
I did not make that. You lost haste.
All right.
Having lost haste, you are stunned for the
Oh, no!
round. Whoever had haste. I think that was Doss, right? Or
No,
was
that
that
was
someone?
me.
Yeah. So Drew, you are stunned because haste has fallen off of you.
And it was just gonna be my turn.
But you don't have to worry about being blasted all to shit because it ends at the end of your turn.
Yeah. So that's the white dragon's turn. Drew,
Wait.
what's up?
I now fall out of the sky.
Why?
Because I got hit by the... Well, unless I don't. I don't know, the cone breath? Would that knock me out of the sky?
No.
Oh, okay.
Your
Never
broom
mind.
of flying is still flying. It's also
Flying.
still a broom that's less relevant for this situation, but
So it's just really
it
cold.
is.
It's a cold
Yeah,
room.
it's a very cold broom.
Okay.
Bristles are likely to snap.
Oh, no.
Yeah, so don't use it as a broom right now. Drew, you're stunned.
Yep.
Your turn ends. You are no longer stunned.
Yep.
At the end of your turn, the gold dragon is going to bite the white dragon, I guess.
This is so stupid, but I love it.
Jesus Christ. You're the worst.
Never been more disrespected in my life.
You guys did this.
They just take turns flying around each other, aiming their breath weapons at the ground.
Let's see, the bite is
Oh, gosh.
2d.
Whatever dies first will kill the
plus
other after.
10. Okay, the white dragon takes 23 points of damage. And it's now the gold dragon's turn. Does it get its breath weapon back? It does not. So it's going to... We're just going to say they fight. They have enough hit points that they're going to be fighting for a while. I
Let
don't
them
feel
fight.
like tracking all of that, and all of these turns are getting a little bit ridiculous.
They can just fly off and fight each other.
They might do that, but they're also going to use breath weapons, and there is a very big open space right here. You guys
Yeah,
might
that's
get
true.
hit by some breath weapons. Tarask's turn. The Tarask is going to attack people.
I assume it gets up from prone now.
Yes, it gets up from prone, so it is no longer prone.
Alright, I was going to negotiate.
Just took a got a bit.
Doss, you said you're still flying, or you're in melee range of it, so you can get attacked. You are very large, so it's not going to use its bite on you. It's going to be on Drew or Megabyte.
He's got a taste for me.
1 is Megabyte, 2 is Drew. It's on Drew, so bite
like
attack.
more.
I believe it's a plus 19, so 29, I believe,
It
hits.
hits. Yep.
Um,
I'm gonna go ahead and use one of the charges of my gloves to blind it.
okay. Charge of your glove to blind it. It will make its save against that in a moment. Let me do damage first.
Don't think it saves. I think it just gets blinded.
Oh, it's just blind. Go ahead and post the thing for that real quick, just to
let me find it.
confirm. Plus 10?
I believe there should be a
Yes.
save, but I think it's your artificer save.
Is it?
44 points of damage, unless you have something that would give you half. Infusion. What is it? Radiant?
Yeah, radiant.
Radiant barrier?
No, it's radiant weapon.
Okay, radiant weapon.
It's one of the artificer infusions.
Artificer infusion, radiant weapon. Radiant weapon. +1 to attack. Weapon has 4 charges. As a reaction, immediately after being hit by an attack, the wielder can use 1 charge to cause the attacker to be blinded, unless it makes a con save against your spell DC. And it's only until the end of your next turn. So it makes a con save. What's your save DC?
18.
It fails. It is blinded.
Oh no, 20.
Oh, 20? Still blinded. Actually, this is magic, so it does hit it with advantage. It still fails. So it is also blinded now. So the rest of these are at disadvantage. You are now bitten. I don't think it can attack you with other attacks. The rest are going at DOS and Megabyte. It's going to be a split between them. So a claw attack at each. Megabyte and DOS both hit. You're going to take.
Don't forget they're at disadvantage. Not that I think it'll
Yeah,
matter.
yeah. Thank you very much. Yeah, they both still hit.
Yeah, I think it has to roll a natural one.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, actually, it has blind sight, so no, they're not. Blind sight, 120 feet.
Of course.
So yeah, 1d20, or no, not 1d20. It's 4d8 plus 10. Megabyte, you take 15 points of damage. DOS, you take 10 points of damage, and Megabyte takes 5. And then Horn Attack is against DOS. Horn Attack is a 21. Does a 21 hit?
Yes.
Okay. So you take 15 points of piercing damage, and Megabyte takes 7. And Megabyte, you get crit for.
Oh no. Oh, that's not that bad.
It's half of that. So
23?
23 points of bludgeoning damage, and I need a strength saving throw against being knocked prone. DC is 20.
You do have advantage because you're
With advantage because you're raging, yes. You're successful. Yeah, and that's the end of its turn. Beef, you're up.
Beef.
You are 100 feet in the air. It is 80 feet below you. You can reach it with your Griffin's Fly.
Yeah, we're gonna head down. We're gonna land. Let's see here.
You cannot reach the ground.
I can't reach the ground. I can only go.
You can reach the Tarrasque because the Tarrasque is 20 plus feet above the ground.
I'm gonna land on top of his head.
Okay.
Because yet again, last time I forgot to do this. I'm gonna go ahead and roll my mount's attacks.
Okay, go ahead. Actually, they're non-magical. It will have no effect. I'm just going to tell you that right now.
If he did cast Spiritual Shroud on it, it does at least do the
He cast
Spiritual
Shroud before... Oh no, he cast Spiritual Shroud, so yeah. It has magic weapons. Never mind. Go ahead and roll your attacks.
The default damage would still be non-magical, but the Spirit Shroud damage would work.
That said, if I remember correctly, this is going to be, I think, the last round that you have Spiritual Shroud. It might be one more after this. Because you waited 4 rounds and it had been going for 1 round. So it was... Actually, no. We've only been through 3 rounds of this. Jesus Christ.
Is anything advantage or disadvantage at the moment?
You have advantage.
You have advantage. Yeah. Oh my god.
You gonna make it, Peter?
Neither of those hit.
They don't. Alright. Where is Megabyte at?
Megabyte is on the ground in front of it.
How you doing, Megabyte?
Well, you know what? I'm really thinking of running away right now.
That'd be smart.
That'd be a good idea. Yeah. All right. I'm gonna go ahead and, as my normal action, I'm gonna go ahead and put Death Ward on Megabyte.
Okay. That's touch.
That's what?
That's a touch spell.
Touch.
So he is out of the range of that spell.
Alright, never mind. I'm not gonna do that. Dad, let me go ahead and do. Yeah, we can do this since this is a bonus action. Do a level. Do this at a level 4. Met.
Alright.
This has a range of 60 feet.
Okay.
Which should be within range. So let's do that, and then I'm on top of his head, so we're gonna whack him with Maul. As what's it called on? No. Here. X-Blade, yes. Okay.
You do have advantage.
Ah, shit, I do have advantage.
So go ahead and roll again.
Yeah.
Just the attack roll this time.
How do I just
You
do
just
my
click
attack
them all.
roll? Okay, just click them all. Okay. That's all I've been doing. So there's something I'm supposed to have been. Oh, I got you. Okay, there you go.
We would use the 16 for the advantage part, so unfortunately it still doesn't hit.
Okay.
Rip. Yeah, sadly.
All right, that's my turn, and now I'm sitting on top of his head. Great.
Alrighty. At the end of your turn, it is going to use its legendary action to do a chomp on Megabyte. So it needs to make an attack roll against you.
I did what I could, man. Hopefully it was enough.
That definitely hits.
I want to.
Or not Megabyte, against Drew for this.
I was gonna say.
Yeah, against Drew, because it has you bitten.
Okay.
What are you doing?
What? Oh,
DOS?
Oh, I forget how good Drew is looking on health. Talked about it.
Almost bloody.
Yeah,
Definitely will be bloody.
Have you been splitting your health or your damage with me?
No.
Son of a gun.
I am. Megabyte's doing with DOS.
Oh, did you split?
Oh, I forgot to do that. That's my bad.
That's alright.
We will do it from this point forward.
Yep.
Sorry about that. There is a lot to keep track of for me right now.
So much. No, I don't blame you at
I
all.
am very much counting on you guys to track those things for the most part. You're taking half of this, and then Clockwork will take the other half. So that's
24.
Thank you. Math is hard right now. You're both taking 24 damage. And you are considered blinded and restrained and have full cover from the outside.
I have been chomped.
Indeed. Salef, you're up.
Well, somebody else get eaten just now.
Yeah, me.
Drew got eaten, yeah.
That's not an attack I can read, is it? Because it's got a special
No, it's
condition.
very conditional. So I think this one you really can't redirect, unfortunately.
I was going to, but I kind of expected it not to.
Can you imagine the confusion on it when it's like, all right, I'm gonna swallow this thing, and something else goes down and take it between its teeth? Like, what the fuck?
Yeah.
It somehow swallows the gold dragon instead.
Oh, that's a good idea. We'll just have we just need to bait the Tarrasque into biting the gold dragon's head, and then we'll just have the gold dragon fire breathe the crap out of the inside of it.
Well, I can't really think of anything super useful I can do right now. I could throw some spells at it, but most of my spells wouldn't really do that much damage to it. So I'm going to hold monster.
Alrighty. Hold monster it is.
Oh,
That's a
gosh.
wisdom saving throw, correct?
Yes, it is.
Alrighty.
Are you gonna cast it higher or at 5?
I'll cast it at 5. I'm pretty confident the Trust doesn't have a great wisdom saving throw.
It also doesn't affect the wisdom save. It just gives you more targets, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And the dragons are way too far. They're like 100 feet in the air. So
That's fair.
I mean, you could also. That
it
would-
fails. It's
that is
going
so
to
good
use a
for us.
legendary resistance to not fail.
Shit, I forgot about that. It hasn't used any legendary resistance.
That was
since
its
the first one.
first legendary resistance, yeah.
Do legendary can they only be used to resist abilities placed on them, or can they be due to?
So
like,
it's a legendary saving throw, basically. When the Tarrasque fails a saving throw, it can choose to succeed instead.
So, so he's used 2 now, right?
1.
Oh, I thought he used 1 earlier.
It was a check, an intelligence check to escape the maze.
I'm
and
going to...
It honestly should have used a legendary resistance to resist the gravity spell, but I forgot that it had them for a minute.
I think it did too, as it was very confused and flaily.
Yeah. So you're
I'm
moving
going
away.
to use my movement to spread out a little bit more and hopefully not get hit by the next breath attack, but probably still will, honestly.
Alrighty. End of your turn, it's going to use its tail attack on Doss with its last legendary action for the round. I think that hits.
Yep.
Alrighty. 15 to you and 7 to Megabyte. Yeah, so Megabyte, you're up. What do you want to do?
I'm going to disengage.
Alrighty. You have disengaged and run away. Anything else? Bonus action?
I mean, the only bonus action that I know is rage.
Alright. Azer, you're up.
Okay,
I double
seeing our brave, stalwart barbarian turning tail, I am going to go ahead and cast Heal on him.
Is heal touch?
I don't believe so. Let me double check.
Thought it was touch.
60 feet.
60 feet. Awesome. Yeah, so
Cure
Megabyte,
wounds touch.
you get
Yeah, I'm
70
going to go ahead
hit
and
points.
upcast that to 7th level.
Okay, so you get 80 hit points back,
Oops, wrong button.
right? Yeah, 70 at base plus 10 per spell level above.
Yeah.
So 70 plus 51.
What?
No,
Oh,
no,
no,
that's,
just
I hit the wrong button.
heal is
So
just a
it's-
flat
it's-
amount of healing.
So you get 80 hit points back.
Alright.
Yeah, I accidentally hit the button for harm because I can't read 4-letter words apparently.
Yeah. Alrighty. Anything else?
Heal harm.
Bonus action, I'm going to swing my spiritual weapon again.
Alrighty. Go ahead and make that attack roll. That hits. Uh, 27 points of damage. Okay.
But we got 2 more things.
I will move over to here so that I can hopefully get a couple of people some temporary hit points if they want to move around the Tarrasque a little bit.
Any chance that you can get that to cover the Tarrasque a little bit?
I don't know if that would even work.
Yeah,
Fair
you are
enough.
under full cover. I'm gonna say it would not. penetrate. The Tarrasque is incredibly resistant to magic.
Yeah.
That
yeah.
includes friendly magic getting to you, unfortunately.
Does that include magic from inside going out?
Yes, very likely.
Okay. All right. How badly do you guys want one of those?
Shell, then.
Yeah,
maybe
so
tongue is
your
not so
spells will probably work inside of it. It's hard to say. You're not entirely sure how it works.
Well, just a question for a group. How
Any means
badly?
necessary.
How badly do we want a second legendary save burned?
I think the
Very.
sooner the better.
Might be helpful.
All right.
Oh, I should have used one on Disintegrate. That would have been smart.
Well, if I get a turn, you'll have something fun to use it on.
Yeah.
Yeah, that is my turn, so.
Alrighty. So Clockwork, you're up.
Okie doke.
Want to summon anything else incredibly stupid?
Not yet. So Das, how are you looking?
Approaching half rather quickly.
Okay. Well, then it's probably time for you to get healed too.
Much. Oh, hell yeah.
And then everybody in the green aura gets actually gets more than that. 19 health.
Yeah. 19 health. Nice.
Cries and bloody.
Alrighty. Anything else?
That actually got me back.
Then going to run away over here.
Alrighty.
Then I get 10 HP, right?
Yeah,
Yes.
you're gonna get 25.
And Doss, you're up.
Alright. Second verse, same as the first. 8 swings. With advantage toggled this time.
Yeah.
Alright.
Hits. Does not hit. Hits. Does not hit. Hits. Does not hit.
How many was that? 1, 6.
Is it still prone?
Does not hit.
No, but it's got Fairy Fire.
Oh, okay.
Last.
Yeah, anything above a 25 hits. I'll put it that way.
And
I don't even want to do the math. You killed it. It's very dead. Let's see if it makes its con save.
I'm gonna do that.
Because, yeah, it fails its con save. So you're spit back out, Drew. Congratulations. You did not get stuck inside a dying Tarrasque.
Aww.
The Tarrasque is now dead.
Now we just got 2 dragons.
Yeah, now you just got 2 dragons to fight.
See, let
got
just
this,
let
everyone.
them fight, and let
who
one
did
of them
that?
die.
So end of
I
your
know what you're talking
turn.
about.
Well, now we're just seeing if y'all survive this.
Let them fight it out. Just simple enough.
Okay, so the white dragon does not get its breath weapon back. It continues to fight the gold dragon. Drew, you're up.
Okay, so let's do. Hold on, I gotta do the ruler.
$360 damage.
Alright, so
That's how much you did?
370. I forgot the
That's-
giant might.
That is
Jerk.
insane.
I'm gonna get on my broom, and I'm going to fly over towards them.
Broom.
I'm gonna get in between them. We'll pull out the rod, or I have the rod of power out.
Uh-huh.
I am going to snap that across my knee.
Okay, I don't remember what that does.
Please don't, Drew. I have a plan.
Wait,
You-
please do.
you
I
already
think this
said
is
it.
gonna be hilarious.
You already said it.
Salef, I also have a plan. I'm gonna.
What does this do when you break it?
Retributive strike, I think, is what it's called in the
Yeah.
Clockwork weapon.
Retributive strike. You can use an action to break the rod of power, the staff of power. Staff destroys and releases its remaining magic. This is full, good to know, in a 30-foot sphere. You have a 50% chance to instantly travel to a random plane of existence, avoid the explosion. If you fail to avoid the effect, you take force damage equal to 16 times the number of charges in the staff. Every other creature in the area must make a DC 17 dexterity saving throw. On a failed save, creatures take an amount of damage based on how far away from the point of origin. 10 feet away, 8 times the number of charges. 11 to 20, 6 times the number of charges. 21 to 30, 4 times the number of charges. Okay. Roll me a d100.
Okay.
You're shooting for low in this case.
Ah, damn it.
I mean, it's lower than 50.
Lower than
Apparently
50.
got shut off, right?
I actually didn't want to be teleported.
Since I forgot to do a thing that I was going to do. I will let you re-roll it if you really want to be there. I will let you essentially use this as an inspiration because I find this amusing. Nope.
Actually, it'd be
That's even better.
You're still teleported to a random plane of existence, which I will determine at a later time. They were all within 10 feet,
Yep.
and it was full. What's the
Yep.
maximum number of charges?
I believe it's 20, so they each take 160 damage or 80 if they fail.
Okay, so let me roll their saves. 80 if they succeed. Less damage if they succeed. They take more damage if they succeed. Okay, Gold Dragon succeeds.
So it takes 80 damage.
I think they have the same save. They do not. White Dragon is one less. Also succeeds. They both take 80 damage and are basically fine.
Wait, hold on. So all that time while we were fighting the Tarask, they weren't fighting each other whatsoever?
I mean, there was only one turn between
There's
us.
Yeah, it's only been one turn. They've been fighting each other, but they're still basically fine. For reference,
Yeah.
they both have over 500 hit points.
Oh shit.
Since he did the last turn for the dragons, they haven't had a
Yeah, they literally, the white dragon has had a turn, and that's it.
Yeah, the gold dragon's about to go again.
Yeah, it's about to be the gold dragon's turn, and it might get its breath weapon back. But first, I want to figure out where Drew ended up. Because this is funny.
I wish you had died, though.
Does anybody else have gate?
Would Wish bring you back?
Wish would bring me back, probably.
Wish cannot cast the gate spell. You could use it. It's 8th level or lower. It cannot cast spells as powerful as itself. Planes of existence. Let's see. All right, we've got the Nine Hells, the Shadowfell, the Feywild, the Abyss, the Astral Sea.
Where's the land of coke and honeys?
You know what? Fuck it. Roll me a d100 to see where you end up.
D8.
Oh, where was that a second ago?
Right?
Give me a sec, actually. I want to see. Random plane of existence. Give me a... This is a table that exists. Because of fucking course it is. You rolled a 58. Where does that put you? Oh, that's fun. You are in... negative quasi-elemental plane of vacuum.
Oh no!
You're dead!
I am very dead.
That's fun.
You got
Anyway.
like 2 seconds of consciousness. That's great.
I believe it's like 8 seconds that you can survive in a vacuum.
So that's one round.
Gonna cause you to stop
It
pumping
will
blood
get
real
back
soon.
to you.
Oh, the gold dragon got its breath weapon back. It is going to circle around the white dragon
course it
and
is.
stop about here and use its breath weapon, which I'm saying hits all of you. Dex saves. You did this to yourselves.
No.
I believe that's 13d12. I'm checking.
You're
I'm
not
guessing
coming.
20 isn't good enough.
Yeah, it's a 25 to save. And
I'm going to
Drew
throw up my
is
elements
gone.
absorb elements again.
Alrighty. You take 71 points of fire damage. 35 is half.
Yeah, I will also absorb elements.
Okay. Does the white dragon succeed? It does not succeed, so it's also taking 71 points of fire damage. Was it 13? Just confirming. 13d12. Yes. You did this. You did this to yourselves. Anybody else? Or any? And then it's now Beef's turn. There are 2 giant ass dragons flying around.
What is the what is the wingspan of these dragons?
Probably 60, 70 feet.
Damn it. Okay. So they're flying around. I do flying around. I have 50-something health left.
Yeah, a small ancient dragon has a wingspan of about 40 feet. A large ancient dragon has a wingspan of like 70 plus feet.
Okay. So, yeah, a 20-foot boxing. Shit.
Exactly.
All right.
Well, if you had it like curl up its wings, if it was napping, it might work.
Yeah. All right. So, what do I have here? I have 1 level 5.
I like how we've beaten the Tarrasque and we're only dealing with him being brought to the fight.
Hold off for 1 minute, guys. You guys have essentially won this encounter as far as beating the Tarrasque. So I'm going to do stream wrap-up stuff so I'm not still in...
Can we just skip my turn because I have a plan?
Okay, what is...
I'm just going to use Wish to wish the fucking dragons were back home and take the fucking necrotic damage.
Alrighty. We'll just do that. Are you okay with that, Beef?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes.
No.
Yeah,
Alrighty.
here, let's see if my character dies. No, he doesn't.
Yeah. So you wish the dragons home. The dragons are teleported home. Roll me a d100.
That was my big play.
Oh, mass healing word. All right.
Yeah, man.
All
I
right.
think-
Wait, did it only heal 10?
I
17.
think it's
but-
ironic that the fact that I saved and lived is what killed me instead of actually dying.
You can never cast wish again.
By all rights, if it takes 8 seconds, you should have 2 seconds on your next turn to try to get back.
He's also out of air because there's a vacuum, so he can't talk.
Yeah, he's...
And also, artificers don't get higher than 5th level spells, so he can't plane shift.
Yeah. Yeah, so you take a bunch of necrotic damage and can never cast wish again. Very fun. Alrighty.
Worthy ending to this campaign.
Thank you very much to those who have joined us in this stream. This was a ton of fun, and I am 100% planning on doing this as like a mini little side campaign to actually go up from level 1 and let people kind of build the Munchkin build that they want to make. And I will probably run that at some point in the near future. But thank you everybody for joining us here at the Impact Gaming community for this Munchkin D&D game. I apologize for all of the technical difficulties we had at the beginning, but thanks for sticking around. Thank you for supporting Extra Life. This has been a ton of fun for me to make and go through and kind of do everything for. Thank you to the IGC admin people who have kind of made this possible for me. Atherin specifically was a huge supporter of this idea when I brought it to him earlier in the year to ask if I would be allowed to do this. So this has been a ton of fun for me to be able to do. Thank you to all of the players here, Drew, Azer, Salef, Clockwork, Beef, Doss, Megabyte. You have all been... did I get everybody? Just confirming. Drew?
Yeah, you got me.
You have all been wonderful. This has been so much fun. I did not expect you to summon not one, but 2 ancient dragons to fight a Tarrasque. But you
Not to
did.
mention 2 morally opposed dragons.
Exactly. This has been so much fun. There is another D&D stream coming up in a little bit. It is, what is it called? Chance to Wake. This is a regularly occurring Sunday D&D game that is going to be doing a stream of their own for Extra Life. I hope you guys will stick around and watch that. It's running until midnight tonight. This has been so much fun. Thank you all so much. And with that, we will see y'all next year for Extra Life 2022. Where I will come up with something equally ridiculous to do. Night, everybody.